everybody.
WMMR, Philadelphia.
Housekeeping?
No, thank you. Sleeping.
Housekeeping, you want towel?
Want towels. Need sleepy.
Housekeeping, you want mint for pillow?
Please go away. Let me sleep for the love of God.
You're listening to Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR with Preston Elliott.
You will listen to every damn word I have to say.
And Steve Morrison.
Words are like bullets.
Plus Casey Boy.
Lay off there. I'm starving.
Kathy Romano.
I'm going to destroy everything you own!
Nick McElway.
I'm just not the hero type.
And Marissa Magnotta.
Pay no attention to that man behind the curtain.
And now, Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
How do? And welcome, dear friend. We rise together again. It's a Tuesday morning, the Preston and Steve Show. Let's check the weather forecast. We are warming up today. Temperature's going to get into the 80-degree mark before it's all said and done later on this afternoon, and we'll probably see just partly cloudy skies, so a nice change. We'll start to see patches of blue up there. It's nice. Tomorrow, even warmer. We're going to be pushing 90 degrees. Some rain in the morning expected, but then we cool off quickly after that. Thursday, showers high 71. Friday, some showers high of 60 degrees. So we get a little peak and then back down. We're going to take a look at traffic, see what's up so far this morning. Kathy, what do you have for us?
We've got jam traffic on the New Jersey Turnpike southbound at Route 73. There's an
I just
accident.
noticed your white headphones. I'm sorry. I was
Like, what is he looking at?
I glanced across and I saw Kathy with this halo of white around her head that I've never seen before. Sorry.
No, I didn't.
Go ahead.
I didn't know what happened. New Jersey Turnpike southbound.
Oh my God, she's beautiful. Beautiful.
He did.
She's
He like
shining.
stared at me, his mouth open. I
She's
was
an
like,
angel, bringing me my news.
New Jersey Turnpike southbound at 73. There's an accident in the right lane. South Church Road in Mount Laurel between Green Tree and Route 38. There's a down traffic light. 95 southbound slowing Academy to Codman. Left shoulder is blocked with an accident. And then once you get to the Vine westbound, that's slowing the Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill. This traffic report brought to you by Macy's. Macy's Centerton Square is now open. Stop by for fun events and check out top designers in the all-new Macy's Centerton Square. New space, new vibe. More at Macys.com/new stores. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Steve with the reverb. I want, why can't I have white headphones?
Why does she get them and I don't get white headphones?
And now, Preston and Steve's news update with Kathy Romano.
Hi, today is Tuesday. It's the 7th day of May. Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning. In the news this morning, a man who tried to shoot a pastor during a service at a Pennsylvania church because God told him to do it was thwarted when his gun didn't fire and he was tackled by a congregant, authorities said. The chaos at the Jesus Dwelling Place Church in North Braddock took place Sunday while the service was being live streamed, state police said in a news release. 26-year-old Bernard Polite of Braddock entered the church just after 1 o'clock and walked toward the front while the Reverend Glenn Germany was giving a sermon. The pastor.
They have the video footage because it was streaming. It's pretty crazy. Yeah.
It's like clear footage.
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
When I first saw it, I was like, I had to rewatch it. I'm like, what did I just watch?
Right.
I mean, it was terrifying.
Yeah.
The pastor said Polite smiled at him and they made eye contact just before Polite pointed the gun at him. Germany then ducked out of the way and a male congregant tackled Polite. Germany and the congregant then worked together to wrestle the gun away from Polite, who was soon subdued and held until state troopers arrived.
It's a weird juxtaposition to have your potential maniac killer named Polite.
Polite.
Yeah. Pleasant.
Polite said God
Pleasant stormed the building, screaming bloody murder.
Yeah, right. Polite said God told me to do it and that he planned to shoot Germany and wait to be arrested so that he could go to jail and clear his mind, according to court documents. He faces numerous charges, including aggravated assault and attempted homicide, and was being held up Monday without bail at the Allegheny County Jail. Now, the body of a shooting victim was found in a home near the church where Polite had been shortly before going to church, county police said. The county medical examiner's office identified the body on Monday as 56-year-old Derek Polite of North Braddock, but did not say if he was related to Bernard. Polite was not known at the church. Officials say he wandered over to the church after hearing music coming from there, according to court documents.
Wow.
There's a warning for dog owners who take their pets hiking with them on the Appalachian Trail. The Pennsylvania Game Commission says a hiker found dog treats stuffed with fish hooks over the weekend.
What?
Right? I know.
There's stuff like this has happened over the course of years. I remember back a while ago, there was something similar on the Wissahickon Trail, which is where I was taking my dog.
I remember
at the time.
that. Yeah.
It was found near the George W. Outerbridge Shelter in Washington Township, Lehigh County. These treats could be deadly and agony-inducing to any animal that consumes them, including wild and domesticated animals. Anyone with information about the incident or locates more findings, they're asked to call the Gaming Commission immediately, and you can call them at 1-888-PGC-WILD or 1-888-PGC-HUNT. But yeah, they're saying if you find any more of these, they want to hear from you immediately because it's terrible for, and somebody walking their dog or even the wild animals go and eat the treat.
There's a particularly sick kind of individual that would do that.
So if you find anything, make sure you contact them and let them know. Boeing's first astronaut crewed flight into space has been called off due to a stuck valve on the aircraft's rocket Monday, the United Launch Alliance announced. The Starliner crew flight test, developed in collaboration with NASA's Commercial Crew Program, was set to launch from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida at 10:34 before it was called off. The Starliner's next possible launch opportunity is tonight at 10:11.
I wonder if it was the 7th Fetzer valve that they were having an issue with. Yeah. Probably the humidity.
Yeah. I don't know if we got it off, but there was audio from Mission Control. I don't know if that made no problem, Marissa. But yeah, I don't know, man. Listen, Boeing has a long history, but at this point, man,
oh my God.
If you're sitting there with all that's in the news and you're like, oh boy.
Do you do any complaining at this point?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
I think I'm not going to blow any whistles here.
One of the guys wants to get out. He says he really, really wants to get out.
So it's the next, they're saying the next possible launch is tonight. However, it's not confirmed if that will actually take place. The Starliner is designed to carry a 7-person crew, but aboard the test drive launch
now another pilot wants to get out.
will be NASA's astronaut 61-year-old Barry Wilmore, a former U.S. Navy captain who will be commanding the flight, and 58-year-old Sunita Williams, a former Navy service member who will also be piloting the flight.
Barry and Sunita are out now.
Before the delay, the capsule was scheduled to reach the ISS in 26 hours. Wilmore and Williams were set to stay on the station for nearly a week before returning to Earth aboard the Starliner once more. Monday would have marked the first crewed flight for Boeing Starliner, which has faced several setbacks and delays along its rival journey with SpaceX Crew Dragon, also part of NASA's Commercial Crew Program.
All right, we have the audio for that now. Here we go.
So the engineering team has evaluated the vehicle is not in a configuration where we can proceed with flight today. So we're going to initiate our scrub and recycle operation.
Yeah, Mission Control, what did you just say? What was that? What did you just say? What did I hear?
So we'll see what happens if it goes tonight or not. I'm guessing probably not, but we'll see. All right, in sports this morning.
Ball sacks are yummy.
Ball sacks are yummy.
The Phillies won again, beating the San Francisco Giants 6-1 last night. Bryce Harper hit a 3-run home run. Kyle Schwarber added a solo shot, and the Phils completed the 4-game sweep of the Giants. It was the Phils' 6th win in a row. They're 10th out of their last 11 games, and they improved to 25-11, the best record in baseball. Up next for the Phils is a 2-game series at home against the Toronto Blue Jays. Christopher Sanchez will get the start tonight, and the first pitch is scheduled for 6:40. In the NBA, the Knicks won Game 1, beating the Indiana Pacers 121-117 last night at Madison Square Garden.
No, honestly, though, but what a garbage game. I tuned in for 3 seconds at the very, very end of the game when the ref stepped in and said, "I'm sorry, Knicks, I got this.
Yeah,
we're gonna take the game away from the Pacers." NBA is a joke.
Okay, yeah. Well, you've been saying that. Yeah,
it is. It's an absolute total joke.
Game 2 in that series is tomorrow night in Manhattan.
Don't even tune in. The Knicks won the series. NBA.
In the Western Conference, the Minnesota Timberwolves beat the Nuggets 106-80 in Game 2 in Denver, and now lead that series 2-0. Game 3 is Friday night in Minnesota. And in the NHL, the Boston Bruins beat the Panthers 5-1 in South Florida. Boston goalie Jeremy Swayman stopped 38 shots. Brandon Carlo scored a goal just a few hours after his wife gave birth to their son, and the Bruins won Game 1 of the second round series. Game 2 is tomorrow night in Florida. And that's what I have for you this morning.
All right, thanks, Kath. We're 2 days into the work week. We got a little ways to go. We got a little work to do, and that's all good. And maybe we can sprinkle it with some goodness, maybe some money. We have Good Money Yet coming up a couple of times on our show. Alone today, 5 times throughout the day. WMMR.com for all the details. But first shot is at 8 a.m. Do not miss that. And before I announce anything else that's coming up today, let's find out who Coolest Teacher is.
Yes.
So yesterday was chosen. Nick skipped ahead in the order because Kathy was out for Kathy's cut, so Kathy will get to choose today. But he reached into the giant jar and pulled out Hatboro Horsham High School, and we got votes, and we have tallied those votes, and we have a winner. This year's Coolest Teacher from Hatboro Horsham High School is Mr. Tim Enge. Now, his last name is spelled E-N-G-E. I'm assuming it's Inge. It might be Inge or Inge. I'm not really sure, but maybe we'll find out later on. One of the things we do know is he is a biology teacher.
Okay.
And happens to be not only the soccer coach, but he's the bowling coach, too.
I wish we had a bowling team in
for
school.
the Hatboro Horsham High School bowling team. So maybe we'll find out a little bit more about Mr. Enge later on this morning, but we have some stuff that we are going to give to him, by the way. First of all, the coveted Preston and Steve Coolest Teacher, the coffee mug, and then these added little bonuses. It's a $50 Dunkin' gift card and a $50 Visa gift card from College Ave.
I love that.
So maybe we'll hear from Mr. Enge. If you happen to know him, please reach out and let him know that the gang voted and they have brought it through to him. And now we need to pick a different school that gets about 24 hours to vote, and Kathy's going to reach in and find one. Who's it going to be this time around, Kath?
It is going to be Camden Academy in Camden, New Jersey.
Camden Academy in Camden, New Jersey. Here's the drill. Very, very simple. You just text the word teacher to 39333, and we're going to send a voting link to you. And we don't need the name texted to us. We just need the word teacher to 39333, and then we'll send the link, and then you can put in your favorite teacher's name. Make sure you let Camden Academy know that they have been chosen and that they can put the word out at their school, and then tomorrow morning we'll let one of these fine teachers know that they've got the award. So it's just a little recognition of all teachers. It's yesterday, I think, was national, or today is National Teachers Day. Actually, Nick had said yesterday. I read that it was today.
It's the week.
Oh, it's the whole week.
Yeah,
It's Nurses Week as well.
That's
so
correct.
a full Nurses Week as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So we got a lot
We're right
of
on the money then.
cool recognition to do. So Camden Academy in Camden, New Jersey. Make sure that you vote now. There you go. We have Tattoos Day, by the way. If you're in the texting mood and you want to get some ink, text the word tattoo to 39333 because you might win a $350 gift certificate from our friends at Floating World Tattoo and Piercing for a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. They're at 29 South Street in Philly, so 1729 South Street in Philly, so go check them out. And also artwork samples at floatingworldtattoos.com. You can search them on Instagram on top of all that. So let's take a break and come back in a moment, and we'll pose a stupid question, and we'll give some freebies to you, and we'll also dive into the entertainment report. All right, we'll be right back in just a couple of minutes. Stick around.
Preston and Steve.
I kid you not. If you brought in old throwaway panties, we could give them away. We could
I'm not
absolutely
giving away my underwear.
We could auction them off for charity.
Absolutely.
You know,
How
or
much?
like, you know,
What's your underwear going for?
we could even do like a buck a sniff or something like that, you know.
Does it smell like cod or salmon?
You could do a kissing booth with your panties.
Yeah.
I did throw away a lot of underwear.
Did you?
Did you guys read the sex issue of Philly Mag that came out last month? It was,
No.
There was it was an interesting read, but there was a woman who is now an escort, and the way that she got her start was by selling her panties online.
There you go.
Yeah.
There are, and we have not made this up. In Japan, there are vending machines that sell used, worn, they claim, worn panties. Mm-hmm. And it's a vending, because you're on the go,
right?
Your perversion doesn't stop, for anyone.
You got to get to work.
Yeah. I'm just going to grab a cup of coffee and a quick sniff, and I'll be in by 10. Yeah, that was our meetings at 10. Great. I have time for coffee, a bagel, and a quick sniff.
Quick.
I'll see you in 10 minutes, Yakamoto. Yeah, I'm going to have some coffee, put a woman's panties on my head, and then I'll be in.
On my way.
Yeah. Gonna snip the microfibers out of that sucker. I should see you by 11. Is that a conference call? Good, then I can keep the panties on my head.
Right, exactly. All right, and then finally, Tom Hiddleston does not want to talk about that time he wore that I Love TS t-shirt. So shut up about it.
Shut up, you whore!
Jesus.
We have audio of him on the Today Show. Shut up! Shut up!
Stinking whore.
God damn it!
All right.
Shut up!
Whoa.
All right. So
No, he was Savannah Guthrie asked. I think he does. He toes the line, and he is able to deflect these things, and he's a very nice guy and wants to talk about the industry and all that stuff, but he's trying to keep his private life private.
I have a different anecdote, but let's listen to this.
Okay.
This.
Shut up!
Here it is.
I read a GQ profile of you, and don't kill me for asking, but of course, it was asked about your relationship with Taylor Swift. And I thought when I read it, I thought you gave really thoughtful answers, and I wondered, what it was like to kind of go through all that and to be in the public eye in that way. It must have been kind of...
It's already in the public eye. Anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's a stupid question.
Disconcerting.
Well, it's,
Shut up! What the hell? I'm gonna hit you!
Make a clear distinction between my work, which I absolutely dedicate myself to, which is for the public. I really believe in that relationship between an actor and the audience. There is no, you can't call yourself an actor without the audience. And my private life is private.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Listen, there's enough to talk to this guy about outside of his 10-minute fling with Taylor Swift, which has been over for a long time now.
He's got a major movie coming out.
Yeah.
I tell you what, though, I could see him definitely as James Bond. If Daniel Craig, who I think is phenomenal, steps away from it, he could definitely do it.
I think he'd be great. So anyway, in this other interview, the Telegraph reporter asked him if he regretted the relationship and the publicity and all that stuff.
What I will regret is in about a minute when I fart into your mouth, which I'm going to do. I'll regret it for the briefest period of time, and then I'll smile because I've known I've shut you up by floating a fecal cloud down that gob of yours after asking such a ridiculous question.
According to the reporter, Hiddleston responded testily, asking him, "What should I regret in your mind? I would rather not talk about this if that's all right."
Yeah.
He continued, reflecting, saying, "I'm just thinking about this. Everyone is entitled to a private life. I love what I do, and I dedicate myself with absolute commitment to making great art and great entertainment. And in my mind, I don't conflict the two. My work is in the public sphere, and I have a private life, and those two things are separate."
Yeah.
And now I'm going to fart in your mouth.
Yeah. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to blow an air biscuit down your gullet.
Yeah. Finally, it's pretty cool, man. Coming up June 2nd is U2's Joshua Tree at 30 collection, which will be released in numerous CD, digital, and vinyl formats. According to the band's press release, alongside the 11-track album, the Super Deluxe Collector's Edition includes a live recording of the Joshua Tree Tour 1987 Madison Square Garden concert.
Wow.
Rarities and B-sides from the album's original recording sessions, as well as 2017 remixes from Daniel Lanois, St. Francis Hotel, Jackknife Lee, Steve Lillywhite, and Flood.
What would you expect to pay for this amazing record package?
He does his own K-Tel commercial.
Yeah, he does a commercial for it. Yeah.
Hi, it's Bono. You caught me in the living room just listening to some great tunes.
He's just there with the. Is that clearly not his paneling on the walls? Clearly not his living room.
Is that the Joshua Tree?
Well, yes, it is.
Well,
now you can own the Joshua. You turn it up.
Turn it up.
Now you can own it in your very own home.
So the package will also include an 84-page hardback book of unseen personal photography shot by The Edge during the original Mojave Desert photo session in 1986. Even the commercial, The Edge should be in the kitchen.
Right, yeah.
And he's making lunch.
Are you telling the people about the collection? Yes, I am. And look at this incredible coffee table book. With lots of pictures out of focus.
The Edge commented in his introduction to the newly published book of photos, saying, when I see the people we were back then, I see a bunch of pilgrims on a journey towards some kind of creative home.
Yeah.
And I think that really does capture the spirit of the band at that time.
I think that's my favorite look of the band, the Joshua Tree period.
I agree. Yeah. They had a cool appearance about them. I think the album is a masterpiece. I think it's exciting that they're going to play it and they're going to be in Philadelphia.
Did you get to hear Pierre yesterday?
No, but I heard Jackson yesterday, who didn't even know that they were going to be playing the Joshua Tree while they're coming to town. But no, I know that Pierre tracked side one vinyl of Joshua Tree, and I missed it, and I wish I would have heard it.
I don't know if it was special vinyl that he had, but I went to this studio when he was getting ready for the Workforce Blacks yesterday, and he had that vinyl out, and it seemed heavier to me for some reason. I'm not sure.
Apparently it makes a difference in the world of phonographs.
That is what I have in music news for you. Hope you enjoyed that little treat for you this morning.
No, Marissa has it.
Little Ned.
Hold on.
There we go. Oh, that's the very one, the very album in question?
Oh, yeah, it's definitely...
What'd you expect to pay for this heavy record?
It's
that thing must weigh 20 goddamn pounds. It's like a manhole cover that plays music.
You can feel it in
180?
weight. Absolutely.
Marissa says it's 180.
180 pounds.
It's 180 pounds.
That's a good 50 pounds more than the original album.
180 grams.
We've just we remastered the Joshua Tree on Captain America's shield.
Yeah.
Vibranium?
Vibranium. You can listen. This is one record you can listen to in a moving truck.
Right. Okay.
It absorbs all the vibrations.
Yeah. All right. So they're coming out with a special edition.
I love that album. I love the album artwork.
Yep. It's fantastic. Nick might be going to Joshua Tree.
Yes,
We're about that, right?
Talking about a trip out to Los Angeles, and it is now my goal in life to get to all of the national parks in this country. So there are two relatively close to L.A. One is called Channel Islands, out in the ocean in the Pacific, and then the other one, which is a little more accessible, is Joshua Tree.
Nick, why didn't you ask Steve if he's been to the Joshua Tree?
Hey, Steve, have you
been?
Casey's been there too.
I was just there in October. I was expecting to see more Joshua trees. I didn't see one.
There are a lot of Brad trees and a few Eddie trees, but there's no. They're actually few and far between.
Did you go to Death Valley as well?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I've been.
Have you?
Yeah.
I want to get to that one as well.
The national park?
Yeah, I want to get to all the national parks. I think Yosemite's at the top of my list, but that's a little too far from LA, I think. So,
Yosemite. Sorry, that cracked me up.
Could have kept it inside.
He said
Some of your friends may have mental issues that need to be tended to.
Oh my God.
Hi, this is Bono with a serious message. Sometimes people randomly yell out Yosemite. They need to be corralled and taken in for medication.
Casey's justification was he said Yosemite.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a park.
It worked for me, yeah.
But there are certain things that should kick in that, like, to keep you from pooping in public.
Right.
And yelling Yosemite for no reason.
Is like Yosemite a name or something?
Yeah, Yosemite.
Okay, all right, got it.
Get over here.
Yeah, you big lug. Amanda Seyfried and Thomas Sadowski secretly eloped on March 12th after less than a year of dating.
It's such a secret, I don't care.
They are expecting their first child as well.
Oh, so he's the dad.
The newsroom actor broke the news on the Late Late Show with James Corden Thursday night after Corden noticed his wedding ring. Sadowski said, "We eloped. We just took off into the country with an efficient and just the two of us, and we did our thing. We had a great day, and it was perfect."
I actually like him. He's a funny comedic actor and a good serious actor, so I approve of this. Please let them know.
The sole guest of honor was Seyfried's Australian Shepherd named Finn.
It's an honor to be here.
What the hell's that all about? Her Australian Shepherd?
Their dog?
Oh.
It's okay. It's a Monday morning, man. It's all right.
No, I thought it was legitimately an Australian. I thought they had a group of
well, you know what? I don't know.
Sheep.
Maybe they do.
And they tended them.
And also, I had to leave the sheep for a little while, but I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Probably
I was
their
just
dog.
kidding.
I'm not a dog guy.
Obviously.
I'm a shepherd.
What do you do?
Hey, I'm here for the Seyfried wedding. And I'm the only person here.
Generally, a guest of honor is not a dog.
No.
Yeah.
So,
Doesn't usually make the news story either.
And I'm an idiot. They wrote their own vows, And
it was lovely.
Finn gave a great speech at the reception.
I've got to say, I'm a little nervous. Yeah, I've been known more for my shepherding skills and the kind of man who gives a speech at a wedding. But I got to say, it was quite an honor and a little bit of a shock to receive the invite.
Casey, do we have any crowd ambiance of?
Just want to say a few words about the couple. Emerging my surprise, standing out there in the outback playing my didgeridoo, tending my flock, and here comes Western Union. We didn't invite. It was mostly shock because I'm not even friends with these people, but I'll go anywhere if you provide airfare and a hotel. I understand they reached out initially to a soothsayer, but decided to go with the shepherd.
All right.
They were going to get their German shepherd to show up. But
now that I would have known. That I would have known.
It's good to be here.
Anyhow, they wrote their own vows. And,
Always a mistake.
Sadowski described their ceremony as beautiful.
Yeah, it was great.
He expanded saying, listen, she said the person who I love, admire, respect most in the world, it was she didn't say that. She's the person.
She told me I'm the person she admires most in the world.
Who I love, admire, respect most in the world. And
It's
it
a
is
little cockeye, don't you think?
everything that it should be. It was just the two of us talking to each other.
Hey, I don't want to interrupt things, but these are very good pizza bagels.
I can't tell if this guy is a talking dog or an actual shepherd.
I thought he was a shepherd.
I could tell.
Listen, I don't want to bother you two lovebirds, but where's my coat? Is it upstairs on the bed?
While the big celebrity wedding involving the gowns and pounds worth of gleaming jewels and glossy magazine covers used to be the regular thing, more and more stars are opting out of the limelight for the big day.
It's just those two, the efficient, and a guy in a robe with a crook.
He's a crook.
Giant beard.
He's not Moses.
Yeah, shepherds don't. There are shepherds still, and I don't think they look like that.
Yeah. In my mind, they do.
Yeah.
They all have crooks.
Metro traffic on 93.3 WMMR. I just wanted to go a little different. I've had black headphones for 20 years, so I found white ones, and I was like, well, I'm going to go with white.
Yeah, kind of stand out.
Tune in on YouTube now to see
The white headphones.
Casey's blue headphones.
Thank you.
They look amazing.
Noticing. It's been a couple of years.
Well, that's how I got the idea, because Casey has a different color, so I started to look at the colors that they have.
She's just copying my headphone choice.
Well, I did look at Casey's, but they didn't have any colors I liked, so I went with these ones.
Yeah, do they have a green? Because that's going to be my next.
Oh, that's what you need, yeah.
Well, I really wanted the cream and rose gold, but it was not this brand, and I wasn't sure. Like, this is what Rodney recommends, so I wasn't sure how they would
those
be.
Audio Technicas.
Yeah,
those are good ones.
That's what I got to. And you're still rocking your Sonys, which are good as
Yeah,
well.
I may circle back to the Audio Technicas. I had them for a while. What the hell are we
talking about?
I'm gonna do the stupid question, and then we'll move on. We're gonna give away what kind
of toaster Preston has.
We're gonna give away a free massage or facial from Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa if you can answer this question correctly. What do Americans commonly call Emmental cheese?
Emmental cheese.
Yeah, Emmental, I guess is how you pronounce it. Emmental. What do we commonly call that? 215-263 WMMR is the number. While you're calling in, we're going to talk to a pretty cool teacher.
Oh, yeah?
Yep,
Oh, yeah?
The announcement was made just a little while ago. Coolest teacher of the year at Hatboro Horsham High School. They voted, and they came through, and we have that person on the phone. Please welcome Mr. Tim Angie this morning to our show. Tim, good morning.
Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, bud. All right, did I get anywhere in the ballpark of pronouncing your last name correctly?
Shockingly, you got it exactly right.
I love it. All right, so Hatboro Horsham High School. How long have you been teaching there?
About 20 years.
Wow. All right, biology teacher. The entire time you've been doing biology?
I have. Yep. I've been doing a bunch of different jobs. I actually learned biology from the last coolest teacher from Hatboro Horsham, Mr. Joe Burzes.
Is that right?
Oh, my God.
That is pretty cool.
Passing the torch.
Yeah.
He also actually taught me biology because I went to this school, so I'm that guy.
There you go. And did he also coach the bowling team?
He did not. No, the bowling team is an interesting story, but I don't know how to bowl.
What?
Are you the coach of the bowling team? Are you not?
I am the coach of the bowling team. I fell backwards into it. I'm about 100 scratch. I'm pretty darn good.
All right, but you're so you're the manager for the bowling team, is what you're trying to say.
I'm the manager of the bowling
manager of the bowling team.
Okay, all right. You make sure everybody gets to practice and games on time, and you make sure everybody is wearing matching shirts.
This is true,
Okay.
and then I get into their heads because bowlers they get into their heads more than just about any athlete. So I'm more of a psychologist than a coach.
All right.
Wow.
All right.
All
You're
right.
providing therapy as well.
You're a soccer coach as well. Now, do you know how to play that game?
That's the one that I do know. Yes.
All right. Fair enough. Did you play when you went to Hatboro, Horsham?
I did play at Hatboro Horsham. Yep, and I came back and started coaching at Hatboro Horsham.
Look at you. That's awesome. Excellent. Hey, question about biology. Do you guys still do dissections? Is that part of the class?
We do. This year we did we did a turtle dissection as part of it.
Turtle. All right. So, for example, would a turtle routinely sign an organ donor card that would
Yes, they do. They're definitely well aware of what
dedicate their bodies to science? We also saw a picture. Was that you that was taped to a wall? It was up
That
early?
was me that was taped to a wall for one of our Link crew promotions. Yeah, we have a Link crew that helps the ninth graders transition in, and one year they decided they were going to have people volunteer to be taped to a wall. It was a lot of fun.
And Tim, it looks like you haven't really been on Twitter for the better part of a decade. However, I scrolled back, and in November of 2015, did you dress like a cheerleader for class?
That was actually Chris Baker, one of my colleagues.
Okay. All right, yeah. Well,
how could he not share that picture?
You always keep that picture for blackmail.
Go ahead.
I do have to ask, do you guys vote on some sort of electoral college type system? Because there is no way I won the popular vote.
No, you won the popular vote.
The popular vote,
you
bud.
did.
Yeah.
Lots of cool teachers here at Hatboro Horsham. I'm not sure that I've ever been classified as one, but I do appreciate it.
Well, you are now crowned that,
You
sir.
are.
So they have named you. That's awesome, Tim. How's the school year been so far?
School year's been good. Long, but good.
Yeah. All right. Well, summer's not too far off, bud. And as a thank you from the students, we're going to give you, of course, the coveted Preston and Steve coffee mug and the coolest feature of the coffee mug, a $50 Dunkin' gift card, and also a $50 Visa gift card from College Avenue. And that's from your students, sir.
I appreciate that greatly, and I'm honestly flattered. So thanks, guys.
You got it, buddy. Congratulations. Have a great summer.
Nice.
Tim Angie from Hatboro Horsham High School. The next school is Camden Academy in Camden, New Jersey. And if you go to school there, just text the word teacher to 39333. We'll send you the voting link. It is that simple. That is how it works. All right, before we get our answer, let me go through some birthdays real quick, and I'll kind of skip through these because we spent a bit of time there. Tracy Lords, the former porn star turned actress. She turns 56 today.
Had a couple good movies. She was in the original Blade and Tommy Knockers.
That is correct. And we also have actor Alexander Ludwig, who is in the Hunger Games. He played Kato, like the guy from District 1, the real badass.
The limo driver.
He's 31. He's also a limo driver part-time. Breckenmeyer.
Oh, we love Breckenmeyer.
We love him. A lot of great movies throughout the years. Clueless and Road Trip and so on. And The
Craft.
Played with Casey, played Words with Friends for a long time.
Yeah, he's my buddy.
He's a big birthday today at 50 years old. Wow. So, yeah, milestone birthday for Breckenmeyer. The YouTube star, Mr. Beast, 26 years old, very philanthropic.
Fabulously wealthy, but he spreads that money around.
Yep.
Jace loves him, so I've learned a little bit about him over the years because he's a huge fan of his. And we went up to that American Dream mall. He has a restaurant in there, so we ate at his restaurant as well. But even, you know what, at his restaurant, you talk about him, he is very philanthropic and he does a lot of good things out there. I'm pretty sure, and I'm take this for what it is, but I think that you get free drinks at his. Like, I think if you purchase something, you get a free drink because all of the kids.
Yes, Kathy Romano says we get free drinks here.
Because all of the kids, when we were there, I'll tell you the story. All of the kids ran up to go get their cups, and there's a fountain soda, so you can go get what you want, and all of the kids got free drinks, and we were like, that can't be. They didn't just hand all of the kids free drinks. We think it's like a thing at the restaurant.
We'll do a little bit of investigating, but that would be cool if it's the case.
He has 256 million subscribers on YouTube, and he's been doing a lot of work with Sharing Excess, which is a great local organization. And so I've been trying to get Mr. Beast on the show via Sharing Excess. So hopefully we can do that at some point.
Dude, those numbers, 256 million. That's the overwhelming population of the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, he's about 100 million off, I guess.
Yeah, but still.
But
He'll probably close the gap.
Unbelievable. Randall Tex Cobb has a birthday today. He's 74. He was an athlete turned boxer turned actor.
Raising Arizona.
Yeah. He's
great.
He's the guy on the motorcycle.
Yeah.
He's 74 years old today. From the world of music, Motorhead's Phil Campbell, drummer, turns 63 years old today. Motorhead, great band. I never got deep into them, but
we talked about, I always appreciated them. I was never a huge fan.
Yeah. All right, and then last birthday to mention today is director Amy Heckerling. Yeah, and
love her.
Breckenmeyer's birthday today. She directed Clueless and Fast Times at Ridgemont High. And the Look Who's Talking movies.
And she's a writer as well, so a lot of the humor in all those movies comes from her.
And it's an important birthday today. She turns 70 years old today. All right, we'll go to the phone, see if somebody can answer this. What are Americans commonly called Emmental cheese or Emmental cheese? 215-263. WMMR, and it is Chris who was first in, so we'll go to him. Hi, Chris. Morning, bud.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks, sir. All right, what do we call that Emmental cheese?
Would that be Swiss?
It's Swiss. Swiss? You got it, man. Hang on, Chris. Got yourself a free massage and facial from Hand and Stone Massage and Facial Spa, the perfect Mother's Day gift. And you can treat that special someone in your life to the ultimate self-care experience by purchasing a spa package and receiving a free facial gift card, and you can let her indulge in moments of pampering and relaxation. All right, the Met Gala was last night.
I'm so tired.
Dress code was the Garden of Time, inspired by J.G. Ballard's 1962 short story of the same name. Celebs and designers got creative with interpretations of the theme. The annual event is a fundraiser for the Metropolitan Museum of Art's Costume Institute. The co-chairs this year were Zendaya, Chris Hemsworth, Bad Bunny, and Jennifer Lopez. And attendees included everyone from Usher to Kelsey Ballerini to Kim Kardashian to Tina Babalina.
To
just threw that name.
Randall Tex Cobb, Preston.
To Randall Tex Cobb. So here's the deal. There was too much to unpack. I went through and I started reading all this stuff, and it was just blah, 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 blah. Who wore what and where and all this stuff. And I scanned at some of it's just kind of old.
It's overwhelming, and I don't think it has the same impact. I think they're trying to strangle an impact out of it. If you're going to do the one takeaway story from last night was the insanely small waist that Kim Kardashian had. She's been, I guess, corseting for a while in preparation for this, and I don't know how tightly bound that thing is. I showed you the picture, Kathy. It can't be healthy.
It looks like it's crushing her organs.
Ew. Yeah, we pulled up a picture of it. Do you think there might be some photo work being done to make that
there's a
appear
couple
that
of
way?
pictures and video that show it really small.
The one story I was going to share, and that was going to be it, was the fact that Anna Wintour had banned 3 ingredients that could not be found anywhere on the menu. And she apparently was asked to not have any onions, garlic, or chives.
Well, I kind of protest that.
I do
I'm a
too.
fan of
Is it because of the smell?
Yes. She said those 3 things I am not particularly fond of.
I don't want to have farts.
And yes, that they have been banned from the menu.
They make me toot.
I got to get into this party. There's probably no candles either.
Probably.
Yeah, but I think you and she would come to blows after a while.
It was a I forget the exact theme, but it was a floral theme.
Yeah, she just said.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so if you want a little takeaway, I know you don't want to get into it, but that's what most of the wear was. And
the Garden of Time. Like somebody apparently had a dress that encircled them and had live butterflies in it.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Now, next year is supposed to be the original Short Circuit, Preston.
Oh, good. Marissa, you wanted to comment?
Yeah, I watched it. I like this stuff. It was overall pretty. I'm not going to call it lame, but it was low-key.
So, as an aficionado of this kind of thing, you would rate this a little bit lower, right?
Like,
okay,
there was
that's what I'm hearing.
Loki should be the theme sometime.
Big horn.
The big horn helmets.
Yeah.
Everybody could look pretty
Absolutely.
opulent and over the top. Wow. Okay, so yeah, it's just, it is what it is. It's a charity event, and lots of people show up, lots of famous people show up, and they wear outrageous outfits. So there you go. That
Unless
was
Lou Ferrigno's at it, I don't want to know about it.
So the roast of Tom Brady that aired this week on Netflix had some incredibly personal burns, which is what you get at a roast. And at one point, the late Aaron Hernandez, who died by suicide, was mentioned in a joke by Nikki Glazer. She had said, give it up for 0-time Super Bowl champion Randy Moss. Why don't you have a ring? What the hell, man? You're one of the best ever. Drew Bledsoe has a ring. Aaron Hernandez has a ring around his neck, she said. So I guess he hung himself?
Yeah, there were a few Aaron Hernandez jokes. I'm fine with all of them.
Really?
You're talking about a guy who was a murderer. Yeah, F that guy. I don't care.
Okay.
You know?
Well, his fiancee, Shanna Jenkins, thinks that it went too far and should not have been mentioned. She said, it's sad that I'm trying to raise my children in such a cruel world. She said, she also shared that she's sure that her 11-year-old daughter will see the joke, which doesn't make her happy. So I don't know squat about that guy. So
there was a documentary about him, and he had brain issues, which they say, which might have led to all of this stuff, including the murder and all of this. This kind of thing. So
murders and the killings
and the killings and the ring around the neck and the pocket full of posy.
It was a double murder, double homicide.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Back in 2012. And then shortly after being acquitted of the double homicide, he was found dead in his cell.
He was acquitted?
Yep.
Okay. Know that part.
It's crazy.
I don't know anything about this
hell.
stuff, but
Too many
nonetheless.
there's a lot of people on this planet. I can't keep track of
All right,
everything.
hang on. If he was acquitted, why was he still in jail?
Good behavior.
I wonder if he was just acquitted and hadn't yet been
Days
released.
after being acquitted. Yeah.
Maybe they keep you in there for good behavior, Steve. I never thought about that.
So you're so good, we can't let you go.
You're staying another
You
week.
are such a ray of sunshine, and with those white headphones, we just love you.
Wow.
Wait, well, how did I get tied in
I
here?
don't know. All right. Miss USA 2023 is stepping away from the crown. Noelia Voigt announced, or is it Noelia? Yeah, I guess so. Voigt announced May 6th on an Instagram post that she is resigning from the coveted title to focus on her mental health. She shared a lengthy message on social media with caption in part, I realize this may come as a large shock to many. Never compromise your physical and mental well-being. And then she thanks those who were for their unwavering support. She had a full list.
So shocked.
She wrote that her favorite part of her experience as Miss USA has been working with Smile Train and being an advocate for causes like anti-bullying, dating violence prevention, and immigration rights. And she also touched on her impact as the first Venezuelan-American woman to win the title. She said, deep down, I know that this is just the beginning of a new chapter for me. And my hope is that I continue to inspire others to remain steadfast, prioritize your mental health, advocate for yourself and others by using your voice, and never be afraid of what the future holds, even if it feels uncertain.
So who steps in now? Is it the Secretary of State?
I didn't read far enough to find out, Steve, to be honest.
Right? Because it's a question.
Yeah.
Does the former runner-up step in? I know that they're going to
the runner-up should.
Right.
Yeah.
And so the next one is in August, so they'll just wait it out.
No, I don't know. Usually the runner-up takes
Right.
over those roles, but I guess maybe they have to get official word from the runner-up
I
as
think
to
the
whether or not they want to do it. I don't
Governor of the state that she lives in can appoint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can appoint.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Casey, you have your hand up.
Well, yeah. I just want to go back to this Aaron Hernandez thing.
Okay.
He was already in jail serving a life sentence for a different murder. He
Okay.
was acquitted
Listen,
while
it's hard-
in prison
it's
for
hard to keep-
another murder.
Hard to keep track of them, right?
Yeah, he was
That's why when you go to prison, make sure you have some sort of filing system.
Yeah. Like your medical card or your
Right.
medical information. You want to have all of your convictions
it's
and
right
your
here.
appeals and everything that's going on in your world and what you were
By
acquitted
rights,
to.
they should punch your card every time you commit a murder.
Yeah, probably. Just so it's easy.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
You get the
spot.
10th one for free, guys.
Tiffany Haddish got involved in a car accident on the way to recording the latest episode of Dak Shepard's Armchair Expert podcast. Thankfully, she's okay, though a little banged up, but it made for an interesting episode. Shepard and Haddish spent the first several minutes of the episode dealing with the immediate aftermath of the accident, with the host noting that he had actually went and picked her up from the scene of the crash.
Well, she's had a couple of car crashes that were alcohol-based, right? I mean,
I don't know if they're car crashes
She was
or if she was
asleep.
passed out.
asleep.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you got to change things up.
While Haddish said she was uninjured following the scary moment, she confessed to feeling a little shaken up. And LA is a pretty small town, as the comedian tells it. She said, and then I see the guy out of his car. He's walking towards me, and he was like, are you okay? And then he said, oh, no, I hit my favorite person. It turns out she knew him from the Comedy Store. That fact and the wisdom of her years kept her reactions within reason, because she said, if this was 2003, I might have pulled a bat out and been like, I'm going to F up your car. You messed up my the car that Tyler Perry gave me. So I don't know who was at fault or what to what level the accident was, but nonetheless, she got into one. This was a sweet story. Last month, Christina Hendricks got married, and one person not in attendance was her mother, who suffers from Alzheimer's disease. So the couple married again so that mom could be there for it.
That's sweet.
Right?
It's such a cruel disease.
It is. She posted to Instagram and said, my mother has Alzheimer's and was not able to come to New Orleans for our wedding, so we brought the wedding to her yesterday in our backyard. They had initially tied the knot April 20th, but Hendricks knew a second ceremony was needed. She said, my mother has always been my best friend, and there was no way we were going to share our love and celebrate with the biggest supporter and cheerleader, without the biggest supporter and cheerleader of my life. So I thought that was really
That's what
really
Matt
nice.
Cord did. That's why they had that small wedding at his sister's house, because that's where his mom lives, and so that she could be there and see it all.
It's nice.
That's awesome.
It's a wonderful thing to do.
Excellent.
Kathy, you and I should get married someplace just to make somebody happy.
Aw.
And she's got to wear the headphones.
Wear the headphones.
And put
Oh
a
my
veil.
God. She looked like an angel.
It would fit right in. You could put the veil under your headphones.
She was all white and her headphones were white.
Yeah. So we have audio of this. Richard Simmons fans got a special treat from the health guru yesterday. For the first time in years, they actually got to hear his voice in a special video posted to his friends, fans, and followers. So he has been posting on social media occasionally, but that was always by text, so nobody's really heard his voice.
It's pretty cool.
In a while. So this is the clip that he played for his fans and friends.
Thank you so much for reading my messages. Roses are red, violets are blue. Do you know how much I love you?
And that was it?
It was part two.
Okay.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life.
Part three.
I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon, the Philosopher of Evil, and the Skull Sealer.
Now, remember last time we played some audio of him, it was a song that
Yes,
he
it
sang,
was.
and he was surprisingly impressive as a singer.
Well, you knew he had to be into Broadway and show stuff, so that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have talent to do it. But yeah,
Right.
he was pretty good. You can't help but love the guy.
Yeah.
He's a positive force. I hope everything is good in his life.
I do too. So we'll see if there's more that comes from him in the near future. Jeannie Epper. She was a stunt woman in the Wonder Woman TV show from the 1970s and passed away at the age of 83. She was a founding member of the Stunt Women's Association of Motion Pictures and has over 150 film credits. She more recently performed stunts. Now, keep in mind, she was 83, so the last work she did was a little while back. Fast and the Furious Tokyo Drift and Kill Bill Volume 2.
So that's fairly recent. If she was 83, she had to be up there.
Yeah. So Linda Carter, who played Wonder Woman in the 70s show, on the 1970s TV show, penned a heartfelt tribute to her friend on social media. She wrote, I loved her. I always felt that we understood and appreciated one another. Jeannie was a vanguard who paved the way for all the other stunt women who came after. Just as Diana was Wonder Woman, Jeannie Epper was also a Wonder Woman. Jeannie, I will miss you.
If you watch any of those shows, that $6 Million Man, $6 Million Woman, a lot of the stunts involved the stunt artist apparently getting up like on a step stool and jumping in slow motion because there's a lot of jumping, a ton of jumping.
Mm-hmm.
But man, kudos to her.
Yeah, I'm wondering what she did in Kill Bill, too, which would have been interesting. But yeah, she was apparently
She doubled David Carradine.
Well-respected stunt woman. Let's see. Riddick, Furia, I guess is how you say that. F-U-R-Y-A. Furia will begin production.
Furia.
Will begin production August 26th. Vin Diesel returns in the fourth film
my space family
in the series, and Furia will film in Germany, Spain, and the UK. Writer-director David Toy also returns for the fourth time.
He's a good director.
So Riddick was introduced in 2000 in the movie Pitch Black, and he was a prisoner on a spaceship that crashed on a planet where monsters came out at night.
Solid movie.
It was a really good movie. His ability to see in the dark made him a useful ally, albeit a reluctant one. 2004's The Chronicles of Riddick took Riddick across the universe and co-starred Carl Urban, Thandie Newton, and Judi Dench. The video game Chronicles of Riddick: Escape from Butcher Bay was released, and then he was in that game as well.
It's an excellent game.
2013's Riddick, again, stranded Riddick on an unusual planet. The new film sees Riddick return to his home of Furia
Furia!
after all these adventures. Diesel and his sister, Samantha Vincent, produced through his One Race Productions company. So that's getting underway. Production is getting started.
Man, I mean, the franchise is good. That game, which he really oversaw, that's his own video game company, was really well done. Terrific.
Yep. Diesel is also scheduled to conclude the Fast and Furious saga in Fast 11.
What he doesn't know is it actually probably concluded about 3 movies ago. Mm-hmm. I mean, once they got into outer space, that was pretty much the time to end it.
I got a new pronunciation for it, though. What about Furya?
Furya. Yeah, Furya would be, F-U-R.
Is that a planet of furries?
Fur and then Y-A. Furya. Maybe that's it. So, in case you had doubts about how David Cornsweet would fill out the iconic blue and red Superman suit, on-set pics from DC's Superman posted to Threads yesterday should put to rest any fears whether or not he can pull it off.
Kyle and I were talking about this. It puts me in mind, Preston, of it's very Cavill-esque in the way it looks. So I'm very excited.
Writer-director James Gunn released the pics, giving fans a first look at the latest version of the DC superhero. He is from Philadelphia, by the way.
What? Yes, which means he owes us an in-studio interview for all that we've done for him.
Alongside Cornsweet, the film will star Rachel Brosnahan as Lois Lane, Nicholas Hoult as Lex Luthor, with Skylar Gizondo is probably
problematic
Gizondo,
name.
As Jimmy Olsen.
You'd recognize him. He's from Gemstones. He's the stunt kid in Gemstones.
I never saw it. Oh, wait.
Righteous
I'm sorry.
Gemstones. You did see it.
Righteous Gemstones.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about
Uncut Gems.
Uncut Gems.
And he was also in that movie about getting too addicted to the internet that we all liked as well. It was sort of like
The
a
Social Dilemma.
Yeah, sort of a faux documentary.
Okay.
But he's a good actor. I like that kid.
Also, Anthony Carrigan will be playing Metamorpho. Eddie Gathegi will be Mr. Terrific. Nathan Fillion as Guy Gardner. And this gal was in our studio. Isabella Merced will be playing Hawk Girl.
Nice.
And
so they're gonna really stack it full of these characters. Might as well dive right in. And again, this is James Gunn, who can handle this kind of thing really well.
Yep. So it is set to open in theaters July 11th of 2025.
The question that was raising a lot of interest online, Preston, is in the background through the window, there's something happening in the sky.
Yeah.
Fury.
Yeah.
No, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah, so it looks like a giant eyeball shooting a ray or something like that. So we will see what that ends up being. This sounds interesting. Jenna Monroe's memoir, not memorial. Hearts of Darkness, Serial Killers, the Behavioral Science Unit, and My Life as a Woman in the FBI is getting turned into a TV show. And the memoir tells the story of Monroe's life in law enforcement and breaks down the minds of serial killers and the toll the job had on her mental health.
I saw a long interview with her. She's fascinating.
Now, if this sounds familiar, it's because she was the inspiration for Jodie Foster's Clarice Starling in The Silence of the Lambs. During her career, she's been consulted on over 850 homicide cases, including those involving Ted Bundy and Jeffrey Dahmer.
Do you know, she did that by what you were just saying, and I thought, wow, it is an interesting notion. What if you had the character of Monroe from Too Close for Comfort as an investigator, right, Case?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be great? I mean, the juxtaposition of his acting style with the brutality of Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Raj.
But maybe he would throw people off a little bit.
Yes, disarming.
And he would be able to.
You're not Clarice. No, I'm not.
He would dive deeper in. All right, one last thing. Season 20, long-running reality series Deadliest Catch, set to premiere, and the first trailer is out now.
Kathy, did you see it? Because I know you're a huge fan.
I did not.
Several fan-favorite cast members are returning, including Jake Anderson, who teams up with Sig Hansen on the FV Northwestern after losing his own vessel, Keith Colburn on the FV Wizard, and Wild Bill Wichrowski on the FV Summer Bay, and Jonathan Hillstrand coming out of retirement on the FV Time Bandit.
What's the FV stand for, do we know?
I don't know. The show returns June 11th. I watched some of the first season, and that was it. So.
I know that Kylie Jenner's in this season.
No, there's 20 seasons total. So.
The first couple of seasons, I really enjoyed it. I think some of the captains have passed away, and for as deadly a couch as it is, they're doing pretty well.
I was talking about these guys on Sunday because I basically looked like I was part of the cast because I was in rain gear or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Who do we have in the studio?
It was, I think, Sig.
It was
Yeah,
Sig?
yeah.
Okay. I just remember having people from, but I don't know the show well enough.
Yeah, I think he came with another guy who might have been one of the captains who died, Case.
All right, we are ready for clips. Chef Duff Goldman can't get enough of the Baking Championship Series because baking on TV is for millions opposed to making cake for 100. And here, the longtime Food Network star talks about the special moments that he shares with fans.
When people see me and they're not like talking like a famous guy, they're talking to a baker and they have like real, okay, so I was making this thing and the center of it kind of caved in and I thought like 325 and I was like, maybe you got to raise your temperature up a little bit. It's really nice to reach a lot of people. And so when I see that it's actually working, makes my heart glow.
Shut the f*** up!
Spring Baking Championship finale is streaming now. Here's our next clip. The Idea of You is the love story of a 40-year-old single mom and the 24-year-old boy band star that she meets at Coachella. And in this clip, Anne Hathaway and Nicholas Gillidsine recount the first scene they filmed together.
Riding bikes across sand. I fell off my bike 3 times.
But very gracefully.
Thank you. And then we had to, in bathing suits, jump into the freezing cold ocean, but make it hot. And then we got onto a beach and we made out, and then we put our clothes back on and then ran across Savannah and now you're in Barcelona, now you're in Italy, now you're in Paris. And it was such a trial by fire, trust exercise, bonding experience.
The Idea of You is available now on Netflix. I'm curious if Kathy will like it or not. Whether she comes around on Anne Hathaway.
I don't know. I'll try. I will try it.
That bitch doesn't have white headphones.
And that is it in the entertainment report.
I'm just doing like a little bit of a shallower dive on this new Superman, this Dave Corenswet. Like, dude, we got to get him in here.
Yeah,
like,
he
lives in Philadelphia right now.
When it was first announced, but I know that they're going to clamp down because they're actually still filming, obviously.
Yeah, well, yeah. So right now he's filming or whatever, but apparently, he just got married a year ago, and he and his wife is from Philadelphia.
There we go. So it's
got to make this happen.
I'm going to guess that probably some friends and family may listen to our program.
He went to the Shipley School.
Maybe they can help out.
Yeah. Would it be presumptuous to say that what he has become today as a man is in part due to this show?
Possibly.
I would say yes.
Well, I don't really know, but we can't say no, definitely.
All right.
So maybe somebody will reach out to us.
Somebody listening right now
put us in touch.
Knows him on a personal level.
Yeah.
And by the way, Steve, FV in Deadly Sketch stands for Fishing Vessel.
Fishing Vessel.
There we go.
All right, I could have left that out, I guess.
Yeah, well, whatever.
All right. So here we are on a Tuesday morning, and we're looking for the coolest teacher from Camden Academy in Camden, New Jersey. You guys are voting, so text word teacher to 39333. We just spoke to Tim Engie a little while ago, biology teacher of Hatboro Horsham High School, and he was blown away that he won. He thought it was rigged some way or another. But he is indeed the coolest teacher, so we're setting him up with all the prizes and all that. And we'll find out tomorrow who from Camden Academy is going to receive the honor, and you have to help us out with that. We're going to take a break because we are less than an hour away from Good Money It and your first chance at winning $1,000, so don't let that slide by. It'll be along at 8 a.m. We'll take a break and be right back. Stay with us. No leg to stand on at all to criticize anyone.
No.
At this point.
The Australian Shepherd.
Yep. It's a dog.
What's more ridiculous, having a dog?
Hell no, I'm here for the wedding. No, they invited me. Well, here's your proof. Look, it's wool all over me. I like to play a song I composed for the couple on my didgeridoo. Goes something like this.
Thanks for attempting to back me up, Casey. Yes, it would make more sense to have an actual human being, as opposed to your dog, be a witness at your wedding.
Yeah. How does a dog sign the witness sheet?
There's an ink pad.
By the way, I think I'm going to get lucky with the Shih Tzu at table 7.
Kathy actually had a family member pass recently. That's why she was gone last week.
It's been a bad streak for you, Kathy.
Thursday and Friday.
Yeah, I know. Seriously. My cousin passed away completely unexpectedly. It was very sad. We were all very close with him. He lived with my family growing up for a little bit of time. So it was a little more than just a cousin. We were pretty close to him. So it was sad. I flew down to Florida. They sort of did a celebration of life, is what they called it, and I was held at a family friend's house who opened their doors to my entire family and all of my cousin's close friends. And one of my cousin's friends was a musician, so he came out. He actually played some music, played some of my cousin's favorite songs. One of their other friends is a minister. He spoke, and we prayed, and all of that happened. But it happened in someone's backyard with palm trees overlooking the backyard. So it was a different feel. It was nice, and it was definitely, I think, a little more enjoyable than a traditional funeral would be. But I didn't think that, I don't know, there wasn't
the keg stands weren't appropriate.
Well, there wasn't time really for mourning. Yeah, and speaking of keg stands, one of my stupid cousins and his dumb girlfriend, who was like a mixture of Joan Rivers and the character Magna on Something About Mary.
Okay.
That's basically who his girlfriend was that he brought. Well, they took it as a party and a reason to just get wasted. And I just felt like it was so disrespectful, even though it was sort of that vibe. It wasn't a let's get wasted and party vibe.
Right.
And
unless you're like an alcoholic, and then everything is the let's get wasted and party vibe.
Well, and maybe that played a part into it, because they to me, they looked like they were high before they even got there.
Okay.
So I think they had something else going on. But when they walked in, they were like, yo, what is up?
Wow. Stop it.
I wanted to shove his face in a trash can.
How old are these people? Are they?
Oh, well, she told the entire party that she was 46. I'll tell you what, she was a minimum 60. Okay, she was not 46, but she continued to tell the party the entire day that she was 46 years old.
Well, all right. So there is a scene in Grown Ups in the beginning of the movie, because they all get together because their Little League coach dies.
Yeah.
And David Spade's character, he gets weird. He doesn't know how to act at a funeral. So when he sees all his old friends, he's like, "Hey, what's up?" He's like, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. These things weird me out."
Casey, that's kind of what it was. And my cousin looked like Panama Jack.
Really?
Yes.
What a mess.
And listen, people had everything. And listen, people, showed up some were in suits, and, other women were wearing black, but other people were a little more casual. I had like a long dress on. It really didn't matter, but they were a little over the top. It just was a little much. At one point, they were doing the electric slide in the backyard to not the electric slide music.
Yeah.
Like, I was just like, okay, we're enjoying music because his friend is here playing. Sit down. Sit the hell down.
This was just those two?
Yeah.
Just alone doing that?
Alone, just the two of them doing the electric slide in the middle of the yard.
I know.
Sit down.
I get that you're trying to go for a more upbeat vibe, but I don't know if I'd know how to act.
Listen, and everyone was kind of like, what are they
Do we
doing?
have fun?
How well do you, I know their family, but how well do you know them? I mean, do you only see them at family functions once in a great while?
This couple?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I only see him every once in a while. Fortunately, I don't have to be subject to him
Panama
that
Jack?
often.
Yeah.
Panama Jack and his 75-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah.
So them, no, I am not all that close with.
Anybody say anything to him?
Well, at the end of the night, when she told the widow's wife that she was a bad mother, then people said something to her.
Whoa.
Okay.
No.
Wow.
So,
And this is the girlfriend.
This is the girlfriend who half of us have never even met.
How long have they been dating?
I don't know. Casey.
What a bitch.
Oh, my God.
That's just a bad person.
Yeah. It was pretty late when it finally all wrapped up and ended.
Did she arrive in a golf cart by any chance?
No, I don't know.
Steal it from the retirement home?
I don't know. And I avoided them at all costs. I just kept telling my brothers, I was like, I'm avoiding the situation. Like, I'm not going near them. I'm avoiding them. So, of course, I'm waiting in line for the bathroom, and both of them walk out of the bathroom together. I'm like,
oh,
really?
my God. Yeah. They were banging in the bathroom?
I think
they were doing something.
I think they were probably doing something else in the bathroom. I don't know that they were banging. So then I ended up having to be in a conversation with them, which was awesome, which is where I learned she was 46.
Yeah, by the way, if you're 60, Wouldn't you rather be looking good for 60 or terrible for 46?
You better look good for 60 than terrible for 46.
Exactly. And you know what, though? And she ruined it because she told a story later on in the day.
About meeting Eisenhower?
No, that aged her. Yes,
Yeah.
that aged her. And me and my mom figured it out. And we're like, okay, she's at least 58.
So I told him Normandy invasion will work. But anyway, enough about me.
A couple of people are texting and saying, "Hey, you can't have funeral without fun."
Yeah.
No, and listen, but there was. Listen, like my cousin who passed away, his brother is a very fun person, and he was distraught over the loss of his brother, but enjoyed himself, had fun. We told stories about him. There was fun to it. It wasn't this couple didn't need to do that.
Yeah,
They
the difference
killed
between-
it. They made it awkward, and they were disrespectful.
Right. It's the difference between a pleasant, upbeat affair, a positive, life-affirming memory.
Celebration of life as opposed to, look at me!
You honestly, you really you need to take the lead from those closest to the deceased, right? So those most affected by the deceased death,
follow
whether
that.
a husband, wife, kids, brother, sister, whatever, you take the lead from them. If they seem to be having a good time and upbeat and all that sort of stuff, then you take that lead, right? If they're not, then you need to kind of be at their level or lower. Yeah.
But your cousin's just an a-hole. I mean, that's all there is to it. Was the family all talking about it?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's the risk you run with something like that. Is that people, but again, someone who has even the most basic social skills would know how far to push it. You should not be doing the electric slide.
Yeah.
At a funeral.
And so, even though it's a completely different occasion, they would be the a-holes at the wedding too, probably.
Yeah,
right?
I'm sure. They clearly had some issues that need to be worked out. So I'm sure that was the main reason for them. But
This is the way we did it at Gatsby's house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. I just wasn't into it. And
Yeah.
What's that? I can't wait to see Ham-Ass 2, Casey's Revenge.
Ham-Ass 2.
Some
Wait,
people,
when was Ham-Ass 1?
Yeah, maybe the first.
a lot of people were calling for now my involvement with the Greater Philadelphia Film Office, Miney and the Effed Up Horse.
Miney and the Effed Up Horse gets made finally.
Finally. There's that one, and what was the other movie?
What was the other one that
Isn't there another
we kept
one?
referencing?
Oh, yeah. Stinky and...
Stinky
goes to college?
Does it Stinky go to college? No.
My name after poor. Maybe it's Stinky.
I think it's Stinky goes
Is
to
it
college.
Stinky goes to college?
It's Stinky goes to college.
There's a couple of other
There was a script floating around for one of them. For
Miney and the Effed Up Horse.
Yeah.
Well, there was a cast listing for that.
That's what it was. Yeah.
It was a movie that we would have loved to have had made. I think it was the time that Barbaro got sick.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Miney
And Miney, wasn't that when the miners in Pennsylvania were stuck underground?
Sure.
And,
So it's a powerful story.
Miney.
It's like that Antonio Banderas movie meets Seabiscuit.
An author, his name is Yuval Harari, argues in his book, which is called Sapiens, A Brief History of Humankind, that gossip is the foundation of our species' survival. Gossiping or sharing social knowledge involves retrieving previously acquired information about an individual from our vast social network, a process that's more complicated than this sounds.
So how far does it go back?
It goes all the way back, I guess.
Guess who put finger in Stegosaurus?
Oh, my God.
Are you effing kidding me, Og? Saw it with own eyes. Put finger right in Stegosaurus. Then sniffed it. Get out. Saw it
with own eyes.
With own eyes. I bet at some rudimentary level it was part of campfire talk.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
Stegosaurus facing away. Og walk up, finger go in. I saw it. Own eyes.
Of course, it's the original storytelling, probably, man.
Yeah.
Steve, I have a response to somebody texted over. Give me the story again about the Stegosaurus, please, because I have a response to that.
All right. Og, put finger in Stegosaurus. Saw with own eyes.
Shut the front rock.
So dumb. You are so dumb.
Yeah.
Shut the front rock.
Saw it.
And somebody else said, get out of cave. Shut the front rock. So thank you to Clint Buffington?
Clint Buffington. Sounds like a pretend name, but it's real.
Yes, and I almost said Clunt Biffington.
Clunt. Name is Clunt. Clunt Buffington.
Biffington.
Punk.
Clunt. Biffington. Because it's Clint Buffington.
Clunt Biffington.
There you go.
What's your name, stranger? Biffington. Clunt. Biffington. Did you say Clunt? Clunt? That's not a name I've ever heard. Many Indians in this area have all sorts of exotic names, but Clunt's not one that I've heard.
Clunt.
Well, you heard it now.
So he's the guy that finds the messages in bottles, and he actually tracked down the one that was dropped off of the cruise ship. A guy who was on a Carnival cruise ship. He's from Philadelphia and had been floating out there for years, and he found it and got back to him. So
that was
cool.
cramp-diffled.
Cramp-diffled. A Florida man was sentenced to 5 years in prison Wednesday after his wife died in a crash while the couple was having sex and he was driving while intoxicated.
All right, so she's straddling him, or what?
Yeah,
okay,
that's exactly how
that
it
can
was.
be dangerous.
Matthew Notebart and his wife had just left a country music concert. The pair was having...
That's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Going to pass along a butt plug, a charity plug, if you will. I got this email from a guy named Jim Brown, who asked me to do this. Said, "Hey, Preston, Steve, my name's Jim. I work as a letter carrier for the United States Postal Service in Cherry Hill/Haddonfield. I need your help to get the word out about Stamp Out Hunger, the National Association of Letter Carriers annual food drive." He said on one day, over 350,000 carriers will collect food, and all anybody has to do is just put a bag of food out at your mailbox on Saturday, May 11th.
That's a wonderful idea.
That's simple. He said, "We do the rest. All food collected stays local, too." So I know you do so much in the late fall, early winter for feeding the hungry, and hopefully you can spread the word as we collect late spring. Happy to do that. So this Saturday, just put out a bag of food with your mail, and your mail carrier pick it up. This is all of the entire country, and the food's going to stay local. So that's a cool thing. I wanted to pass that along. And that's from, like I said, Jim, National Association of Letter Carriers, local number 769.
Nice.
So thank you for letting us know about that, Jim. I appreciate that. Man, there's something else I was going to mention, too. Oh, our blood drive. Yesterday, we announced you can officially start signing up for that.
Yeah.
It is now active if you would like to help out with that. So WMMR.com, PrestonandSteve.com to get on there and sign up and get your name in and find a slot before the one that works for you is taken up. And that date is going to be Friday, June 14th, by the way.
Nice.
2 locations, too. Live Casino Hotel in Philly and the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center at Oak. So that is now active.
And we have our eye on, we don't like to set, goals, but we wouldn't mind a record this time around.
Absolutely. And Nick, we'll hit this in the next segment. There's another event coming up. There's a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
This is where all these things start happening. These charity events, and they're great, but they're voluminous, and we won't overwhelm you with them. We'll do them a few at a time. But there's one that Nick's very near and dear to his heart that we'll get to around the Bizarre File time. Okay. Oh man, I just threw the story.
Oh no, we need this story. This is one you pulled out with Kathy in mind, correct?
Well, we'll see what her opinion is on this. You guys know there's I'm pretty well. I'm not even gonna preface this. I'm just gonna start here. Social media users have been horrified by learning about something called waffle stomping. Okay.
Right. This is real. I saw the article myself.
Yeah, it's actually from a post on Reddit. It's a little older. It was originally posted on 2022, but it's starting to resurface again. So waffle stomping.
I'm not going to take part in that.
According to this guy. What's that, Nick?
I was asking.
Let your mind run wild.
I just want to ask if it has anything to do with actual waffles.
Nope.
Okay, thank God.
Not at all. No, we're not going to sully waffles at all. The man who posted this is out of Australia. Andrew Carpenter, his name. He's a lawyer in Australia, and he said that his wife poops in the shower and stomps it down the drain.
No, stop it.
And he said she even broke the news to me while laughing about it. He said, she said to him, "You know what a waffle stomp is?" She asked me as she laughed and laughed so hard she started crying.
This isn't true.
"I feel disgusted and betrayed." You don't believe this is true?
No. You can find this, and this is because obviously, there are different cultures, and But in this case, this is and the waffle is created by the grate in the in
the drain,
shower drain, and hence the waffle.
I love the
stuff.
name.
I had never heard about this.
No.
But a lot of people responded back that they had.
Some people did indicate that they had heard of this before, and that's why I thought it was worth bringing up.
I don't think I could.
I don't think I could poop in the shower.
Or
I don't think I'd bring myself to do that. I mean, like if it was inevitable and I really had to go, sure.
Yeah.
But I don't think I could consciously go, I'm just going to take a dump right
like
here.
a horse standing and dump. To me, I'd have to.
I need to
Would you hunch over?
Yeah.
What about
you get in that dog position?
Right.
I was at the beach one time, and my friend Bart, I'm going to name him, pooped in the ocean, and I found that to be first of all disgusting. Second of all, how? Like he had to go. I think he had to go so bad. So I felt, and he didn't have time to like sprint off the beach and back to the boardwalk or the house or whatever. So he sprinted into the ocean, and that was his solution. I can't imagine myself finding the correct position to do that.
Right.
Nick, when I lived at the shore for a period of time, I had a friend who was a lifeguard, and that was what they did every morning. They would go out because they would go out on these long swims at like 6 in the morning before their shift.
Do you know how long I've been using the ocean? And only to hear about this now.
And that's what they would do.
I guess they didn't have much of a choice, right?
I think it was. I mean, for
Or
this
they just
one
did it out of
specific
convenience.
person, I think it was convenience, and it was like freeing,
Dude,
and he enjoyed it.
I know that there's all sorts of sea life taking a dump in the ocean. I got it, but there's something
Not the
about
same
that
thing.
I
that
just
just
don't-
makes me
human.
I don't think I could actually do that like while submerged.
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
Like my
I
body.
don't. I agree with you 100%. I think it would feel so alien.
Well, and I honestly think that as things open up down there, a little bit of seawater is going to work its way
Right.
in.
And before you know
what I
it,
mean?
you have sea monkeys in your ass.
Yeah, and oh my God. Little colony of sea monkeys
Putting on their Shakespearean plays.
living in your colon.
And one will always wear a crown because they do elect a king.
Let me ask you guys, not you, Kathy, because I already know the answer
Right,
from you.
okay, thanks.
Actual poop humor? Is there humor in it? Like, is it
Yes.
funny to
Yes.
give your friend an upper decker?
No.
Okay.
Are you talking about like literally in
Literally, or-
in real life, not talking about it, but you leave
Actually
a turd
doing
in
it.
somebody's bed or something like that? No, it is not funny.
I would find that
It is
that would be
not funny in the slightest.
Exactly. A
You
bridge
would-
too far. An
yeah.
upper decker, anything like that involves joking about it verbally and
Yes.
and
Right.
declaring intent. Yes, that is humorous. Executing a dump in someone's bed or an upper decker, no.
Right. Like taking a dump in somebody's bathtub and leaving it there is
No.
not funny.
Okay.
No.
Funny to who though? Because
Okay.
hang on. Let's say it's a group of buddies, mooks, you back in the day, and you do it to one guy who's also part of the crew. It's not victimizing them. It's not you're not
Right.
You're not bullying someone. That might be funny. Not to that guy. To that guy, it's not funny at all. Now, if you mean to the recipient of said joke, no, it's never
Right,
funny.
so that's what I was
never
basing it on.
funny.
Recipient to the lunatic who does it, it may be the funniest thing they've ever done.
Right.
And for them, it will be funny. But I was using the same parameters, Preston. The recipient of the joke, I would not find it funny. And I have an incredibly broad sense of humor, but to me, that unless they cleaned it up.
Yeah. Well, all right. So what if, because I feel like I ruined this golden opportunity. I was at my buddy Jeff's house.
Yeah.
This is, 2 years ago. And I just started taking the fiber. So I had to do some business in his house.
Right.
I left him about 3 feet. And I flushed it. And I was like, I should have left that there. I thought that would have been funny. In the actual toilet bowl.
Yeah. I mean, I think to me it depends. You have to read the person. For example, I don't think, if you're with the ladies' book club, it probably won't go over so well.
Right.
But
Right.
I think if you're with your buds, perhaps.
Yeah.
And if it's something you've sort of set as a goal to achieve the longest bowel movement.
Is there something psychologically wrong?
Well, that's for greater minds than ours.
Here's a text from somebody, and I don't know what this means. It says, I can tell none of you have pooped in a cemetery, and it shows. What in the hell does that mean?
Hang on.
Is that like you love to fly and it shows?
Maybe it's like that. I don't really know.
I know somebody who lost their virginity in a cemetery.
Yeah?
While pooping.
No, not while pooping.
That's weird.
To me, the notion of taking maybe they were left with little options, like Case when you have to get out of the car and
loading dock area. Yeah, I remember. When
to me, it seems no. I wouldn't get any pleasure from taking a dump in a cemetery.
Here's somebody who says, my friends who live at the shore, they call that a sea dump. Kathy, what you were talking about.
A sea dump?
Yes, they would do that when they would...
That's the dangerous catch.
Come to the beach hungover.
All right, what is your... All right, so now, like, Wildwood has they have porta pots on the beach?
Yes.
I still can't bring myself to... listen, I'll just go home if I need to dump. But, like, if your two options were to porta pot poop or... ocean poop.
Porta pot.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with those things. It's disgusting. It's not fun. It smells bad. It's a weird sensation. But if I got to go, I'll go in one of those things. It doesn't bother me.
By the way, if you're going off, you're going into how far away from general swimming? If you can execute that act into the ocean, what is the respectable distance?
No, it's not respectable. It's not. There is none. There isn't any.
You're going to need some footing.
I think. Yes.
You're going to need footing. So anything, maybe chest, nipples up that high in the water.
So the person that I know that used to do this, first of all, they were out there very early in the morning, like 5, 6 a.m. So there wasn't really anyone else in the water, and they were way far out.
Okay, so they were floating. They
couldn't touch. They couldn't reach. Well, because they were lifeguards, so they would do these workouts.
They train you to poop in the ocean.
Well, they would do these workouts, and they go, they would have the buoy set up for them and all that, and that's much farther out.
Right.
What if you're? Don't they swim in groups?
What?
Yeah, they would swim in groups.
So
I can't remember if it was all of them or this was his story, but I can't remember if it was like the whole group and they would all do it or just him. Let me find out. I'm going to text him.
Let me go to Mike. We're talking about this phenomenon we had never heard of before. It's called a waffle stomp. And it's where this guy's wife says that she would poop in the shower and use her feet in the drain to clean it up. And by the way, in this article, the doctors obviously recommend that you do not do this.
No?
That there is a chance of E. coli and all kinds of other horrible things that can can lead to infections on your feet if you have open wounds and blah blah blah.
Well, this also listen. We hate to take on serious topics like this because we know you look. But I mean, this needs to be addressed.
Yes. Let me go to Mike. Hi, Mike. Good morning.
Morning.
What's up, bud?
Yeah, so I remember hearing about this back in like 2011, 2012, back in like the Bonnaroo Music Festival days.
Oh my God. Okay.
Waffle stomping.
So you'd heard that term, waffle stomp?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. Did you ever do it?
It's been tempting.
Okay.
It's been tempting? Day 3 of drinking heavily and doing whatever else you're doing out there,
At one of these music festivals at Bonnaroo?
Correct.
All right, so let me get this straight. So are you simply going outside in the great outdoors? Because the waffle stomp technically involves you being in a shower with a drain.
The staff members have like a shower with running water in it.
Okay. All right. So that would be a waffle stomp.
Does the staff have bathrooms too?
Yeah. I mean, if you have showers.
No, they have rows of porta potties. I think the more upscale ones may have their flexible toilets, but not us peasants.
All right. Thank you, Mike.
The waffle stomping is not as cultured.
So I'm assuming this woman has a working toilet in the same vicinity as her shower.
How dramatic. So if you set up a rolling list of what would mandate this, I could see if you have a phase 6. I cannot leave. I've got to go right now.
Sure.
But you're exactly right. I would, in a second, step out, dry off, go to the toilet, and use it the way a human would use it.
Or maybe you sharted. You're in the.
There we go.
You're in the shower and you think you're going to fart. And oops.
Understandable.
A little bit more.
I think a lawyer could argue that.
I would be like, thank God I'm in the shower.
Yeah.
At that point.
Oh, happy day.
Because you would have had to have eventually ended up in the shower anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
To clean one's private.
I told you guys about the time I was at a bar. I was at Harpo's on Laclede's Landing in St. Louis, and I just thought that I'd just was passing gas.
Oh.
And it was crowded. It was like a college bar. And I let fly. And
Hey, everybody, Kenny Knight is here tonight. Kenny Knight.
I knew immediately, and I was with people, and I could not say anything to anyone. Man. I stood, and I'm like, and we had just gotten there not that long. I stood there for an hour in one spot. I had other people go get me beers, and eventually I had to pee and I had to actually walk. I had to move, and I went to the bathroom, and it was packed. No stalls, nothing. It was a college bar. It was that type of thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep.
And so,
were you trailing?
No, I wasn't trailing. It was contained.
Okay.
By then, it had soaked into the fabric. And I used the bathroom, and then I eventually confided in somebody. I'm like, you got to get me out of here.
Dear God.
I know.
Dear God.
It was terrible.
So you're frozen.
Horrible.
You're locked.
In my own filth.
And you're trying to figure out an equation that can extricate you from this.
Yeah.
And it also, I mean, doesn't it like start to like bother your skin?
Well, that would take a long time.
Yeah, that would take a long time.
Yeah, I mean,
like a baby with diaper rash or something.
Yeah, I think.
I don't think it takes as long as you would think.
I think it would take longer than.
How long do you think?
I think like 12, 14 hours. Maybe I don't know. I've never tested it. But
all right, let's test it. Everybody, poop your pants right now.
I think it's also you're dealing with very fresh baby skin as opposed to seasoned, often pooped on skin.
How long?
Hey, we had Tori Spelling the other day who peed in her
diaper,
her kid's
diaper because she was stuck in traffic.
That's an emergency.
An emergency.
And an actually pretty resourceful solution to
I
the
once
problem.
defecated in the ashtray.
Oh my God!
Because I had nowhere to go.
Well, you know, and you don't use your ashtray. You're not a smoker.
No, I'm not a smoker, so it was clean.
I used to have one of those little thingies that you would. I always kept it in the trunk of my car.
A portable toilet,
just to pee in.
Oh yeah,
you
of
know?
course. We used. In fact, a company sent us those.
Yeah,
dude.
And you know what? I actually would love to find it because I could have used it.
You know, it's funny. So when we were doing Bucksco versus Delco,
yeah,
and since Bucksco won, I put you first, Kathy, not Delco versus Bucksco.
I know, we won both times.
You guys won both times. But on that very first one, when I was driving back from Pennsbury, we were stuck in the traffic jam, which is the only reason why you won that thing.
I remember, yeah.
Yeah, it was the only reason she won. But it
wasn't muck and paste.
But it was not muck and paste. But dude, it was me in the car. It was me. I think Connor was driving. And it was somebody else was driving, but then we had a female intern in the car. I had to pee so bad. And I'm like, oh my God.
Cup your hands.
Well, no. Like, so A, I had to pee. B, we were stuck in bumper to bumper traffic, so I couldn't get on the turnpike.
Yeah.
So there was no way for me to pee out there. And so and we had a female intern, and I was like, are you okay with me going to the bathroom in this Gatorade bottle?
My God.
You know,
and what
because I had no choice.
No, and you have to out of deference.
Wait,
you don't want to be Me Too.
Why couldn't you just pull over on the side of the road?
Because it was the
barbaric.
turnpike. It was the turnpike. There was no
Shoulder.
There was no shoulder to go onto at where we were. So there was no. Believe me, I have no problems peeing outside if there was a place for me to go.
By the way, here's a text, and this is interesting. It says, do people not poop at the same time every day? I know exactly when to not take a shower. There are some people who are like clockwork.
Jim Antes.
Who really? Mm-hmm. He knows he's got his time.
Not only that,
I've gone through moments of my life where long stretches where that was the case, and it was great.
I'm currently in one.
Are you?
It's my newest golden age.
Okay,
where I, Preston, with a certain degree of accuracy, I know when I'm going to need to, and then if I sit down and I want to, I can.
How dependent is that schedule on like your eating schedule, right? So if that guy that just texted in eating
at the same time,
I think it can certainly feed into it, no pun intended. But I also think psychologically, like I told Nick will know in the morning here when we're in the studio, I will go away for a little bit. That is my morning thing.
Go away for a little.
And then I go. I don't use the bathrooms though. There's a small production studio. No.
I like to think that you're off like watering the Pachysandra.
I do.
The flowers
or taking a hairy dump.
Yeah. All right, we have a lot of people on hold. Right. I want to go to a couple calls here. I'm going to go to Nick. Hi, Nick. Good morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, man. What's up?
So I'm listening in. I have been pooping in the ocean for years, not chronically. And I want to preface this by saying I am not a sicko. I make sure I go far away from people or early in the morning if I'm out there. But yeah, I mean, if you got to go, you got to go.
Are you doing it out of convenience or necessity?
Or lazy?
More or less if it's the right time and I just have to. Like if I can't make if you're in Wildwood and the boardwalk's a mile away, and not to mention those toilets aren't always the best. Sometimes you just got to do it.
So what would you consider, so you're amongst a bunch of bathers at the beach, what would you consider an appropriate distance to move away from those bathers to take a dump?
You got to go with the tide. If the tide's pulling you left.
Suddenly you're Magellan.
Go down tide, so it just floats down the ocean. But I'd say 50 yards.
I was going to say 50 yards sounds about right.
Yeah,
All right.
Nick, what if you ended up with a giant turd on your back? Not your turd, from somebody else's.
Casey raises the exact point.
The ocean is. Do you realize how big the ocean is?
Yeah, and I've seen things floating, and it's not big enough.
It's not big enough.
Listen, I saw a used feminine hygiene product floating, and I've seen things. Okay,
things you don't want to relive. I'm sort of hearing what Casey's saying here, Nick. But you've never had. You're confident that when you've done this, it's dissipated or moved in a proper direction.
Look, don't get me wrong. It's not that I want to. I don't go out there with the mindset. I'm gonna poop today. But if you had, a couple adult beverages and you don't want to make it all the way back to the boardwalk.
What do you use, if I may ask? Have you turned to Sea Life to wipe? Will you grab a passing fish?
It's the good old fashioned water. It's just like a
It's like a bidet.
It's like a bidet.
Nick, just do me
God's
a favor.
bidet.
Do me a favor. For now on, I would much rather you just dig a hole in the sand, tie a towel around your waist.
Casey, that's how you go to jail.
Yes, he's making a good point. By the way, he raises another good point.
Is it illegal?
Is it illegal to defecate in the ocean?
In my world, if I was making the rules, yes, it'd be illegal for you to do that. Nick, can you please do me a favor, Nick? Can you just leave me your address? Because if I ever end up with somebody else's poop on my body in the ocean, I'm just going to come blame you, and I'm going to come kick your ass. If that's okay.
Thank you, Nick. We appreciate your honesty,
He's honest,
sir.
man.
Thank you very much.
Laying bare his soul.
Let me see. All right, so Dan has been on hold for a long time. Let me go to him. He works in a jail. Hi, Dan. Good morning.
Good morning, Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. You a guard, Dan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what have you observed that you wanted to share with us?
You would not believe the amount of women that, while they're leaving jail, poop in the shower.
So you're saying while they're leaving jail as sort of a final FU?
Maybe. I don't know what it is, but it's just women.
And are they executing, it sounds like they're not, the waffle stomp? Are they leaving it there as sort of a declaration?
Well, in this shower that I'm speaking of has like this black, thick rubber mat with holes in it, like
in a kitchen. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yep.
And they'll lift up this mat, poop, throw the mat back down over.
Oh, my God.
Well, that seems to be an FU.
Yeah.
That seems to be a statement.
Yep.
Rather than I was less than
the
satisfied with your facility.
Always the women.
Always the women.
All right.
Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you, Dan.
Where's the
Appreciate
Netflix
it.
special about that?
Wow. Man, oh, man.
Brown is the new black. All right. Brown is the new black.
Where are we going, Case? You wanted to go to line 8?
Yeah, only because I want to hit this button right here.
Oh, okay. Gary! It's Gary who's online. Hi, Gary. Good morning.
I just want to see what Kathy's face looks like right now in this conversation.
When you, yeah, I know. Yeah. All right.
Well,
go ahead.
This story happened about 20-some years ago. I was, let's start off. I wasn't feeling good the night of, but I finally got to date with this really hot girl. Couldn't pass it up. So I'm at a restaurant, and, everything's going good. And all of a sudden, I feel a little rumble in my tummy. I'm like, oh, boy, this is not going to turn out good. Thought it was going to be a dry one. Turned out to be a wet one.
Uh-oh.
So I sat there for a good maybe 40 minutes, just sitting there, letting it stew before I went to the bathroom. So get to the bathroom, finally, get to the bathroom. I page my friend. That's how long ago it was.
Wow.
He calls me.
911.
Yeah, and, it was a multiple 911s. Called him. Took about an hour to get to the restaurant. Came with pants and underwear.
Wow.
So as Gary, so at this point,
wow.
You know what? It would probably be well advised to keep, and I never thought about this, keeping the pants and underwear in the car.
Yeah.
I have never had a situation that would mandate that, but I would hate to be caught if I did.
Because I play golf, I always have a change of clothes in my car.
Okay.
And because you never know when you might want to go out and play, so I've always
Like you can't use any one of those 18 holes?
Gary, so your buddy, did you designate now? Did your date notice that you changed clothes, or did you designate?
I was just going to say, luckily I had the same pair of pants
that
I had at home, the same color.
Wow.
So I just, got changed in the bathroom.
Smooth.
And later on that night, it was going good. Went back to her apartment. It's been so long at this point that we're going back to her apartment, and everything's going good. And it just dawns on me, I'm like, oh crap! I've had crap in my pants for the last 4 hours. So hopped in the shower real quick, and baby rash was there. So it was pretty.
Baby rash was there. So Gary, are you still friends with your buddy?
Yes. we
How
are.
often does the story come up?
A little bit more than I liked it for this time,
Yeah.
but it does.
It should.
That is a true buddy, though.
Yeah.
That is where you have a shovel buddy and you have a
All right. Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it, bud. Oh, my
sharp pants buddy.
Wow. All right, we got to wrap up here, Casey.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, I've got other. Well, let me go to this one, and then we will wrap up this conversation for those of you who cannot stomach it any longer. Tom, you are on the air. You're going to be our last caller. Hey, man.
Big brown Guatemalan nipples.
Getting sucked on by all sorts of pimples. What's up, Tom?
So speaking of poop pranks, someone I worked with pulled one at work. And Steve, if you're listening, buddy. So I used to work as a tech at a car dealership.
Okay.
And this guy, he got the idea to poop in one of those cookie tins. Like the Danish cookies.
Yes, and I love those cookies.
He was going to go present it to one of the service raiders up in the office. So he executed this. We just couldn't really believe that he was going to do this. And the guy just about puked when he opened the cookie tin.
Yes.
It was gross.
To me, I would not find, if I was the recipient.
At work?
Yeah, at work.
That's a line that's crossed.
Did he get fired?
In a tin that was previously filled with cookies I love?
Yeah.
Tom, what were the repercussions of that?
Remarkably, nothing. Didn't get fired. Nothing came of it. It was just kind of like, I think everybody was shocked that he even did this. It's just so gross.
Wow.
But, I've seen some things at that dealership. So
did anybody find it funny?
No, like laughing, like I can't believe he just did that.
Right,
like, dude.
So that's, I think, it literally becomes shock and awe.
Yeah.
If people are so blown away that they don't know. We probably should have fired him then.
Yeah.
What made you think to do that? Like.
Yeah. Dumbfounded, isn't it? Like you don't know how to react.
I don't know what to do.
All right, thanks, Tom. I appreciate it. Yeah, Casey, to answer your question, I think no. It's not funny.
It's not funny.
Like it could, it would never be received as funny. Maybe a tiniest percentage of.
You're such a chuckle monster.
Of some people might find that humorous, but that's just that's crossing the line. I think so.
I don't see that going over at your law firm today.
No.
Well, we had never heard of the term waffle stomp before, but apparently this is. Oh God, we're playing Two Girls in a Cup. But you don't do that.
No.
So there's E. coli and all kinds of other bacteria found in that, and if you're stomping with your feet, you're getting it on there.
And if you have a cut on the butt, no, mind you, I'm sure you're in a shower with running water, but you don't want to take the risk.
No.
Use the plumbing that you have in your bathroom.
Yep, that's a new one to me. All right, so thought we would share. It's what we do.
I think we saved.
We share things.
We saved lives.
We did. We do. We've possibly saved lives for all we know, right, Kath?
Yeah, sure.
All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We're going to get into the bizarre file, and we have your first chance of winning $1,000 with Good Money It. Do not miss the opportunity. We'll be right back. Bart drove to a canal.
Wow.
The wife, the crash left his wife, Amanda, dead at the... And Matthew severely injured at the hospital. Deputies confirmed that he was indeed under the influence. Authorities said that Matthew admitted to being naked and that Amanda was sitting on top of his lap when he drove off the end of the road and struck the opposite canal. Yeah.
That's where I think the safest thing to do is if you're going to be in the front seat, doggy style, right?
Yeah. So you can both see what's
exactly,
coming up.
Yeah.
You can both
Look
steer.
out! Sorry, I didn't see that.
Yeah. Hands on the wheel.
Yep.
All four.
So you put the seat back. It's going to be a little snug. I'm not going to lie.
Does the person in front work the pedals and the steering wheel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
It could.
You're holding on the wheel. It's like this. You're holding on
could.
the wheel. You're hunched over.
Yeah.
Yeah. It works.
It could do that.
Trust me.
All right. We'll
Did it in the Subaru.
After his 5-year sentence, Notebart will be on probation for 5 years. That's a good question. I've never had I was going to say the balls, but I guess that would be right, to do it while actually driving in motion. That's just crazy.
69 in a rickshaw.
I mean, like full on. I'm talking about intercourse.
Yeah, no, I know.
There are other things that you can do while driving, but that is just.
Well, you not Kathy, but you can do it.
Well,
No, you could get roadhead. Can you say that?
No.
We'll find out.
We'll find out.
Who are you?
Have you ever?
Ew, that's so yucky.
There's your answer.
And now we're back. This brief fling to a normal sexual life, and now we're back.
I like how you make the word "ew" 12 syllables.
I want you guys to understand.
Okay. It's a little emphasis that she puts on it. Some of these texts are crazy. Had a guy friend who was with his wife and finished and yelled "hot soup."
Hot soup. That's dirty talk for Bill.
He said, "Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Soup. Minestrone. Minestrone. Chicken noodle.
Chowder.
Soup is sexual. Soup is dirty. Gets all over the floor. Gets on the pillows. Soup's bad.
I miss Bill.
Split pea.
Stevie wakes up having a nightmare about it.
Split pea. Clam chowder. What, honey? You're bathed in sweat. I had a bad dream. Third leg of the stool, open barn door. What are you saying?
He just blurts them out.
Oh, dear God. Kathy, here's this story that I promised I would bring up to you.
Lipstick?
A lipstick. Apparently isn't just a little pop of the color. It can be much more powerful. Bobby Rimmel, a gynecologist and oncologist at Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, says for cancer patients, lipstick often serves as a symbol of health and vibrancy.
Huh.
And says that lipstick helps restore a normal sense of self that a patient can lose during an incredibly difficult cancer treatment and help them feel like themselves.
I was never a lipstick wearer. I never wore lipstick until, I guess as I aged, I started wearing it more. So
was it your first rainbow party that...
Stop it. So, yes, I think it does help you, feel better about yourself. And especially if, maybe if they're going through chemo and they've lost their hair or whatever it is, just that little bit of lipstick, I could see that
could make
helping
you feel
them.
wonderful.
Look, I've got a whole bag of lipsticks here, so.
All right, put on something.
Anybody? I just did.
Let's hear it so people can hear your how much lipstick you have.
Oh, okay.
You have your bag there?
Yeah.
Pour it out on the table.
Okay. Here.
This is Kathy's cosmetics
little
array.
brush.
What is your I'm going out and I want action with an illegal alien? What's that lip? No, what is your I want to, as Preston says, you want to just feel your absolute best.
You want to look sexy.
You want to be sexy.
Well, listen, it depends on the time of year.
Say you're going to like a police function and there'll be a lot of guys in uniform there.
Well, in that case, I'd wear this lipstick. No, it depends on I wore darker lipstick throughout the winter, and I just got my spring colors. So there's a lot of blushes and roses in there. Those type of colors.
Do you love watching? I love watching my wife put on lipstick. Yeah, I think it's very sexy.
Come on, guys, let's put on some lipstick.
You have food in your mouth. How am I gonna put lipstick on?
Let him eat first. He needs to eat. Yeah, a little bit of chaw.
By the way, I'm so mad.
Why?
Because my bagel was supposed to have butter on it. It had cream cheese. Oh, man.
Is that what you were gesturing to me about?
Yeah. Oh, well, I thought it was yours.
Oh, my God. Can you put it on for me?
Oh, you want me to put it on you?
Yeah. Kathy, this one has pubes all over it.
Oh, it does. Sorry about that. I use it for my other lips.
By the way, Kathy, you can mix colors, right? And get a different...
Sure.
Yeah,
of course. That's like the fun part. You experiment.
So my wife had done like this purple...
It's broken.
This not pearl, plum, and then she put like almost black and mixed it together, made it real dark and juicy. Oh, you little slut, you. You. Somebody's getting ready for a big weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Big weekend.
Steve, can you do Yoo-Hoo for us?
That's messed up.
Now this is, and then the guy blacks out, and then I blacked out, and then I woke up and he was over me like some sort of condor. This big bald guy got lipstick on. He's going, "You-ho," and I turned around and woke up. I was bleeding.
Holy, oh my God, look at you.
You know what? I'll tell you this. I still look more feminine than Caitlyn Jenner.
Quickly, do we have a wig? Do we have a wig?
Yes,
we do. Casey's putting the wig on Steve. And it's a bad wig. Oh my God. Oh my God.
For the love of God.
This is just. This is so.
I'm so freaked out right now.
This is awesome.
This looks like the ad for Split 2.
Yes!
Yeah, totally.
You'll come live in my basement.
I can't do it.
We have Knight's new character.
I have something to tell you.
And now the voice.
Yeah.
It's brought it all together.
It's all gone.
Oh my God.
How long does that lipstick stay on? It's designed for it to like stay on for a while, right?
Well, what Steve has is going to stay on for a long time.
Because he has an important appointment later on today.
What is he? What do you have?
We're closing on the house.
I forgot about that.
Did you imagine?
Oh my God, dude.
But apparently, lipstick can make you feel more vibrant when you put it on. Do you?
I feel more vibrant.
You feel more
Man, I'm prettier. I feel pretty for the first time.
Wow.
I would agree with that.
I tell you what, though, how annoying having no hair is so much better than having.
Yeah, you got to brush it out of your eyes.
Oh my God,
It's a pain, isn't it? Yeah.
Are you ready, girls?
Oh, the voice.
Walk along in high heels, feeling my testicles swing back.
Oh my God. This just bizarrely, spontaneously happened.
And it is bizarre.
It is.
Well,
fantastic.
you were saying, and I am a big fan of the red. Well, yours
I
is
like
kind
your
of-
lipstick better.
Yeah, you have better lipstick.
This is
Steve.
lip gloss, correct?
It's a matte. It's a matte color. So,
Okay.
She said so it won't come off.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, good.
Oh no. Steve's closing on a house today.
Well, what would?
It'll come off
But you
by
already know the
then, but
people
you
that are there.
might have it for the entire show.
So let me get this straight. This is all marketing that once you apply it, it stays on till you die and rot in the ground. No, it's clearly removable.
But it's
I've heard apply it once and then live with it for the rest of your life.
No, but red lipstick is pretty difficult to get off.
Okay,
Not for me.
he can do it though.
No,
I work out.
I've heard of people getting eyeliner tattooed on. Right?
Yeah.
You can't have
Michael
lipstick.
Jackson had that.
My grandmother had that done.
Really?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
Had the eyeliner tattooed on.
Steve looks like somebody. You look like a
Caitlin's hotter sister.
No,
Like an actress,
and
or-
like an actual female actress,
A younger Kathy Bates.
I was thinking of somebody 80s hair metal band, like because there's this. The guys in bands in the 80s would put lipstick on.
Oh, it's like when they're past their prime and they don't. They're performing now in
like David
in
Coverdale.
Tokyo. Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
Casey-
I went to see Coverdale the other night. Holy crap!
Casey, you can get permanent lipstick tattooed, but it's not like it's sort of just like a neutral lip color. Like they almost darken your lip color a little bit.
Okay.
All right. This is a name out of the past. Linda Tripp.
Yes.
Do you remember Linda Tripp?
Tripp was the one that betrayed Monica Lewinsky.
Yes. Could someone pull up a picture of Linda Tripp? I want to see if.
Let's put it this way: John Goodman played her on SNL.
That's right.
I forgot about now, would I?
Oh my God!
When women, by the way, Kathy, this is a trick I've noticed. A lot of women don't do this. When they're listening, they'll jut the lower
kind
lip.
of pouting a little
Yeah.
But it's a forced thing to make you. Oh, you're going to ask me something?
Steve, say prune.
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 I
Hold
have
the
to take a poop.
Pip. Prune.
I don't think prune is the right.
Wait a minute. Do your Sean Connery with the wearing.
Check your perp. Check this picture now. You have indulged your perversion. I will not make your pancakes.
You're better looking than Linda Tripp.
Yeah.
You are?
The reason that we were going there is because a guy that has been on the show several times, is a South Jersey native, and you've heard us talk to him on the air and talk about him many times. The composer, Michael Giacchino, invited us out to be a part of something really cool. He is currently, or was currently, scoring the film Spider-Man Homecoming. And he was doing it at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and invited us all to be out there if we wanted to be in the studio while they're recording the music for the movie.
That's amazing.
So Nick and I took advantage of it. There were some other commitments, and that's why not everybody could make it. But I'm telling you, this guy, number one, for those who may not be familiar with Michael Giacchino, has composed the music for some of your favorite movies. And just start with some of the Pixar stuff, The Incredibles, Up, Inside Out, and then you move over to things like Planet of the Apes. He has also done the Star Trek films. J.J. Abrams and he did all the music for Lost. He started in video games, so Medal of Honor. A bunch of series of video games that he did, and he is the guy. He did Rogue One. He did. Did he do Force Awakens as well?
No,
I think
he didn't do that one, but he did Jurassic World.
Yeah,
and his
he's gotten. They've handed over these John Williams scores and said, "Here, update and run with this."
He is the heir apparent. He is the guy right now. And the fact that he is as nice as he is, and a friend of the show.
Yeah.
And friends of the show never invite us to do cool stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they know we'd be an embarrassment.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much our prohibitive factor. But this was so cool that you got to go out there.
So he invited us out, and he also said that it was cool if my entire family came along as well. So it was me and Nick and my 3 kids and my wife.
Rochelle just had to pretend that she was Steve. She was me.
That's it. Yeah. No, but they were so nice. So we show up, and when I got there, Nick was already. I found him on the property, kind of trying to find the studio that we were going to go to, which was the Neumann studio.
Yeah.
Was that named after Randy Newman?
No, his uncle, I believe. And,
okay.
But within that family, and so we're literally on the 20th Century Fox lot, which is sprawling. There are a lot of buildings. It's where they film movies, and some of those sound stages are huge. So we were going from one to the other, and ended up in Building 26, which is where they shot.
That's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
We got roughly a minute and some change before we need to bring you up to speed on the word for Good Money It. So it's a good opportunity to mention a charity event that is coming up this weekend, spearheaded by none other than Nick McElwain. It's the Big Climb Philly.
Yeah, it's funny. We were talking about it yesterday off air, Preston, and Chuck D'Amico was like, I know about Big Climb Philly. I don't know what it's for, and I understand that. There's a lot of charity events. This one's for Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. My nephew Luke is in remission from leukemia, and so if you know anyone who's been affected by blood cancers, that's what this benefits. LLS is Leukemia Lymphoma Society. It's at the Link. It's at Lincoln Financial Field Saturday morning. You can join us. We are looking for team members. You can make a donation on PrestonandSteve.com. You can join the team, or you can just come down and volunteer. It's a fun day. It looks like it's going to be good weather on Saturday, so we'd love to have you join us. Big Climb Philly 2024, Team Luke at Lincoln Financial Field. Please stop by. It's a lot of fun.
How many flights of stairs do you climb? Any idea?
They go up and down and up and down and up and down. So you literally go up and down the flights of stairs within the stands of the Link, but you're out on the field at some point. You can look around and see all the stands. It's really, it's a cool experience, Steve, and it's tiring. It
good
takes
workout?
its toll. Good workout. Yeah, your legs are feeling it afterwards, but a really good catharsis, and it's just a terrific feeling. I was talking to Marcus about it this week. Like, it's exhausting, but in the best possible way, and a lot of hugs, a lot of high fives, and a lot of people who are going through leukemia or lymphoma or other blood cancers.
All right, so like my Walk a Mile event that I didn't get enough time to really promote it enough, so you guys are kind of under the gun. You need team members. It's light right now, so you want to pump it.
You know what? Right now, we could all hug and have a great time hugging one another. We'd like to have a bigger hug and more people in that group. So, we're looking for team members, and even if you can't join the team, you can make a donation.
Yes.
And that's what it's a fundraiser, so that's what we're looking for.
Excellent. All right, do that now. WMMR.com events or Big Climb Philly. You can find that very easily. All right, let's do this.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia.
It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
All right, word is wealth. WEALTH. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter that, and 3 ways for you to do so. WMMR.com, the MMR app, or you can text into the special contest short code number, which is 45911. And keep in mind, one random entry wins $1,000 in our company-wide contest. And each winner gets a call from Beasley, so make sure you answer your phone. There are contest rules at WMMR.com. It is sponsored by McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. So again, the word for you is wealth. WEALTH. Enter that right now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by 80 Moyer, trusted expert since 1939. 80 Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. Visit them on the web at admoyer.com. This story was made for the Bizarre File. Unfortunately, it involves a death, but listen to this. A bear is believed to have dragged the body of a Massachusetts crash victim out of his car on Sunday.
Oh, man. So the guy we assume he was already dead? Is that the case?
Yeah,
I hope so.
There was an accident.
Oh, you got to be kidding.
Steve, it's like a bear coming upon a can of tuna or something like that. Investigators say
just close your eyes.
31-year-old Daniel Ducharme was likely killed as a result of the crash. Okay. Evidence suggests he was either fully ejected or partially ejected and later dragged from the car by the bear.
So I hope he was killed in the crash because I don't think I'd forget it.
Hey, what? Don't mind if I do.
Yeah.
Are there any more in this thing?
Another driver, so fortunately...
These things, if you ever see them on the road, there's people in them.
Another driver called at 11 a.m. on Sunday when they noticed a car in the woods off the side of the road. Troopers found a heavily damaged 2016 Honda Civic among the trees. Police said in a statement, when first responders reached the scene, the deceased male occupant of the vehicle was outside of the car and a bear was observed in the woods in the vicinity. Evidence suggests the bear at some point had made contact with the victim's body. So
there's no eating or anything.
I don't think the bear ate him, but the bear had planned on, saving him for a midnight snack or something.
You stay right here.
The bear took off.
Go get some milk
from the area while troopers were at the scene. The cause of the crash is still being investigated. Ducharme was the only person in the car. Police say he somehow lost control of the car, hit the guardrail multiple times, went off the right side of the road, and he went down an embankment before hitting several trees. This area in Massachusetts, Hatfield, is part of the black bear's established range in Massachusetts, where there are estimated to be more than 4,500 bears in the state.
I'm going to posit a different notion. What if the bear arrived on the scene and started performing chest compressions, but because of its natural strength, killed him?
Nobody saw it happen, so you can't say it did.
Come on, fight.
Wow. All right, over 16 months after Dharmesh Arvind Patel was accused of driving his family's Tesla off a 250-foot cliff at Devil's Slide on January 2nd and charged with 3 counts of attempted murder because they were in the car with him. His wife, Nia Patel, shared a statement in court asking for a judge to consider mental health treatment. She said, I don't want to see him prosecuted with any of the charges.
Didn't this blow your mind when you saw this?
Yes. She said, I am pleading with the court to grant him his mental health diversion.
Your Honor, I was near the scene and I saw. I have a history with this, and this man is clearly crying out for help.
So I see him in a suit, the bear completely dressed up for court.
Yeah, I do.
Dharmesh's defense attorney, Josh Bentley, previously said that his wife did not want him to face prosecution. 2 doctors had testified that Dharmesh was suffering a psychotic break at the time of the crash, leading him to believe his 2 children may be sex trafficked. Doctors for the defense also reportedly said he suffered from major depressive disorder. Nia, their 7-year-old girl, and their 4-year-old boy were all in the car with him at the time of the crash. Radiologist pleaded he's a radiologist. He pleaded not guilty to his charges and was seeking mental health diversion, which would have him released from jail and put on a 2-year treatment plan if granted. But the wife...
What was it? Refresh my memory. What were the extent of their physical issues?
You know what? I don't know, Steve. As far as the accident is concerned, I'm not sure. But she said the kids haven't seen him in... since then at all. She said, we need him in our lives. It's been over a year, and my children haven't spoken or seen him. And
they just know not to say yes when he says, want to go for a ride?
We are not a family without him, so that's what she's asked for. All right, this is a terrible story. I'll try to veer away from terrible stories after this. A steel drum weighing thousands of pounds somehow rolled out of a construction site in Pittsburgh and eventually struck and killed a woman who was walking on the sidewalk.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it happened this past Friday where the University of Pittsburgh's new sports performance center is being built. The drum was either knocked over or dislodged from a piece of heavy equipment and then rolled through several hundred feet as it went down a hill, through a fence, and onto the sidewalk where the woman was walking with co-workers. The drum then went across the road before it came to a rest against the pickup. I mean, it just wiped her out.
Your time is up. So the universe is determined.
The woman who suffered a head injury was pronounced dead at the scene.
Steel drum.
A short time later. Oh, I just didn't put the connection together. Her name has not been released.
What it sounds like is it's hitting things.
And no injuries were reported in the accident, which remains under investigation. This is lovely sounding music.
It is beautiful. And if you're going to die.
Yeah.
And she was a mother of 3, and her name was Aaliyah Lopez.
Oh, man. So I can only hope that she was facing away, never knew what happened, and that was that.
Okay.
I saw the whole thing.
Shut up. All right.
I was on vacation. I have relatives in Pittsburgh.
We're gonna do a much lighter story. How about this one? What would you do? What would you do if you're a prisoner trying to hide a smuggled-in cell phone during a raid by police?
I'd put it in your butt.
Well, probably hide it under the bed or clothes.
Oh, yeah.
Or your butt. But Parashuram, a murder convict serving life imprisonment, had another idea. He swallowed it.
He swallowed his phone?
Yes.
Swallowed it.
The incident happened around the first week of April. Soon enough, he started complaining of stomach pain, but did not reveal the reason. The police took him to the hospital, and the doctors found, after they conducted an ultrasound scan, the foreign object in his stomach. They performed a surgery by cutting open his stomach to remove it, and it was only by the end of the 75-minute procedure that they figured out the reason for his stomach pain: a keypad cell phone stuck in his pylorus, which is the cone-shaped constriction in the gastrointestinal tract that demarcates the end of the stomach and the beginning of the small intestine.
Yeah, wow.
The surgeons removed the phone and said that Parsharma had carried it in his stomach for 20 days.
Could you just find my phone?
Yeah, you're right. The doctor said the phone was so small that it had passed through the throat and esophagus.
Oh, so this is like a little flip thingy?
Maybe. I don't know.
Like an iPhone. I can't imagine that making it all the way down.
After the surgery, Parashuram was kept under observation and sent back to the prison. Once the doctors confirmed that he was healthy, police registered a case against him for smuggling the phone into the jail in the first place.
Wow.
Yeah, and that is what I have in the bizarre file for you right now. All right, roughly 10 minutes for you to enter the word wealth for MMR's Good Morning It cash contest. So make sure that you do that now, or Good Money It. The wealth, WEALTH, and you can go through WMMR.com. You can go through the MMR app, or you can text it to 45911, but you'll need to do that now. Hey, when we get back, we had Kathy's cuts yesterday.
Yes.
We have the results from that. So we're going to reveal that when we get back, among some other things. Stay put. We will return in just a sec.
Scoring, the Spider-Man movie.
Yeah, and they had like the Jane Russell suite, and they even had the Marge Simpson stage, and all the things are named after famous actors and characters.
That's neat. And the Jane Russell suite, I assume, has huge breasts, right?
Of course it does. Yes. So we show up for this really cool experience. What is this? Oh, Randy Neumann. I Love LA. Yeah. Who, by the way, he does tons of movie scores.
Academy Award winner.
Absolutely.
He did Toy Story.
Yeah. And Michael Giacchino, by the way, an Academy Award winner as well. He won for Up. He won an Oscar. So we show up, and we're not sure what to expect. And
you feel out of place, and you feel like you shouldn't be there.
Well, we just follow the instructions on where to go, and eventually we're standing outside the store, and it says studio. There's a big red light and everything on it, and it wasn't going on. So we just walk in, and boom, we're in this recording studio.
What are you doing? We're halfway. Oh my God!
So we kind of sheepishly walk into the control room.
Who are these idiots?
Steve, I was afraid that was going to happen. I mean, everybody was so nice and kind, but this is not where we work. This is where they work.
Yeah.
They're friends of mine. I invite.
Michael, God damn it! That's $50,000. Get him out of here! That guy's head is blocking the screen.
So we show up around 9:30, 10 o'clock. The session was going to start around 10. Actually, we showed up around 9:30, and we walk in, and they're all still getting in place, and we're just trying to stay out of the way.
Yeah.
Because there were several people in this very large control room.
You try to be mindful.
And so we just kind of scoot back and get out of the way and find our little spot. And Michael comes over, and he's like, hey, oh my God, you're here. You know, I mean, he was just so excited that we actually made it. And his
Such a
sister,
nice guy.
Maria, was setting the whole thing up, being the liaison with Nick.
Did we mention he's from South Jersey? I mean, that was a connection in the first place. Riverside, he invited us back. And so if this is a one and done, I will be forever grateful. It really was a once in a lifetime opportunity. I do feel privileged because I am. But if we get to do it again, I really hope you can come again because he's not going to stop.
I do want to. And
are you ready for this?
Yeah, here we go.
Okay.
Slightly privileged.
Jesus.
Very privileged, actually.
And that was just the one day. Do we need to take a break and come back and talk about the rest of the week?
I could go on, and I'm not going to do it. Fear for privilege overload. But there were so many great things that happened. That was just one of the days. So
it was one day.
Yeah.
It wasn't even a full day. It was just like 18 hours of the day.
Yeah.
And how long were you there?
6 days, I think. Just shy of a week.
Oh, I was there Saturday I took the red eye in, so I did Easter with my family in LA and got back this morning.
When did you do Joshua Tree?
I did Joshua Tree on Friday, and I've mentioned this on the show a few times, but my goal is to get to every national park in the country. I'd never been into Joshua Tree before. It's incredible. It's right near Coachella, so that was going on this past week.
How was traffic getting there?
We avoided that. We went to the north side of the park and came in that way. Coachella's sort of on the south side of the park, but
I've been to Joshua Tree.
It is.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's incredible, and it's only 2.5 hours from downtown LA. And I did rock climbing outside, and that was privilege as well.
And and speaking of privilege, I have to say thank you to Craig Shoemaker. Took me to play golf at Calabasas Country Club.
Calabasas, that's where the Kardashians live.
Yeah,
it sure is.
Oh, he was pointing out all the houses, like, oh, that's where Tom Bergeron lives. That's where blah blah blah. I mean, like right on the golf course.
I went to Nobu.
That's right.
I went to Nobu, Malibu.
It's a great restaurant.
Where all the cool, trendy people.
You ready? And Arizona, this is legit. An Arizona police department shared photos of the swearing in of its newest and most unusual officer. It's Iro, the drug-sniffing lizard.
Iro, the drug-sniffing. Oh, that's what that picture was. I saw a bunch of cops with the lizard.
Iro is a bearded dragon that first came to the Avondale Police Department last April as part of a pilot program and was officially sworn in Thursday by Chief Dale Nanenga. The department said Iro was originally brought in after officials reviewed research indicating reptiles have a strong enough sense of smell to make them more effective than dogs at detecting some types of narcotics. I tried to see if this was like a late April Fool's gag or something like that, but it appears to be legit. Research has shown, this is according to...
Really, the main concern is just to make sure that the perps are taken off the street and we get these drugs out of the hands of the children. It's quite an honor to be on this police force now. We're looking forward to a productive couple of years. And the rookies coming in, that's of great concern to me as well. Getting them out on the street, interacting with the people, talking to the kids, and that's how we make change.
I love it. You sound like a New York cop.
The department had said research has shown that reptiles possess a strong sense of smell, making their ability to detect certain illicit drugs possibly more accurate than canines. Wow. They said our pilot program, drug-sniffing bearded dragon, will be assisting officers in the city. Please help us welcome Iro.
Did they put him on a leash?
I don't know how they go about. I mean,
I think it's a baby Bjorn.
No, they wear it around their tail. No, how do they indicate they got a hit? Dogs will sit or they'll do some sort of.
You got something over here. I think it smells a little like meth. I'm thinking.
Oh, he just tells them.
Yeah.
He just speaks up.
I'm a working officer. What do you want me to do?
So I figure the second you take him out of his aquarium, he's gone.
Yeah, I'm working now. I'm working 24/7. So if I'm in the aquarium, I'm sitting on that little fake beachfront under the fake umbrella with the fake palm tree. I get a call. I'm going. It's time to roll. We got to make a change out there.
I need to follow up on this and make sure it's legit. The department has periodically posted photos of Officer Ira's escapades using the hashtag Ira Adventures.
Please send a backup, please.
Listen, yes, heading off to college, there are some warnings that definitely need to be given, and part of that is a huge part would be, obviously, if you're going to have sex, it's got to be safe sex, because that's where you can really have some serious problems.
Have it on top of a safe.
Yeah, on top of a safe sex. Make sure that you do
it's
that.
It's the best.
Yeah.
No,
I know what you're saying.
You're exactly right. I think that you don't want to put you want to put caution, not abject terror.
Fear, yeah. I mean, because you're just going to... Do you want them going through life scared? Like, no. You want them to find a mate to spend the rest of their lives with. You know?
Right. Let me go to... Hang on. Josh wants to comment. Hey, Josh, how you doing, man?
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
So, growing up, I mean, I'm only 25. I'm not old yet. But back in high school, I... wasn't a serial dater, but for some reason I always used to get those strict Italian dads.
Okay.
And the one thing that always softened them up, I mean, they're the guys that look you dead in the eye and goes, you're dating my oldest daughter, and all you have to do is look them back square in the eye and don't back down. And they soften up right away.
So it's a test almost.
I want you to know you're dating my oldest daughter. And I want you to know it's all finger stuff right now. I respect that. You have finally have the balls to tell me what I always know is happening.
They appreciate the honesty,
In
right?
fact, I call her the bowling ball.
Dear God.
No, that's you are a man's man who can admit to that. I want, if you can, to tell me the various things you achieve along the way.
Yeah.
Like a video game.
Yeah. I bring this story up for one reason only. It involves Roger Ailes. Which is my favorite.
I want to fart in your mouth.
Oh, my God. If you have not seen the most recent Daily Rush videos with Roger Ailes' voice, I've watched it like 15 times.
He's so jowly and so disgusting.
CNN journalist and weekend co-anchor Allison Camerota said Sunday that former Fox News Channel chairman and CEO Roger Ailes, who resigned last summer from the network, he founded 2 decades ago because of sexual harassment allegations, sexually harassed her too. In an interview on CNN's Reliable Sources, Camerota, who worked at Fox for more than 10 years, described what happened when she first began there. She said, when I was first starting out at Fox,
in my big gulp cup,
and I was single, and I remember Roger being in his office, and I was saying that I wanted more opportunity. He said, well, I would have to work with you.
I'm going to give you an opportunity to fart in my mouth. That's your first opportunity. Are you gassy? Yeah.
She said,
smells like hickory. You from the South?
It's simultaneously hilarious and disgusting.
Yeah, it's so disgusting.
She's saying that he said, I would have to work with you on that case, and I would have to work with you really closely, and it might require us getting to know each other better, and that might have to happen away from here, and it might have to happen at a hotel.
Oh, man.
Do you know what I'm saying? And I said, yeah, I think I do know what you're saying.
Yeah. Do you really know?
And then he invited her to hop up on the desk.
I want to wear your ass like a CPAP mask.
Direct.
Camera. That's just how he breathes.
Yeah, her cheeks are like caving in as he's inhaling.
Is it too hard? Change my diaper.
Oh,
There's a lot in there. You know the beginning of the season when you get that soil delivered to your home?
It's like mulch. Is that what it smells like? It's like mulch.
It's like a pile of mulch. There's a prize in there for you.
Oh, God.
A contract to do weekends here.
I'm going to lead the introduction with our next guest with a quote from Rocky Balboa. Man, you look good for an older guy. Ladies and gentlemen, Carl Weathers.
Oh, my God. Preston.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that, I think, kind summation of what's going on here.
You look damn good.
Look at this. Now Steve's going to jump in on it.
No, are we
Okay.
correct? Are you coming up on 70?
Oh, jeez, man. Why did you have to go there this early in the
Because
morning?
it defies line.
Yes.
I would not. You look really good.
You look good.
Yeah, I don't go that way, but I
All
just
right.
might.
Well,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
hey, man, you know what? Whatever happens, okay? I may not be included, but you're okay. You're okay with me.
Man, we've been wanting to meet you for a long time. This is a really special treat for us.
Thank you so much. Great to be back in the city of brotherly love.
You are a Philadelphian, regardless.
Your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
We have a new Daily Rush video that is out. Our good friend and video guru, Kyle McCarty, has come up with this. It is called Kathy Gets Called a Dumb Bitch. And it's only on Preston and Steve that you can go from Top Gun, E.T.'s Vagina Light to Kathy being called a dumb bitch and have it all flow together in perfect harmony.
That's beautiful.
You can check this out on our YouTube channel and any of the other Daily Rush videos. And it's a nice little moment that you can relive on the Preston and Steve radio program. You just go to PrestonandSteve.com and it'll send you right to that link that you want to go to.
There's a lot of stuff to check out.
Yeah, and a lot of good videos. And Kyle's been bringing these back. I love it. So.
And the site's getting improvements. Marissa says they're upping the ante on things to make it easier to use. So check it out.
Yeah, check it out every day. PrestonandSteve.com. We try to have fresh content on there daily for
every
you.
10 minutes.
Peruse. Every 10 minutes.
Check it every 10 minutes.
Fresh content for you. Well, I don't know if
it
there's
might seem fresh.
content every 10 minutes, but you can check it every 10 minutes.
You can do that.
Yes. In fact, I know that there's a gallery of photos from Kathy's Cut, which was yesterday.
Beautiful hair.
And we had a great time checking in at all three of the locations with Kathy and Jackie and Aaron. She checked in from Norristown.
It was fun going from one location to the other. I was happy that I think because it was a Monday, the traffic wasn't too bad, at least in the area that I was in. So I was able to get from Vibe over to Gravity pretty quickly.
Well, we have totals to pass along, Kath. So we are excited to say that the totals from Kathy's Cuts this year were even more than last year. Yeah, so we want to congratulate you on helping create and raise and collect 88 hair donations.
Wow. 88 hair donations.
Now, to give you some perspective, a lot of times you'll see coverage of haircutting events for, various organizations like Wigs for Kids. And sometimes it's like, 12 or 15 or 18 people, did it, which is great because every little bit definitely helps. But this was a big one, 88.
And
different.
We didn't know how it was going to play out. I mean, Kathy, you were, obviously you throw all your efforts into it. But wow, that it did that well is amazing.
Well, and you know what? At least from what I saw at the two salons, and I was speaking to Jason over at David Arnold Hair Salon, we had all requirements met. In the earlier years, we would get people who wouldn't really read the guidelines. I think after we stressed the guidelines, so we got the hair that we needed. Like, it wasn't dyed, it wasn't bleached, it didn't have too much gray in it. It was that full 14 inches. There was a girl yesterday, I forgot to mention her, 25 inches.
What?
Of hair.
25
She cut and still
inches.
had she had a very
Was it
short
Crystal Gale?
haircut, but it wasn't like a shaved haircut. And it was nice, dark. She had this beautiful black hair with no gray in it. Like, it's going to be perfect for a wig.
And how about the amount of guys? And you said
Yeah,
guys.
there's so many guys.
Yeah, I mean so I wonder, if this is ending up on the radar for guys, and what you said made it so attractive, having the guys do it, is that they don't tend to dye their hair.
And that one couple was so funny. He was like, cut my hair, shave it, do whatever you want. And she literally was like welling up over the hair going away.
But
it was so funny.
You can also well up because the guy you're with is very giving to be doing that. That's amazing.
Yeah. And then the little boy Lincoln, 5-year-old Lincoln, he came, got his first haircut ever, and his mom, she definitely cried when the locks were cut.
By the way, some cash donations came in. Thanks to Jeff Beckenford over at Vibe in Mount Laurel for making cash donation. Gravity and Ambler donated some money, and the Mount Laurel Fire Department came by and donated $500.
Oh, that's friggin' amazing!
Isn't that awesome? So we weren't even
think
asking.
about that.
We weren't asking for donations. for cash donations. So that's wonderful. So thanks to Vibe Salon in Mount Laurel, David Arnold Salon in Jenkintown, and, of course, Gravity Hair Salon in Ambler. They've been there since the very beginning. And Duncan for the breakfast, True Beauty Concepts for the tchotchkes that everybody got, and it was a huge success.
Yeah, and the MM Army crew that came out, that we had people at all the locations. And like you said, Aaron was checking in from the salon in Jenkintown. So, yeah, and Eric for helping coordinate all of it. It was great. And Jackie Bam Bam was
Yes,
at
Jackie,
Vibe. Thank you,
amazing.
Jackie.
You know what I didn't know? Jackie, of course, we should have known. He was wearing one of his mummer get-ups. Not the full outfit, but, he brought him with the giant hat with him,
I didn't
too.
know he had like extras.
Yeah, does he have like loads?
Are you serious?
Yeah, this whole basement.
Really?
It's like the Mummers Museum.
Is it really?
Yeah.
How many hats do you think, Case?
Oh, geez. At least 24.
That's why he gave that hat to Pierre and was like, here, I don't care
like, no
if
problem.
you bring it
Yeah.
back or not.
Yeah.
All right, so the gallery is up on PrestonandSteve.com. And as you pointed out, Kathy, all the stylists are always attractive
Right,
women.
so cute and
It's
nice.
nice to look
Yeah.
at. So when you get a chance, do that. Hey, I saw this. I saw a story about this viral video, and I wanted to throw this out to you guys. If it goes somewhere, go somewhere. If not, we'll move on to something else. But it was a fairly interesting question, and one that you think would be an easy answer to, but it turns out it was maybe more complex than that. So,
I mean, after the waffle stomp, I don't know if I can take this.
Marissa, I apologize. I didn't ask for this ahead of time. I'd like to apologize.
Thank you.
For a video where random women are asked. Where random women are asked if they were alone in the woods, would they rather encounter a bear or a man?
Oh, God.
Yeah. So what would you rather? And you would think no brainer, right?
Man.
A bear. A bear.
Yeah.
A bear.
A bear. See, there you go.
So,
and a lot of ladies are answering a man, and they give some interesting reasons.
So it is interesting because we just had, my wife and I took a hike just a couple days ago, and we were Old Bells Mill Road, and that the whole Wissahickon Park system, which is phenomenal, and we took a nice long hike. And I was like, she hikes with like her friend, Lucy Nolan and other people, and go and does that often. And she goes, I don't know, maybe if I can't get somebody, sometimes I might come down by myself. I said, I'd prefer you not do that.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, I think you should always be with someone else. But I'm thinking, in this case, what would I prefer for her to encounter?
A man or a bear.
Yeah.
So Caroline and I would go hiking from time to time. There's some nice trails out our way. And there'd be stretches where you get back into the woods and there's no one around. And it's like Elverson Park and it's great because you've got the woods to yourself. It's fantastic. And you're walking along.
It's zen. It's what you want.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden you see somebody else.
You got to put them out.
Come the other direction. And I mean, I know we're out just to enjoy a nice hike. But Steve, it's almost like The Walking Dead.
Yeah.
Like when they encounter other human beings, not the zombies.
Yeah.
They'd encounter other human beings. And then you find out that they don't see things the same way.
I liken it to when we come in the morning early, where some of the very few cars out on the road. And I'm always looking at the other cars, and I know they're looking at me like, "What's your
Where
story?
are you going?
Where are you going?"
Listen, I came into the parking lot, and I didn't know who he was, but it was our intern, Shane, was standing in the front of the building. I'm like, who's that guy?
What's he doing here?
What's he doing here?
What's your
Why
story?
is he just standing around?
But you'd be fine if it was a bear.
Yeah. I know,
Take a camera out, like, oh my God, there's a bear.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure.
Steve, I meant to show you this first thing this morning. This is a video. My in-laws live up in the Poconos, and this is Andrea's backyard, and there are two bears. Yeah, and so she went hiking in the woods this weekend, and I know categorically she would much rather encounter bears in the backyard or while hiking than a man, because I think it's just inherently scary.
But you said, Preston, you said most of the women were saying a man?
I don't know if it was most of them, but a lot of them were, or I believe that may be the case. So it said that, here's how it answered. One out of seven, here you go. 1 out of 7 women voted that they would rather encounter a man. Encounter a man. So overwhelmingly,
bear.
Some would say a bear.
I guess maybe because, overwhelmingly they said.
Would want to
They'd
encounter
rather encounter a bear than a man.
Okay, yeah, that was my initial response as well.
And here are some of the comments. Like this one says, I know a bear's intention. I don't know a man's intentions, no matter how nice they are. Another one said, no one's going to ask me if I led the bear on or gave me a pamphlet or on bear attack prevention tips. Another one said, if the bear attacks me and I make it out of the woods, everybody's going to believe me and have sympathy for me. But if a man attacks me and I make it out, I'm going to spend my whole life trying to get people to believe me and have sympathy for me. Many men are flabbergasted by the answers that they saw, and many got defensive in the comments as well. But
yeah.
And listen, I saw a bear in the woods one time. We were in, my son and I were in Wyoming. We went on a trip, and I saw a bear it was a good 100 yards away. So not crazy distance, but far enough. And it terrified me.
Yeah.
I'm like, we're not going any closer. We're getting the hell out of here right now.
Yes.
So having had a bear, seen a bear in the wild, I was a little more afraid of a bear. It's like, without question, turn tail and go the other direction. With a person, it might be, I wonder what they're up to. And you just kind of, see if your paths cross or not.
So scaring a bear away, perhaps. So there's footage of a guy who's being actually stalked over a long hike by a bear, and he can see the bear in the distance moving along towards him. And I mean, dude, that's effing scary.
Yeah.
Effing
You're
scary.
being hunted at that point. All right, Marissa found the audio of some of the responses, I guess. So here we go.
Would you rather be stuck in a forest with a man or a bear?
Bear. Man is scary. With a bear. What I've heard about bears, they don't always attack you, right? Unless you like with them. So maybe a bear.
Depends what man, but probably a bear.
Oh, 100% a bear, which is like terrifying to say, but
Definitely a bear. Some men are very scary out there.
a bear.
I would say a man.
Okay.
So to that point, and I think it goes to this, I think it goes to anybody. I mean, you can pretty well surmise the intent of the bear, but a man, or anybody, again, you're alone. What's your story,
Yeah.
And by the way, when I'm out in hiking and I'm away from everybody and someone's out there as well, I'm like,
Yeah.
It just raises your antenna.
Well, I'm like, what are you doing out here by yourself? And then I'm like, I'm by myself. What am I doing out here by myself?
I'm out here. Where'd you get those cool white headphones?
I want to address this too. It says, Preston killing it again. This is about to be 10 days too late. Oh, you can suck it, man. Listen, when things start to take off as far as, becoming a
viral sensation.
thing or whatever, it reaches pockets of people. Not everybody.
You're being criticized for bringing this up now?
Yeah, we're bringing this up too late.
Oh, my God.
And you know how many different things I've brought up along the way? Suck it. Suck it.
It's funny because this entered into my world at some point yesterday.
I saw it a week or so ago, but
no, but I didn't know what it was. The way the question was presented, it was clearly a thing, but this thing had evaded my attention for a number of days.
Dude, there's so many of these things we're talking about. Case like the guys thinking about
the Roman Empire,
and these are things that come, and we sit on for a while. But I mean, the truth of the matter is that this one keeps coming back in different forms. It goes to your feeling of self-preservation and security.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Marissa?
So I never even saw the women being spoken to about it. I just saw a guy talk about it, and he was doing the math, and he was comparing the number of bear attacks to the number of men who have attacked women, and how many bears, like the population, would have to grow to like equal it out.
Okay.
And so I won't even get into it. It's like a 7-minute long video.
Do you remember
but
what the final decision was as far as?
Steve, I'm trying to find it, and the only people I can find are people who are attacking that guy for just trying to say, like, women feel unsafe. That's all he's trying to say. Like, women would rather be faced with the bear because you know the bear's intention more likely than you know a man's intention.
I would say this. So take a woman in your life that you love, your wife or girlfriend or daughter, and you have to put it in those terms. What would you prefer they encounter?
And then at the end of the video, the guy also said, and also we're only knowledgeable about the attacks from women that do report the men. But most bear attacks are
and the bears, because the bears have this tight-knit group.
Yeah. They were saying bear attacks are reported, not all the other
You've
ones
heard of the bad news bears. They keep it to themselves.
Well, Steve, my mom, she walks every day, and there was a period of time where she was walking at Norristown Farm Park, and if you remember, there was an attacker there.
Yes.
And he was coming with a black sweatshirt on, and and that's where she would walk, and we were like, okay, and she goes, I go in the middle of the day. And we're like, he's there in the middle of the day. Like,
he's where there's going to be less of a situation. Right. Did your mother ever entertain the notion of wearing a bear costume?
She, you know what, Steve? I don't know, but I'm not sure where she walks now, but I'll ask her.
All right, let me go to some calls.
That bear said her name was Jerry.
I have Sadie. Hi, Sadie. Good morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning to see you, Sadie. What's up?
Well, first I wanted to say that I 1,000%, as a woman, understand where this question is coming from.
Sure.
However, from my personal experience in my life and the way that my life has shaped me, my first initial reaction to this was, that man should be afraid of me. Anything with me,
good for you.
He's going to wish he never even set eyes on me.
So,
and that's just me.
Without that, and that's great. That's awesome. What on a basic level, to the question,
on a personal level. Now, when it comes to a good girlfriend of mine who might not have that kind of a sister, a mother, an aunt,
right?
I might go the other way, but at the same time, I'm there and I'm there to help protect them.
So what would be your reaction besides that between the bear and the man? So you all right, what do you go with? You don't know the guy, you don't know the bear, obviously. What win?
I'm just going to keep walking through nature and having a good time. If somebody wants to try something, I protect myself.
Okay, I'm not quite getting the answer, but I get you. Yeah.
It's funny though. I mean,
packing heat.
Every single interaction I've ever had out in the wild with another human being, or man, woman, doesn't matter. It's always been super pleasant. And on my Instagram reel, there's this funny video of what it's like to pass a white guy in the woods, and it's just a guy walking, and he looks up and he goes, "Hi," and then he just keeps on walking. Hi. I mean, that's what your interactions are with other people in the woods. When you're walking past people, you just look up, you give like a muted hello, and then you just keep on going.
I always do. Hey, how are you? Hi. I always give, and sometimes people will walk by. Now I get it. Me, Steve, out in the woods, bald guy. Now when I had Chelsea,
that made it a little better.
Made it better. This guy's walking his dog. Otherwise, I go out of my way to be very. I'm cool. It's okay. Don't worry, because I am aware of that, and I'm aware that I fit the horror movie stereotype of every guy who lives in the woods killing people.
But you say hi and you keep going, but not for women, or
How
at
much
least
do you weigh?
not for me. I watch. I then I won't blatantly turn my head around, so he's like, oh, she's staring at me. But I will watch to make sure that they continue to walk in the opposite direction.
Kath, how often are you alone when you're doing this?
You know what? I used to hike and run a lot. I don't as much anymore, but there were times, and there were certain trails, Nick, that I would go on where I knew the point where it would get shady, and I would either not continue on, or make sure at that point that if I wanted to go that far, I was with somebody else. But I knew the spots where okay, there's not going to be a lot of people, and you might encounter somebody that you don't want to.
It's funny because occasionally I consider this, and I've actually set up a blind so I can sit there in the tall grass and watch the women as they pass, just to see how they react.
Sure, yeah. It's observation.
I had to stop though because there were reports coming into the area that there's some freaky guy hanging out in the woods.
And you felt scared.
I felt for my own personal safety, I should probably leave.
Kath, when I do walk past people in the women in the woods, I purposely and so they can hear me, I say, I am not going to murder you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or rape or anything.
Yeah, I'm not
a family
raper.
man.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. How do you react?
I want a swim spa.
Preferably from endless pools.
I would start running
That's all
faster.
I want.
That's all I
Out
want.
the woods yelling it.
See? Real world problems.
Yeah.
Not interested in murdering you.
No.
Just want to take a few laps in a swim spa.
On a more serious tone, how do you guys react to this comment? A guy writing in says, "You're right. Men are the root of all evil. This conversation sucks."
Oh, come on.
Shut the.
No, how do you react to that? I mean, because
how do you know that's a man writing that?
Well, it's a good point. It didn't say if it was a man or not.
I would say this.
Maybe it's a woman commenting on how it sucks that we have to have a conversation like this.
We don't have to have a conversation like this. I think it's an interesting study.
Yeah.
It's an interesting
I'm not saying
thing.
we have to.
Yeah,
but
because what
it's
see
rea-
when
but
you
it's
first when this first came up, I didn't even take it as that, as a commentary on society and so on and so forth.
Well,
it's like, what would you feel? Because listen, if you're taught any sort of self-preservation, for example, take it out. What if you're walking down the street, an alleyway, or you're walking down the street, or you're a man or a woman, and someone's behind you?
So, listen,
there's different things that you do to make yourself feel safe. That's what it's about.
It's the world we live in, and you have two women here. Both Marissa and I responded the same way, and as did the people in the audio that we played. So that's why we're talking about it.
There we go.
It's reality that we feel this way.
Here's a guy that says, "I'm a guy, big hiker, and I've been in more scary situations with humans over bears. This other person says, no, but you could pass a guy 99 times out of 100 hiking and nothing will happen. How many times do you think you could walk up on a bear and not get attacked?
99 times and the bear ain't one.
Yes.
I would probably pass out in either situation. So
Listen, so I've come across not a bear or anything, but let's say it's a moose, or not that I've come across a moose, but let's say that you're anything that can pose a threat.
Steve, a chipmunk ran across the trail. You thought I was getting raped, is what happened.
My own shadow has scared me in the woods, Kathy. Now, listen, I understand what that person's saying, and it's easy to feel like attacked, right? But this is not an indictment on man or men. This is
men's.
Or men's. What I think it really is I think it opens... It opens people's attention up to the vulnerability that women can feel.
Sure.
Perhaps, maybe. And listen, I'm a guy saying this, so just take that with a grain of salt.
Let's even remove that away. It's just an interesting thing. And what do you feel safe? What do you get cavalier about, when you're out and about? And I think it also stresses the importance of perhaps renting a safety bear.
Yes.
Maybe.
Oh.
But then again, if you were in the woods alone, a man, and you saw a woman, you wouldn't be as threatened. If you saw another guy, you may.
Guess what?
You may be
we tend to be bigger, and
I know.
Yeah, and that's part of the deal. Yeah.
Absolutely.
If I were to catch a very slender feminine bear, maybe.
Hey, Kathy,
you guys might hit it off. I don't know.
Do you want to rub my belly?
Does it have a bow in his hair and lipstick on?
I'm guessing your name is Petunia.
On the nose.
Kathy and Marissa, I have a question for you both. Where are men routinely the creepiest? Is it on a trail? Is it at the gym? Is it at a bar?
I don't think it's where. It's the man.
Depends on the dude?
Yeah.
Is it in a radio station studio, for example?
That's what I mean. You can encounter them anywhere. I mean, typically, actually, 100% of the time I ever pass someone on a trail, nothing happened. So, you know what I mean? It's not where. It's just who the person is. Is there a bad person that happens to be on the trail at that time or happens to be at a bar that day?
Let me ask you this. We can take it in all sorts of directions that correlate to this. Would you rather be in the woods and encounter a bear in fairly close proximity, or would you rather be swimming and see a fin crease the water?
Oh, dear God. I'd rather be,
bear.
Probably, yeah.
Why?
There's a visibility thing with the, they're in the water.
You don't have a chance against a shark in the water.
Yeah, but you could
What if
get
you're with
out.
your bear?
You could get out. You can't, I don't.
What?
Like you
depends
could
on
get
how
out
close
of
you
the
are to the shore.
Yeah,
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're close to the shore, close enough to the shore.
And then once you get on the shore, then you're
There's
like,
a bear!
what are you going to do now?
You managed to escape that shark.
Did you ever try to get out of the water quickly, though? It's like you're in
forget it.
quicksand.
Yeah. And a bear, where would you have to go? You're in the woods.
Nowhere.
You have nowhere.
That's what I was thinking. Nowhere.
Yeah.
Run
You can't
serpentine.
climb,
That's true.
you can't-
There you go. So you're not. Good. That's a good way to. Yes, I was thinking in regular surf, Kathy, where you see the fin.
Casey had it. You had a technique.
You run serpentine. It's the same thing if you're getting chased by an alligator. Alligator's going to chase
Oh,
you down
really?
because they can
Wait a
run.
minute. They
35
legitimately
miles.
say that about a bear? Run serpentine?
Yep.
Do
You
they?
heard that?
They do. Yeah.
No.
You do.
I've never
I'd
heard
be
that.
curious. What do you do if you're being attacked by a serpent?
Oh.
You run
Run like a
Barentine?
bear.
You run bear. Wait,
Run
what?
Barentine.
You run Berenstain style.
You go on all fours and you run like a bear.
You say Berenstein or Berenstein?
I said Berenstein.
Wow. It's an interesting...
They called it Berenstein.
Right. And then
Conversation.
people spelled it differently, which is also annoying.
Berenstein.
You created a bunch of fiction for children, and they called it Berenstein.
Oh, my God.
From
That's
our
the
area,
move
right?
away. Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
No, the Berenstain Bears. They're from our area.
Oh, yeah.
right?
Yes, they were from New Hope, Bucks County.
Stan and Jan.
That was like...
All right.
And they called him Berenstein.
Okay. All right. You move away slowly and sideways if you encounter a bear. This is what it says. Also, it says bears can run as fast as racehorses,
Yes.
both uphill and downhill.
In sprints, if you've ever seen,
Dear
there's
God.
footage of a Yellowstone. It has tons of footage of a bear running full, like a grizzly running at a full gallop.
This also says, hold on, wait. This also says, do not run from a bear. It says, if a bear follows you, stop and hold your ground.
Make
Don't
yourself
run.
large is what
Kathy.
they say. You raise your arms up.
Or for a bear?
Yes. Make yourself
depends.
large.
It depends on the bear.
It just said turn sideways and walk slowly, which is what I was doing.
Oh, that's what you were doing? Okay.
the hell is going on? Is this a dance troupe?
Yeah.
Is this guy?
Please, Hammer, don't hurt him.
Yeah.
The
bear starts going.
Can't eat this.
I'm not eating that guy. He's too thin. Wait, he turned around. He's wider.
All right, here's actual information.
All right, please. Thank you.
If
Save
it's
us.
If it's a brown bear, like a grizzly, if it's brown, lie down.
Yeah.
If it's black, fight back.
Okay.
If it's brown, lay down. If it's black, fight back.
Yeah, it really depends on what kind of bear is coming at you. If it's a black bear or a grizzly, they're two very different ways of handling it.
So I'm on the National Park Service website, and they say do not climb a tree for grizzlies or black bears. They
champion
can climb.
climbers.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
black bear will climb the tree. A grizzly will just knock it down.
Well, it just said they can climb both.
Yeah.
Both of them can climb.
Yeah, it says both
heard.
grizzlies and black bears can climb trees.
Yeah.
What about a kaiju?
Oh,
you can't.
Yeah,
This
you
is
just
too
kinda,
big.
You need a Jaeger to take those things out. And those are expensive.
Yeah, those things are huge.
Yeah.
Where do you store it? Unless you have a removed garage.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyhow, I thought it was an interesting conversation, one that's being had, or it's kind of making its rounds, or I'm 10 days too late on, according to that.
I would be
texter.
sorry. Wait, I would be so scared to lay on the ground and play dead.
Oh, my God,
You're
yes.
like you're just giving up.
Then
This
just
thing's
play
gonna come and
asleep.
eat you.
Pretend you're asleep instead of pretending you're dead.
I think that you don't want to play dead once it starts to attack you, because then it's feast time.
I'm
I think.
dead.
Prior to.
Hey, I'm dead.
But then again, I don't know. I have no idea.
Hell.
Also, there's a third option. If it's white, like a polar bear, good night, because you are dead.
That's it.
I'm just, like people are writing that in too. So like, if it's black, fight back. If it's brown, lie down. If it's white, you're a dead man.
If it's a zebra, you're a Libra.
That's weird.
That rhymes.
Like they only
It does.
attack
It's
people
really-
who are born in that under that star
I'm
sign.
hoping that'll make it make sense, but I doubt it.
Okay. All right, I'm going to completely switch gears.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna move on to something
You're the
else.
gear switcher.
No, I'm not. Thank you. And another thing.
And another thing.
That's what we need.
All right,
we need the and another thing. It's Nurses Week.
Yes.
This week. My friend Emily Chapman is a nurse. She works at Lankenau down the street. Lankenau, sorry. Down the street. And I had sent her a text yesterday, saying happy Nurses Week and everything.
That's
And she
awesome.
was happy to hear about that.
May I ask a quick question?
Yes.
You're walking through the woods,
Okay.
and you see a regular woman, or you're walking through the woods and you see not even a woman. You see a nurse.
I see a nurse.
So what are you going to be more frightened of?
The nurse.
Yeah.
They're strong.
Yeah, they know
They're very strong.
like
They
a
pick
bear.
people up and they move them around. No, so there are some special deals for Nurses Week this week.
Oh, I thought you were going to say on nurses.
No, there are no special deals on nurses. Buffalo Wild Wings.
Wow.
From now till May 12th, nurses get 20% off their orders with a valid ID for dine-in, call-in, or walk-in orders.
Yeah, if you're fraud documentation for your nurse deal, that's really scuzzy.
For Dunkin', nurses get a free medium, hot, or iced coffee, no purchase necessary. Oh, that was yesterday.
Damn it.
Sorry. Let me see. Insomnia Cookies.
Yes.
Locally grown.
Love them.
More than 240 locations around. They are, the company.
No, they grow them around
they,
here.
They don't grow the cookies.
They do. I just bought some cookie seeds.
So they are giving nurses a free cookie in-store, no purchase.
What?
All week long. Started yesterday. Show your valid ID.
Can't think of a better day to go to Insomnia Cookies, because if you have any sort of medical incident, the place is going to be packed with nurses.
Yep. Nick, what is that?
Dude, this is insane. This is Steve, check out this 12-pack of cookies that they're giving away in Insomnia.
It's a picture.
Yeah, and you get to, if you buy 12, you get 4 for free.
Whoa.
Well, what is that? That looks like a brownie in between two cookies.
I think you're right.
With chocolate smeared on it.
Uh-huh. With extra
beautiful
chocolate.
thing. Jesus Christ. All right, Moe's Southwest Grill. They are, let's see, meal for nurses on Monday, May 6th to Sunday, May 12th. When you spend $300 or more, you get a $50 e-gift card. So if you're doing it's their catering.
I see. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make a sidetrack question real quick? If you had to choose between Moe's, Qdoba, and Chipotle, where are you going?
Chipotle.
Probably Chipotle.
Wait, say them again?
Moe's, Qdoba, or Chipotle?
And throw Pancheros into there as well.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, they're growing in the area.
Okay.
That's where they grow those. They grow the burritos.
So are you still going, even with your wild card, are you still going Chipotle?
Yeah, man. My son is taking me to Qdoba all the time now.
Okay.
That is his jam.
It's a father-son thing. And it's special memories.
What I like from Qdoba is their queso, their chips and queso sauce.
It is good.
It is really, really good.
Yeah.
Is that more of like a fast food than Chipotle?
It's the same thing.
Same
Fast
thing.
casual.
Okay.
Yeah. Chipotle, and also you got to order at the desk. I feel like when you order Chipotle, the counter or whatever. But I feel like when you order Chipotle online for in-store pickup,
go to the desk.
They mess it up.
What was the one that was in Conshohocken? It was in that shopping center where Trinity.
Baja Fresh.
Dude, that was the best. Why did they close
their
it?
brown salsa. I mean, listen, you smelled it in everything that you did for like days afterwards.
But it was
so good. Oh, the last Baja Fresh is what we called in my household was right off of like Street Road in Ben Salem.
Are they all
was
closed?
like 5 years ago, it was still there.
We used to go to, remember the big decision would be, you go to either Panera or the Baja.
Or Quiznos entered
Or Quiznos.
Yeah.
I was a Quiznos
Those were
fan. Are they even around?
Far and few between.
Because I love the toasting and the toasting, these kind of things.
The
toasting, the various deli meats and the breads
and the nurses
and the sauces and the things and the nurses and the bear and the wood.
So Baja Fresh was the first place like that I'd ever been to, that I'd ever seen. That was a little bit more than fast food.
It looks like they got a few in Maryland.
Maryland,
yeah.
What, Baja Freshes?
Baja Freshes, yeah, but most of the ones
Baja.
in our area are gone.
How did that happen?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I loved it there. It was so good.
But like Baja Fresh, I was still getting my burritos in burrito form, and now I'm a total burrito bowl guy.
Even at Chipotle?
Even
Yes.
at Chipotle. Although the last time I went to Chipotle, I got just a regular burrito.
Do you do it because they're easier to eat that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Stunning admission this morning on the Preston and Steve show. I got to tweak that a little bit, but it's still pretty good.
You mean the actual sound of it?
Yeah, just a little bit more high end. But it's not bad. Rodney, in a pinch, was able to replace. We had the unit go down, and he popped this in there. We'll get there, but how about that, Rodney? Back to the news.
The last nurse's deal is not in the form of food. Skechers.
Skechers, shoes.
Shoes are important to nurses.
To your feet.
They got to be, they're on their feet all day long.
They need comfortable shoes.
Nurses get a 10% discount on all styles during the month of May on the Skechers website, by the way.
Aren't the nurses big on Crocs, don't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they're comfy.
What? I thought it was because you can wash them.
Does anybody else find scrubs kind of
sexy? Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. I thought I was the only one.
No.
I went to a medical facility not that long ago, and it was all women that were working in the front desk area, and they were all wearing scrubs. And I'm like, they were all wearing matching scrubs. It was a uniform.
Oh.
So
it
despite
wasn't
the
like their
song,
own thing. Don't want no scrubs.
you do want scrubs.
I find it to be attractive. For some reason.
No, I can see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like casual.
You know they can get you free food.
Scrubs?
Yeah, today I know.
If you walk in your scrubs,
No,
I
you need your ID.
well, darn it.
I think.
We could all go in scrubs.
We should just have scrubs at the ready. Just see if somebody will get you something free sometime.
Man,
That'd be impersonating a medical professional.
But then just give it to somebody, but just to see if you could pass. There should be, in the radio industry, there should be our version of scrubs.
White headphones.
Yes.
Yeah.
White headphones, yeah.
Kathy's new white headphones.
I wear scrubs essentially. You know, I'm wearing like sweatpants and a t-shirt.
Shorts and a t-shirt.
You know?
I mean, I actually get more dressed up when I'm at home.
Yeah.
Than here.
Yeah.
My mom worked in a hospital for years and never wore scrubs.
Really?
Yeah, she never.
What was her area of focus or expertise?
She was a certified psychiatric registered nurse, so she was in the psych ward, like locked down in those. And I guess they didn't have to wear scrubs. I don't know, but her and the women that she worked with, they never wore scrubs.
Oh yeah.
I would like to make one more burrito comment.
We went from psych to burrito.
Yeah, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention this because we're getting a few texts. El Diablo Burritos in Wilmington. There are, I think, 4 locations. Fan-freaking-tastic. Cannot recommend them more highly. And so if next time you're down in Delaware.
El Diablo.
Only in Wilmington?
I believe there's only 4 locations, and I think they're all in Delaware. The one that I've been to.
Oh, so not just Wilmington, but across Delaware?
You know what? I don't know, Press. I've been to 2 in Wilmington, but I'm not sure if there's any other ones.
Delaware is a hole for me. Just
yeah,
where
I know.
live
But like if you're heading down
really
to D.C., like get off 95, go in. It's right near Trolley Square. Very, very good.
Okay.
Anyway, that's my burrito comment.
Okay.
All right,
Burrito
then.
commentary from Supplementary Burrito Commentary.
Welcome to El Diablo.
Nick McAway.
Honestly, though, when you're watching them make the burritos, how the hell do they make that all fit into one little?
It's an art.
It's not a little tortilla, but like you see it, and you're like, there's no way they're going to be able to fold that
it's like
together.
occasionally at an Asian restaurant where they cram all that into one of those to-go containers. You're like, that'll never
and
fit.
neatly tuck it up. Like,
And
how
it
the
does.
hell did you do that, you genius?
Listen, there are 2 other food things I want to get to before we wrap in this particular segment because I don't want to date.
Is this another thing or
and another thing
or mini connoisseur?
No, not mini connoisseur, but there are 2 things that involve food, and I want to get to them before the day is up. Pat's, King of Steaks, has completed their kitchen makeover, and it had been in construction zone for about 4 months, and now they're going to be serving again around the clock from the window this week, and they have added things to the menu.
I found this very interesting.
Chicken cheesesteaks for the first time will be available at Pat's. Now,
I'm surprised.
Yeah, me too. The reason they haven't added them in the past is because it slows things down. It takes longer to cook the chicken, and you have to be more. It's got to be thoroughly cooked all the way through, and it's and also like chopping it up or however they're going to prepare it.
Takes longer.
Is longer, and they had that system down of just getting the steak out.
And I get that, but you know, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say my preference between a cheesesteak and a chicken cheesesteak is a chicken cheesesteak.
So they will also have breakfast sandwiches joining the menu for the first time. Yeah, right. So Frank Oliveri, who owns it, said that the renovations include not only a dedicated grill for chicken, so they're going to completely separate it, but a new takeout window exclusively for delivery drivers, too. Which is great.
Well, it makes a great a bit of sense.
During
Is
the repairs,
awkward sentence.
which created a new kitchen, a facade, and sidewalks, Pat's maintained their presence at 9th and Passyunk with a 22-foot truck that was outfitted with a kitchen similar to the one on the inside. That opened on January 10th. The truck will now move to an off-street parking space across the street and will be used for mobile catering. Oliveri will start the new menu at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Besides the chicken cheesesteaks, breakfast will be available from 6 to 11 a.m. with egg sandwiches on the same Aversa Bakery rolls used for the cheesesteaks. Meats include bacon, pork roll, sausage, and steak. And the sandwiches, around $13, are going to be topped with or without onions, cheese, American provolone or whiz, and dollar hash browns.
So listen, we are blessed. Obviously, we're the home of cheesesteaks, and I believe they lay claim. Don't they
They're
lay
the
claim?
creator.
They create. So between Pat's and Jim's.
And Geno's.
What is the biggest determining factor for your cheesesteak preference? Is it the slice of the meat?
Yeah, tender, more tender cut of meat.
Okay.
Because sometimes when you get that big gristly chunk,
I don't like
that yanks everything out.
Like it.
I don't care for that.
No, it'll kill a meal.
And listen, I like them all. I love them all. They're all great, and I'll take one any day of the week. But if I'm going to go for my preference, I've told you guys, Jim's is just kind of my favorite place to go.
Yeah, Steve, I like Pat's over all of them, and I think it's because their cheese fries are better.
Cheese fries.
And so that was my determining factor, because if I'm at Pat's or Geno's, I kind of feel like they're almost the same steak that you're going to get. So
it's the secondary items that determine for you.
Yeah, but I will say, man, I used to hate cheesesteaks when I was growing up.
Dude,
I hated them.
I was with you. And
now I love them.
It actually involved coming down when I first started doing comedy and getting a real cheesesteak down here instead of a faux, what we think a cheesesteak is up in New York. And that's what said it.
But even your best cheesesteaks have a little gristle in them, and when I was a kid, I couldn't deal with the gristle at all.
That's honestly like a steak thing. If there's a piece of fat or anything, and I get that in my mouth, I want to die.
The Phils played the Giants on Sunday night for Sunday Night Baseball. It was a national broadcast, and they have a guy named Eduardo Perez that does the national broadcast for ESPN. And Steve, he spent a decent amount of time in the Phils catering kitchen. Where they make all of the cheesesteaks upon request for staff for visiting teams, right? So they have their own grill there, and this guy takes his job really seriously. He looks like he's having a lot of fun, too. The record for number of cheesesteaks consumed in a 3-day series. 21. The record for a day is 10.5. It was by some trainer from
the strength trainer, right?
Yeah, strength trainer. Yeah, you saw it?
So, I was watching the same thing.
Yeah.
Dude, like this strength trainer must have been like a big musclehead guy. You know?
Right?
Yeah.
But it was pretty cool. And so Steve, I want to get this guy on the show, the guy that does the grilling, because he just like a really fun, like affable dude, and that's what his job is. So somebody comes in, the Blue Jays are in town today and tomorrow, right?
And they want to have authentic cheesesteaks.
They order from this guy, and he sends them down to the clubhouse.
Oh man! I'm sorry, Case. Just
right.
before, is that when you have a cheesesteak, can you, if you have it with all the trimmings, can you put the whole thing away, or usually eat half and save half?
Oh, I'll put the whole thing
I used
away.
to put the whole thing away, and now I'll do half and save half for later on sometimes.
Yeah.
Case guard.
No, I was going to say when I was in college, my friend Tremaine, she used to babysit for the Oliveris. And so when she would do that, she would come home with a huge bag of cheesesteaks and cheese fries.
Treasure.
Yeah, actually, Marissa, you knew her, right? Did you guys go to school together or something? Or
She was is my best friend's older sister.
There you go.
Yeah, Stanley's.
Nice. All right, so that's one bit of information I wanted to pass along. The other one is, and Steve sent me this, Bob's Diner in Roxborough is up for sale.
Oh, wait, it did shut down, right?
No.
Oh, it didn't shut down?
there might have been, like around COVID, there might have been like some sort of COVID thing, but
Okay.
no, it's still there.
I
It's
was
still
just
running.
by it. It looked like it was running.
Yeah.
Well,
I used to go
I
there.
know it's up and running.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So here's the deal. Jim Evans is the owner. He's going to sell it. He's owned it for 30 years. But the reason I bring it up is it's been for sale for a while. But here's the deal. He's looking for a buyer, Bob's, and there is and it's $1.1 million. He said you get it lock, stock, and barrel, property, business, the dishes, the food that's left, everything. So they can have the dirt under the grill if they want it. But the one condition in you buying this is the prospective owner must contractually commit to keeping Bob's a diner.
Oh.
Like you can't buy it and change it.
Right.
That's cool.
And redevelop or anything like that. So that is the requirement of purchasing this.
That was my spot. Like for so many years, we would, after hanging out in Manayunk all weekend long, that was
Bob's.
like Sunday.
It's
Same
a revered location, and the thing that I've always had sort of a like a love-hate, Kathy, because if you go anytime that other humans might think about going, it's going to take forever to get in there because it's not particularly big.
No.
And they do a classic, the eggs and all that stuff are classic. It also has one of the most interesting views a diner could possibly have, which is a cemetery.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right there at the Leverington Cemetery, which is kind of weird. If you're eating your lunch and looking
Tombstones.
at dead bodies.
Kath, I wonder if you and I were ever there at the same time because when my
No,
wife
I'm much younger than you.
God, who's he? He's playing with acorns.
But we used to go there Saturday, Sundays as well because my wife lived on Conroe in Manayunk, and that was definitely a Saturday, Sunday, early afternoon, late morning stop. Yeah,
When you
Did you
got
walk
up.
over a table and there was a young, pretty girl with white headphones on?
Yes. Like who? Hey.
By the way, Evan said that he has fielded 9 different phone calls from developers over the years who wanted to buy.
Yeah.
Sure. Well,
He
it's
said
a prime piece of real estate.
If there's a postage stamp-sized parcel of land, they're putting something on it. But there's been a recent surge in development in Roxborough, and that's been met with some backlash from residents.
Have you been down there recently, Preston?
No, I haven't driven out that way in a long time.
You go down there now, and I know what they're complaining about. There are chunks of rocks, and I love Roxborough. I love Manayunk. I love the whole area. Where there are these buildings now that are right up to the street, and it's almost like you're going down the Death Star Canyon, making a run towards that portal.
Really?
And it's too much. It's becoming claustrophobic.
You know what though? And I get it. This diner has been there, forever, and it's a staple. And the owners, it probably would be sad if somebody came in and did something different with it. But sometimes, and hopefully they're still making money. But sometimes it's okay to improve
Change
the
it up.
community and and put
I know
something
where you
that's
got
going to
mine.
increase the value of the area.
Kathy's jewelry store.
Kathy Romano Collection.
Yeah.
Roxborough.
Yeah.
Roxborough location.
But because of the contract we signed, I have to offer you a plate of eggs.
Yeah. Maybe you could sell jewelry there, but
Eggs
still
and
keep it
jewelry.
a diner.
Here's your bacon.
Diner and jewelry store. Oh my God. Nobody's ever done it
Oh,
before.
Kathy.
Oh, she's in the old Bob's Diner.
Really?
So he had a tentative buyer lined up until recently. After working together for over 11 months to show him the ropes, Evans walked away. He said it wasn't a good fit. So he's committed to keeping things the way they are.
I do commend that.
I also wonder how binding that is, because once the new, unless the city of Philadelphia is telling you it has to stay this, once it's yours, it's yours.
I would be curious. You can always find wiggle room in anything, but I think if that is the predicate, is that you purchased it under that understanding? I don't know if you could keep it in perpetuity and to the end of time, or maybe there's a time frame. I don't know. Hell, we're all pre-med.
You write that up in a contract, and I guess maybe as the buyer, you want to have the verbiage, work in your favor. Because listen, you could keep it as a diner, but what if the diner business model isn't working and you're just bleeding money? It's I'd rather just sell pizza.
Hey, Casey, online, I'm looking at the contract. There's an asterisk at the bottom that says can sell jewelry.
Oh, well, that's good.
Well, that's a smart sale.
Yeah, that makes sense. Let's say the business starts failing, and you, as in your best interest, it is to switch gears. You would think you'd be allowed to.
I'm going to text my brother. I bet you that's just sort of like an agreement.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And maybe it wouldn't be ethical to then own it and be like, never mind, and knock down the diner.
Right.
But I can't imagine that the old owner is going to have any say after the new owner owns it.
What if you do it, though, and you don't realize that through some sort of ancient Sumerian chant, the owner compelled the dead bodies around to rise and attack?
How much would that suck?
Ooh, you could call the diner necromancers. After that.
Yep, absolutely. I've heard things.
Necromancies.
More coffee. Oh my God.
Necromancies would work.
Steve, Nick, it's necromancy.
That potato.
Jewelry store.
My finger.
Necromancies jewelry.
I'll save room for dessert.
Pretty gross.
It is so gross.
It's lovely. All right. Anyway, so Bob's is up for sale, but he wants to make sure somebody is committed to keeping it a diner. All right. So I thought those were interesting.
Diner.
Dine times.
And another thing.
I like that.
We're taking a break.
9 times.
That's what we're doing. Niner. All right, we'll come back in a moment. We have some other things to get into, but a reminder that the next chance to win with the Good Money It is coming up at 10 a.m. And we're less than an hour away from that. We're about 50 minutes or so away. We'll take a break and we'll be back in just a moment. Please stay with us.
Be an honored citizen of this city.
That is one of the nicest things anybody has ever said to me, Steve. I appreciate that.
And it's the truth, because we were talking about this earlier, and obviously you are at the cornerstone of so many pop culture great moments in all of our lives. But the Apollo Creed was essential for Rocky, for that movie. You provided a heart and a performance that was so essential for that all to work, and the counterbalance too. You weren't a one-dimensional character, and I think it's you, the actor and the person that you are, that made us really say, this is a good man too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
and that made it more complex.
Well, Steve, you just brought a tear to my eye, because not only was I pop culture, but I'm an artist. Steve. Thank you, man. Thank you.
It's true.
Look, I am so, first of all, I'm appreciative of that, those compliments. I got to say, though, man, I had such a great time in the movies, all those Rocky movies and many other movies I've done. But we were very blessed to have such a great cast, and to have such great words for Apollo Creed to say, written by Sylvester Stallone. We had great direction in the first movie, John Avildsen, but in the subsequent movies, Sly was directing, and he is a great director. I maintain this to this day, and he's heard me say this, and he probably would try to knock me out for saying this, but honestly, as good an actor as he is, I think he's a better director.
Hey, Carl, I have a question about two different characters you played in two different types of movies, but they have a similarity.
and I'm talking about Dylan in Predator, and then Chubbs in Happy Gilmore. I don't know if anybody made...
I love it. They have similarities. Okay.
Well, they do.
I know where you're going.
Yeah.
I know where you're going.
All right, so then I don't even have to go there.
That's right.
Damn alligator bit my hand.
So the alligator bit your damn right hand off, and the Predator shot your right arm off.
Yes.
Was that done on purpose by
By whom?
By Adam Sandler?
That's a good question. I never asked Adam that. I really never did. But I seem to have this propensity for losing my appendages.
Did you get to keep any of the props? Did you get to keep?
Man, what a fool I am because I didn't. Neither of those movies. Well, that's not true because from Predator, the only thing I have is this beautiful knife that was forged. We all had these knives that were made by this great knife maker, and I don't remember his name right now, but it's beautiful, right? So no, I didn't keep the arm. I wish I had. And no, I didn't keep the damned hand that the damned alligator bit off.
I'll tell you what, that Predator arm, if you were to hold that up, just without me knowing, I would have said, yep, that's Carl Weathers' arm.
It looked pretty real, didn't it? Well, they took the mold of the arm, man. My guns had to, stand out, and all the sinew in these muscles had to stand out while the gun's pumping while it's in my hand and the arm's jumping up and down, Well,
dude, that handshake between you and Arnold when you first see each other.
It is classic, isn't it? It is classic.
Man and man.
By the way, I have coined that the man shake.
Yes.
That is not a handshake. That is a man shake.
Carl, have you ever been to a sporting event in Philadelphia where they've done Rocky montages during the sporting event itself?
I haven't. No, I haven't.
It's amusing and it gets you going, But the scene that comes to mind is when you and Rocky are running on the beach and then you end up hugging one another.
Yes.
Because it's sort of comical at this point.
There are a lot of people who look at that and think, these two guys like each other. They really like each other.
But you guys are in such phenomenal shape at that point, too, So it's one of those things where you can't help but giggle a little.
Well, the thing about it is, I think somebody asked me a question about, whether Rocky was, I think it was your competition or one of your competitors, and it was Eisen, and he was asking about, what people think of that show, and his thought was that it's really not a sports movie; it's a love story.
Yeah.
And I think there is a lot of truth in that, and I say it's actually both because it's set so well and rooted so well in this role in this world of sport and in boxing in particular. But what makes the thing about sports, in a way, all about love, is that it's not romantic love, but it really is about men loving competition and loving the competitor because of what you go through to be at the top of your game.
How much did sports help set you up and prepare you for the process of becoming an actor?
Oh, man. It's prepared me for life.
Yeah.
In my mind, and maybe others feel differently about it, but there's something about teamwork, number one. To be on a team, you learn something about that from a very early age, what it takes, what your job is on that team, how to be your best at your job, how not to let others down because you have responsibilities, you have assignments on that team.
But speaking of the best, I think a lot of people would agree that during the 80s, Tom Selleck had the best mustache, but I think you give him a run for
wait a minute now. Wait a minute. I gave him a run for it in his 80s. Okay. No, Tom, I know Tom's reputation not only as an actor, but as an actor with a mustache. Yes, it sets him apart. I got to give him props for it because that's a bush, man. That's a bush. Okay?
Yours is the most rocking.
Yes.
Listen, we are just absolutely elated that you came by here today. We love you. We love your work. And as Steve had said so eloquently, you're a member of this city, this community, just because of the relationship and with the Rocky films and what it means to this city and everything. So we're just really happy that you're here.
Thank you.
We appreciate it, man. Yeah.
I'm always, every time I come here, there's so much hospitality. People really kind of open their arms. And of course, if Apollo Creed's walking down the street, you're going to get a little attention.
Yeah, man.
Just a little bit, So, I mean, props to Sly for taking us home with running up those steps, man. If it, there's running up those steps kind of like sets the tone for everything when it comes to Rocky, and running through the district there and seeing all the folks who are selling their goods in the morning, from soup to nuts, man, having them turn around and watch Rocky and cheer him on. So we're really all very fortunate that this city embraced not only the movie, but embraced the concept of the winner, and the guy from, kind of underdog who makes it, man. And for all of us, anybody who's ever been or felt like an underdog, Rocky is kind of our anthem.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
we thank you here in Philadelphia.
Chicago Justice, Sunday, NBC 10, 9 o'clock. Carl Weathers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Did you guys see this? An anonymous hacker has released 5 episodes of Orange is the New Black Season 5 after Netflix reportedly failed to meet the criminal's financial demands. What? It is unclear how much the hacker demanded. The first 10 episodes of the season were shared shortly before 6 a.m. on Saturday, leaked in 10 different files. They totaled about 11.46 gigabytes. The hacker, who goes by the handle of the Dark Overlord...
Ma! I'm trying to do something!
Kicked off the leak
when you're done, Dark Overlord, take the garbage out.
By publishing the premiere episode for the forthcoming Orange is the New Black season Friday to the Pirate Bay.
This is my son, the Dark Overlord.
The streaming giant has set June 9th as release for Orange is the New Black. No word on whether Netflix will move that date up. In a statement, Netflix said, "We are aware of the situation. A production vendor used by several major TV studios has had its security compromised, and the appropriate law enforcement authorities are involved."
I was trying to think about this, and Netflix didn't buckle to the demand. I don't know how much impact this has because
zero
because it's $9 a month.
You
for
already
Netflix. You already have it. More than likely. So, and you're not going to watch it any quicker or any sooner than you would normally. So I wonder where the damage is really. Maybe in some people who aren't already subscribing, getting it, but it is what it is.
I guess piracy still remains to be a really big problem. For me, it holds no fascination. I'd rather just fork over the however many dollars it is to watch the actual official version of something, and I can wait until Friday.
Yeah.
I don't need to see it on Monday before it comes out.
What are you going to do? Watch 9 episodes?
Yeah.
Well, the hacker isn't stopping with that show. The cybercriminal claimed via Twitter to have unreleased shows from ABC, Fox, National Geographic, and IFC as well.
Okay, tell me of Game of Thrones and maybe I'll listen.
Right.
This is the Dark Overlord. I have your Capuchin Monkey special, and I will upload it if my demands are met.
That's from National Geographic.
Your special concerning the Watusi women of Puka Buka will be released to the world. If you do not yield to my demands, I'm the Dark Overlord.
Capuchin Monkey.
I know. Seriously, extortion there.
In a message posted Saturday, the Dark Overlord wrote,
"This is the Dark Overlord, your 1-hour special concerning FIFO, the zebra who can tap dance. Will be released to the world."
The Dark Overlord wrote on Saturday, "It didn't have to be this way, Netflix.
You could have avoided it.
You're going to lose a lot more money in all of this than what our modest offer was. We're quite ashamed to breathe the same air as you. We figured a pragmatic
Someone's gotten a little carried away with their Dell laptop.
Yeah, we figured a pragmatic business such as yourselves would see and understand the benefits of cooperating with a reasonable and merciful entity like ourselves." What are you talking about?
Come on! No.
Yeah,
You stole
it's illegal.
something from-
Yeah. And by the way,
Dark Overlord.
Dark Overlord. It is a substantial fee and prison sentence that they're looking at if they're found and convicted.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, on the consumer end and on our end, it seems like, what? Okay. I agree with you, Nick. I mean, you already have Netflix. Chances are you already have it anyway. Netflix encourages you to share your passwords, for Christ's sake.
Hey, and also, if you don't have Netflix, then you haven't seen the previous seasons of Orange is the New Black. So if you're going to release the 4th season, can you release the first 3 seasons as well?
Damn good point.
I got to get caught up on this.
Dear Netflix, we are committed to releasing the 3rd episode of Lemony Snicket. If our demands are not met, and this is a good one, too.
Oh, man, I hope the Dark Overlord lives here and is listening to us right now. That would be awesome.
Dark Overlord.
All right, anyway.
You're such a dork. You dork. Try to extort Netflix.
She's just in for a visit to say hello, and you know her from The Office and her many visits to Philadelphia. She's a Philly gal. Please welcome Kate Flannery. Hi,
You act like I was back by the dumpster and somebody noticed me and dragged me in. Hey, what's up, everybody?
Is that Kate Flannery out by the dumpster? Have her come in. So what are you up to now? Because I see you on a lot of, obviously you have the live performances.
Yeah, Jane and I are still performing regular. I'm still doing the lampshades.
Okay.
You know, I don't know. I always feel like there's something I can't talk about.
Is there
you love that? I mean, know. It's such bullshit. But I'm sorry. I said
The filthy mouth.
guys.
Kate Flannery.
I'm really. Is there?
How much Rolling Rock have you had this morning?
If you went to
Not
O'Hara,
enough.
you wouldn't have.
Oh my God! Well, at Archbishop Carroll, we didn't drink. No, exceptionally good human beings. I also do another show called Talk Show, the Game Show.
Yes,
that's
I saw
that's
that
coming up
listed.
soon. Yeah.
So what is that?
I think it starts this month.
No, but what is it?
It's a talk show and a game show. But so they make the celebrities compete against each other with questions after their interview segment.
Huh?
And no more stand up in stilettos. It's
that's done. Yeah, that's done. Yeah. But Wanda Sykes is the producer of Talk Show, the Game Show.
That's very cool.
Yeah, she was actually there on site. I was like, "What are you doing here?"
She's local.
I know we talked about media.
Yeah, and she's never been on the show.
Been on our show. Yeah, she lives in media.
Her.
Let her
God.
know.
Watch your mouth.
I know that fucking. No, I'm sorry.
You're getting worse.
I know. I'm sorry, you guys.
I will tell you
Are
this.
there children
It's gotten
listening?
worse. She just dropped the F bomb.
wrong with you today? You tell me not to do something. The more my unconscious is just like, oh my God.
Let's put it this way: we had Andrew Dice Clay in here and never had to do the dumb button once.
I need some straps like on my chair or like on the pyramid.
Kate
Holy
Flannery
crap.
3 times.
I'm so Nick is like you're never coming back. He's shaking his head. It's like this is
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. We'll get to good money yet in a little bit here. But I saw the story. Kath, I had you in mind. I know you really wanted me to cover that waffle stomping poop thing earlier this morning.
Oh, yeah.
So now I'm going to get to this
okay.
To counteract that. This is an article about TikTok cleaning hacks and how experts warn you to not try them.
Wow, man! This comes at a cool time because I find myself advising people to really take everything. You see something that's a hack, or by the way, I'm tired of hacks that aren't hacks, that are simply ways of doing things. But there's so much stuff on TikTok that is patently false and perhaps injurious to someone who would attempt to do them. So I can't wait to hear what's on this list.
Yeah, I do wonder what's on the list because there is one. I actually have it saved and I wanted to try it. It's to, after a while, your pots and pans will kind of get like a
film?
Yeah, like a film,
coating.
like a coating. Yeah. That's a better word. And I have cream pots and pans, so like mine are looking pretty bad now. And I saw a hack on TikTok, and I wrote it down. It was like baking. You wet it. You put baking soda. You put paper towels over it, and then add vinegar and. On the TikTok, it all wipes off like in one wipe. So I wrote it down to try it.
You're gonna try
I
it?
can't imagine it's going to work.
For your shower after you waffle stomp, could you use that to clean?
So wait a minute, baking soda and vinegar?
Yeah, wait, let me see.
That creates like the bubbling effect.
Yeah.
That
But
big
you
time.
it has something to do with the paper
like a volcano.
towels. You put paper towels over it.
Okay.
I don't know if that
Mitigates the
I don't know.
bubble?
I don't know what that
who
does,
knows?
but
All right, let's have it.
So reading this, it says, the TikTok, you can find some good ones, lots of clever tips and tricks to make your life easier, but there are some that are questionable, and some don't just work. Others can be dangerous. So here are a few that experts warn to avoid to keep from, just to keep your home safe and keep you from getting hurt. So here's a suggestion. It says completely overloading the toilet with cleaning products. says TikTok has a lot of videos of people filling their toilet bowls with a range of cleaning products, including bleach, Lysol, dish soap, and abrasive powders. Not only is this unnecessary, plumbing experts warn this concoction actually will damage your pipes.
Well, that's what there's some stuff that you wonder, is it okay to even.
Well, that's why they always say, like in the
there?
Drano commercials, you have to check if it's safe for pipes.
Yeah.
And also, if you're putting that stuff, you're in the bathroom, you're putting that into the toilet bowl, you're creating a mix of chemicals that can give off vapors
that could knock you out.
That could knock your ass out and right back into the toilet bowl.
Dude, so I remember when we first started, my earliest career was at Dunkin' Donuts.
A porter.
Yeah, a porter. And Preston, the guy who's there before me said, okay, what you do is you take a little ammonia, you take a little Ajax powder.
Deadly.
And I would watch, I'm like, there's like a haze lifting off of that. I can't imagine that's good.
Yeah. Ammonia and bleach, quite literally, you combine them, it can kill you.
And I'm like, and by the way, this Dunkin' Donuts catered, Nick, to like guys in their 80s who would sit there.
It makes what's called chloramine.
Yeah.
If you mix bleach and ammonia, and it says chloramine smells like chlorine, it irritates guys and mucous membranes, and it can be deadly.
So we stopped doing that.
Sometimes I can't
under my watch.
I can't believe that there's like what's in these cleaning products. Like there's cleaning products specifically for your wood furniture. If you put that on your wood, it's going to eat away at the top layer of it. Like it's made for that, except don't use it.
Yeah, exactly.
What?
We bought a table, a wooden table, and the guy at the furniture store, he's like, don't use wood cleaner on this.
Yeah.
He's like, everybody does it. It ruins it. You use water, is what he said.
Water?
Just dampen
Common
the cloth
household water.
and wipe it down. And sure enough, I guess I had used a wood cleaner, like Pledge or whatever at one point. And sure enough, little bits of it started chipping off. Why did they? What?
Right?
What?
You know what? I think that stuff like that is used for
Like
a practical joke?
Well,
like lacquered furniture or something?
Like it can actually be wood, but it has to have like almost a protective layer on it, and even sometimes that will take it off. But if you're getting like a real wood table, and I only know this because I got new furniture and I did some research because I did not want this to happen, and it came with a little cleaning instructions, and it was like, don't use anything with a harsh agent in it. So I looked that up, and it's basically everything in all of the cleaning products on the shelves at any of the stores.
Scumbags.
So all you're supposed to clean with is a damp cloth.
Son of a bitch.
Scumbags. I'll kill a lot of you.
All right. I don't know if this belongs in this conversation or not.
Try it out.
Okay.
What
so
the hell?
when we moved into the home, putting a new kitchen is too expensive. So we just painted our cabinets. We had professional painters come in.
Yes.
And so we've been there for 10 years now, and so the paint is starting to have its wear or tear. Now, my question is this: can you repaint it, and why not put like an epoxy over it to kind of seal that in?
So there are places that do just that. Businesses that do they restore and they repair and they. I think the way to do it right would be to strip the old.
Yeah.
I mean, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Did you have a painter do it, or did you have some?
Or a hobo?
Sorry, let me let you finish your question.
Well, no, I was going to say a painter or somebody that does this with cabinets, because that might be your problem.
I had a painter do it.
Yeah, that's your problem.
Like Da Vinci.
No, like a house painter.
Oh, okay.
And they had done a decent enough job, but truth be told, like when it was all said and done, and just standing in the kitchen, just looks like painted cabinets. But I feel like if you put like an epoxy over it, it would give it that finish. It would, it would seal it and give it that finish.
I would think you're right, but I'm an idiot.
I'm going to bitch about something that doesn't belong here either.
Oh, and
another thing. I know we finished that segment. So we bought, and I'm going to go back to this. And Nick, by the way, pull up the toxic chemical thing. I want to share that. We bought Adirondack chairs.
Oh, you did?
Years ago.
Did you spend the money on it?
What's that?
You didn't buy the cheap.
Yeah.
You spent the good.
Yeah. Adirondack chairs, for those who've never priced them, are ridiculously expensive.
That's why there's so many, like these build your own Adirondack chairs, because they're so goddamn expensive.
Right. So these are like made of some kind of poly, urethane.
Yeah, like old milk cartons and stuff. Yeah.
So anyhow, we were told, and Rochelle wanted to get bright red, just wanted the color to pop. We were told these will not fade in the sunlight. You can leave them out year round. They'll be just fine.
Who told you that?
They're pink now.
What? Liar, whore, and you know it.
And so I don't know what to do. I've taken a power washer to them, which I've heard is the wrong thing to do.
It is, yeah.
I have bought the specific kind of chemical that's supposed to remove all that kind of stuff and do that. That crap doesn't work.
So now it looks like you're living in Barbie's house.
Yeah, so they're not quite pink. They're kind of it's hard to explain, but they've whitened.
And you can't refinish it because it's not a wood.
I don't know. It's not wood, so that's what I want to know. Can I paint that product, whatever that stuff is? It's a real expensive, heavy plastic
Is it Pollywood?
stuff. It's the heavy stuff.
Yeah. Is it called Pollywood by any
don't
chance?
Oh, hooray for Pollywood.
I know. Hooray. Good for you, Pollywood. No, I don't know. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
No, but there's another thing. That would be another example of something. When you say, and that's
They
why
flat out told us.
They told you, and you asked specifically about keeping. They had to know what you were talking about. I don't want to be putting these away every couple of months and then pulling them out again.
They're
Can
heavy.
they be left out all? That was the question.
Yeah.
Give me a straight answer.
You know,
Can I get a straight answer from you?
But I'll tell you what, man.
Can't you give me a straight answer anymore?
A good Adirondack chair is awesome, right? Like, and I've gotten the cheapies, and they're fine until the leg breaks when you sat on it first 2 times. But like the good ones are really, really good. But
I love them.
They're really expensive.
Yeah, they
our
are.
buddy Jeff Devlin said he would help. He would come here to our station to like the back parking lot and build Adirondack chairs.
Can't you give me a straight answer anymore?
With our listeners, I think we should do that.
Dude,
I would love to do that.
Who doesn't love a good Adirondack chair?
I told
I
you,
bet
Preston,
you-
I have great Adirondack chairs, and I have the link if you want it. Mine have not faded. They have not chipped.
Yeah, I'd like to
leave them
salvage
out.
these if possible. We've had them for several years, but they are very heavy and very expensive, and I want them to
But
work.
you know the kids
But
these
anyway,
days-
I'll probably do that.
Kids these days don't care about Adirondack chairs. They don't know.
Yeah,
they
don't
just
know.
want to
You
hear
don't
their
know.
rock and roll music.
I think they're wickedly overrated.
Do you?
Yeah, they're impossible to get out of.
Really?
You lean way back. Your ass is way much
But you're
lower.
really comfortable once you're down there, though.
Yeah, but then you can't leave. You're stuck in.
Do you have
said
trouble getting out of
Adirondack.
bed?
Depends on how much I've had to drink.
Hang on, I'm going to go to Brian. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, all right, you have a solution for my Adirondack chair?
Yeah, use a blowtorch.
Use a blowtorch.
Burn the whole thing down.
Not to the ground, but just burn the tips. It should take it right back to the original color.
The burn just the surface of it?
flamethrower to this place.
Sure, flamethrower, whatever you got.
We don't
So,
want Preston
so
with that.
you're saying,
You know what?
Wow, that seems.
All right,
There's
I
a
have
lot of texts suggesting the exact same
I
thing.
have a pretty powerful lighter, like one of those cigar lighters that you can light in the wind and
Test it.
I'll just test out a little area and try that out. Thank you,
On the
Brian.
back or on the bottom, give her a shot, see what she does.
I'll do it. Thank you, Brian.
It was too damn hard.
Preston, look at all these texts saying a
burn it,
torch,
Nick?
burn, heat gun.
gun.
Yeah, a blowtorch on them, stadium seats.
Maybe, Preston.
Okay.
How do you have a funeral facility near your house?
Yeah, I could bring
Pay
it
to
by
have
the
them
local
cremated.
crematorium.
Oh yeah, you get it done real quick. Hey, real quick.
You must have really loved this chair.
During the Super Bowl, one of the restaurants left one of those flamethrower thingies.
Take a flamethrower.
You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
it's for caramelizing.
Yeah.
I have one of those too.
Oh,
at
you
home.
do? Oh,
Yeah,
then
so
I
that'll
would use
work.
it.
That'll work as well. All right, I will try that out. Back
Enough.
to
Now, where are we going back to?
the cleaning tips.
Cleaning
Chemicals.
tips.
Okay.
Chemicals, TikTok things that. All right, we're looking at a demonstration here.
Nope, we're not going.
What is that?
It is looks like
Burning?
a torch.
Oh,
being-
using a torch. Okay.
It's an Adirondack barbecue.
I'll give it a try. Thank you. By the way, so here are the things you should never mix together. By the way, so bleach and ammonia make chloramine. Bleach and alcohol make chloroform.
Oh, to knock you out.
I didn't know that.
Can we
It says
try
it,
that?
it can knock you out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
you know.
it causes liver damage.
Oh,
I
and
did damage to my liver.
potentially respiratory or cardiac failure.
Well, then let's do that on the day we do the organ transplant.
Bleach and vinegar equal chlorine gas.
Oh, Jesus.
That attacks the eyes, respiratory system, and skin. And if you mix peroxide and vinegar, you get peracetic acid.
So what about
Highly corrosive and irritates the eye, skin's respiratory system.
Clorox and Ajax?
It doesn't say.
Okay.
But that's bleach.
'cause that's
isn't
what I'm
it?
having
That's
for lunch.
bleach, but I don't know what Ajax would be.
No, isn't isn't Ajax a type of bleach?
It might be.
Ajax is like the powder.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. All right. Well, anyhow, here, Casey, you want an answer for your question?
Yeah.
Let me go to John. Hi, John. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, it.
Good morning to see you, John. What's up?
Hey, we just moved into our home in South Jersey, and we had a kitchen that was like 1970s. It needed an update, so we had looked into either having the entire kitchen redone with new cabinets or painting, or we found a third option, which was refacing. Right, so we found this company. They came out and they refaced the entire kitchen for us. And it was very cheap. It was very inexpensive. The guy was super clean. He was done in 3 days. And basically what they do is they take a laminate of whatever color you choose, and they laminate all your cabinets. They put on new faces for all the drawers. They put on new doors for your cabinets in whatever style you choose. And then they give you a lifetime warranty. So if anything ever happens, it peels or whatever over the years, they come out and fix it for free. And it was awesome. I mean, they did the entire kitchen for, it was less than 10. I want to say it was like $7,000 before we did the backsplash.
So, and obviously, if you were to replace everything in the kitchen, you'd be looking at far more money. How does that sound?
Yeah, we were looking at $20,000 to $30,000 if we redid all the cabinets. But there was nothing wrong with them. They're solid oak.
Yeah.
They're from like the 70s, you know. But yeah, no, it's a good
disco.
solid option. And in order to clean them, you just wipe them down with a cloth.
Resurface.
Yeah.
Does that because that's
$7,000 still sounds
too
like,
much?
Yeah, it sounds like too much money.
Oh, okay.
No,
They did a really good job, but you know, like I said, lifetime warranty, and you'll never have to redo it again.
There's another option if you want to make him look better. Try using lower wattage light bulbs in your kitchen.
I like that better.
That'll do it too.
Case, you think 7,000 sounds low?
No. It
It's
sounds
not-
expensive for what I want to do. Like it's on the fringe of if I'm going to spend that much money, I might as well just go all brand new. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Thanks, John.
Because the other thing I hate about my kitchen is
another thing.
I can't stand the way that the door. I have ruined 2 drawers. I was going to say doors, but I don't like. I can't stand the way my doors. I keep saying doors. Drawers slam. So I would need like all new hardware.
That's it.
Yeah.
You're talking full surgery here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me go back to the cleaning tips.
TikTok cleaning hacks that could be dangerous.
Correct. So don't overload the toilet with cleaning products. You could be creating a gas
Right.
in there.
Don't want that.
All right. This says putting a bottle of Fabuloso in the toilet tank. You guys, I don't know.
I'm not
Fabuloso.
familiar with Fabuloso. Is that
It says this hack has users put holes in a bottle of Fabuloso with a tack and then place it in the tank of the toilet. The idea is that it releases a small stream of cleaner into the water with every flush. This is a bad idea. The product can be corrosive and degrade the seal in the tank, which can lead to leaks, and Fabuloso should never be mixed with bleach, which is in a lot of toilet cleaners.
It's a cleaning product. That's what I'm saying. Like, these are cleaning products that are on the shelf as a cleaning product.
If you put
and they're
that
saying,
in,
don't do this, it's going to ruin your pipes.
Yeah, I don't. Is it made for the sink?
It's a multi-purpose cleaner. So,
okay.
yeah.
so what they're
don't
saying
do
is,
that.
though, it could kill the seal you have living in your tank.
Not the living, seal like that.
Oh, I misunderstood.
Oh, but okay, wait. So the Fabuloso,
Thank you.
Sorry,
mix,
little buddy.
You mix with water, like it's almost like a
concentrate.
like a Mr. Clean or something
Right.
like that. So they're saying put this whole thing down there. Okay. That makes
okay.
sense.
It's gonna be too
coming out.
concentrated.
Yeah.
And they'll say the same thing with like with the Roto-Rooter, I guess, or Drano, that you have to
Dilute it.
I believe there's some. Again, I'm probably wrong, but these are so concentrated that you've got to dilute it.
Here's one I've never heard of before, and this is also one that I don't know why anybody would ever try this in the first place. Washing the toaster under the faucet.
No. What I didn't
Make
know-
sure it is still plugged in, though.
Yes, yeah. What I didn't know is some toasters will have kind of have like a back door to get all like the crumbs and stuff out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I think all of them do.
Toasters, yeah. Every decent toaster should have like a crumb trap.
Yeah. Wait, they say
what they call it.
Crumb trap.
But this is what TikTok is saying. So wash it in water.
Yeah. Don't believe the videos that recommend running water into your toaster.
That's insane.
Yeah.
You're a crumb creep.
They're a bunch of crumb bums.
Can you use your hair dryer, electric hair dryer in the shower?
It says, as you might expect, water can damage the electrical components of the appliance. So stick to shaking it, brushing it with a pastry brush.
You're a real crumb bum.
To free debris and wiping it down with a damp cloth.
You take it and turn it over to get it out. And then, but most recent toasters have some sort of way to get the crumbs.
Yeah, the crumbs out. Yeah.
Besides,
Get away from me, you crumb.
You crumb trap in a toaster currently made.
who goes around like cleaning their toaster? Shut up.
What do you mean? You don't clean your toaster?
No.
I assume
I
the
don't.
super wealthy.
Kathy,
Or me.
I will shake it because our toaster does not live on the counter. So when you take it out, you can kind of hear the crumbs in there, and you shake
Time
it.
to
How do you clean your waffle stomp iron?
If you don't clean it out, you do run the risk of like like smoking.
Fire, right?
Yeah, no, I
Yes.
understand getting the crumbs out, but I
Right.
mean, like going in there with a fine-tooth comb and everything.
You're a real crumb fire.
Yeah, let me go.
Yeah, that would be weird.
Going back to the Fabuloso show. I'm going to go to Vince. Hi, Vince. Good morning.
Yo, ever heard of Jerkmate?
My man.
Vince.
Yo, ever heard of Jerkmate?
What you've used this Fabuloso thing?
Yeah, so it sounds all nice and dandy. Smells great, But long story short, my fiance and I, we went down to Wildwood, put the Fabuloso in, of course, used the restroom, left for the week, came back, found out that the toilet was still running because it was stuck on the chain, and our water bill was through the roof.
Your toilet was running for the entire weekend.
The jar, whatever that thing is, that the container was holding the chain.
Oh, man.
And the flap was open. Oh no.
Man.
That sucks, dude.
It was ridiculous. She was like, what is going on?
How
I
much?
was like,
How much?
our water bill was like $300.
Wow.
Man.
Damn. All right, Vince. Thanks for the heads up. Appreciate it, bud. All right, here's another one. It says another dangerous hack on TikTok is boiling soapy water in your air fryer to clean it.
Oh, stop it. Really?
So you put the water in there and I guess turn it on and boil it.
How are people making a connection between water and liquid and electric products?
Yeah.
You don't do that.
It suggests filling the cooking compartment with water and dish soap, then running it for a few minutes to heat the water.
No.
But it could damage the appliance or even cause a fire. Plus, your food may have a soapy flavor after that.
Now, I will wash my computer keyboard. I'll bring it into the shower with me.
That's smart.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't know. Anything that to me where you're introducing water to an electrical component, no.
Yeah, not a good idea. And then the last one on this list, they only touch on a few of them, and we already covered this, mixing bleach and vinegar to clean.
Right.
It says some TikTokers are combining bleach and vinegar to clean, and while both bleach and vinegar help remove dirt and stains, they should not be combined. Mixing them creates poisonous chlorine gas that can severely irritate the eyes, throat, or even be fatal if inhaled.
Could be used as a steak sauce.
We use as a household cleaner vinegar and water, and I squeeze some lemon in it.
So we use something that's probably similar, like for my wife does for cleaning the counters, and it has a pleasant smell, but it has a unique smell, and I think it might be a little bit of vinegar in it.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Vinegar, definitely, it's acid. It's an acidic, so we dilute that with some water so you don't get that overpowering vinegar smell.
I'm gonna die.
But lemon also is acidic as well.
Yeah.
It's citric acid, and so you put that in there, and that gives it that nice smell. So we do like a natural approach to our cleaning in that regard.
What was the natural stuff that Pierre uses or brings in sometimes?
yeah.
Parsley Plus.
Yeah.
Remember that
smells like
Plus?
parsley.
Yeah.
Well, that smelled
You did not like that, Kathy?
No, it was.
You
way
brought the
too
dead mouse
strong.
back.
Yeah, I drank an entire bottle of vinegar. It wasn't the big one; it was a small one. It was. I was pledging.
Rush week.
Yeah, and my fraternity doesn't exist. It doesn't exist anymore, so I can talk about it. But yeah, it was hazing, flat out hazing. But we had to make salad dressings in our stomach, and so people were drinking oil and eggs, and then just because I didn't want to screw my brothers over, I was like, I got this one, guys, and I slammed the entire bottle of vinegar.
Did you vomit?
No, but so Steve. Once I got like halfway done and then everybody started chanting like, go, go, go. I was like, all right, I want to go for it. So probably about a half an hour later, I felt like my entire stomach shriveled up like to the size of a raisin.
Oh,
and I was out of commission for the rest of the night, but nothing really bad happened.
How much do you think, like volume-wise?
I would say no less than 16 ounces.
Oh, Jesus.
That's disgusting.
I know.
That's
it's
awful.
It's not the worst thing I've ever done, though.
Press, I was going to ask you, so when I was a kid, my mom always cleaned our house with vinegar and newspaper, not paper towels. Have you ever heard of that?
Newspaper?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Sometimes when people clean windshields, they use newspaper. And why is that?
It doesn't leave streaks.
Yeah, so when you're doing, if you want to put like a Rain-X, and by the way, I wholeheartedly recommend putting Rain-X down on your windshield.
Yeah.
You got to clean it off, but then they tell you to clean it off with a newspaper right before you put the Rain-X down.
So, question with the newspaper thing: do you crumple it up, or do you? Okay, you don't.
You use it like just how you would use a paper towel.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not necessarily flat.
I mean, you can. My
Good.
mom would use a flat, but I think it doesn't.
Son of a
really
bitch.
matter.
Will your windshield pick up the headline like silly putty?
I know. Well,
Dude.
you would think, but no. However, it would get all over my mom's hands.
Oh. By the way, getting a clean interior on your windshield is hard to do. To get it streak free.
Yeah, because of the curve.
Well, number one, using your hand, you got to use the back of your hand when you try to get down there. I bought a little thing from the dollar store, from the Scene on TV thing. That piece of crap broke. And
It's that
didn't work.
easy.
And even though I've scrubbed the crap out of it, there's still like spots and streaks and things. I can never. Now you take it to a detail shop. Boom! They get it done perfectly. What a sham!
And another thing.
Introducing the sham. Wow. What a sham. Picks up any kind of dirt.
Wait, do we have him saying wow at all?
I don't think so.
Do we have anybody saying wow?
Sham.
It's gone.
No.
All right.
I don't think so.
Let me look. I'll take a look. Wow.
All right, but anyhow,
Oh, yes, we do.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, we have a wow, and it sounds a little something like this.
Wow.
And I put the sham before that.
You got to do it.
I think I can work you up a Pacino sham wow.
Okay.
Yeah, give me a little bit.
Oh, you mean using AI?
Yeah, I think I can do it.
Wow. You got to go like this.
What a sham.
Wow. There you go.
Wait, it was worth it.
There was something else.
Wow, what does that mean?
Here, Marissa wanted to mention something. She recently found out about spraying vodka on your clothes.
What?
Yeah, I saw it on like a Broadway costume designer. Like the clothes that they can't wash that are backstage, you spray vodka and water on it.
Really?
And it removes the smell.
So you put it in a regular squirt bottle, an aerosol or a thing that can, disperse it like that. And so you do like half and half vodka water?
Yep, it says half and half. I was just looking it up. You can add essential oils, so you're not just walking around smelling like vodka all the time. But for some fabrics like wool, it suggests not doing water and just using the spray.
Because it has a high alcohol content in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What would necessitate that? That you have already worn it, or it just smells musty, or
No,
what?
like if you have like a winter coat or a blazer, something it's like a
You're not
dry
really
clean.
going to throw in the washer.
Yeah, like dry clean only clothes or like that one shirt that if you throw it in the washer, it's just going to lose its essence.
Well,
Kathy's face right now, and she's like, just wash everything.
Well, no, because you said you saw it. Someone who was performing on Broadway.
Yeah,
a lot of those costumes, Preston, they wear them like night after night. They're sweating. They don't throw those in the washing machine.
Oh, it's like the Fanatic. I mean, I assume that they probably have some sort of mixture that they spray on that thing, right?
Oh, really? Do we hope so?
No, well, this is sort of verifying the thing that's up on the screen here. This is about the vodka being a useful cleaning tool.
Yeah, it
Odorless
evaporates and it removes all the ugly odors from the fabric.
You are a lush, I can tell by looking at you.
I smell vodka all over you.
Yeah, you smell like vodka.
All right, interesting. Okay, well, these are tips to try and tips to not try.
How many lives have we saved today?
I think there's more than 1,000, probably.
Probably 1,000 plus. Yeah.
Before we take a break and get you ready to win $1,000 for the thank you, good segue, right?
Yeah.
Good Money It. There's a new Daily Rush video. Our buddy Kyle Mack put this together. It's called Kathy Gets Called a Dumb Bitch. And if you haven't seen it yet, you can go to PrestonandSteve.com. We post our favorite moments every single day. And this is a new one. If you haven't heard the story or seen the segment, go check it out. It's these smaller portions of the show. So if you don't want to do the whole podcast or watch the entire stream, you can go check out the Daily Rush video.
Nice.
So thank you, Kyle Mack, for putting that together. It's at PrestonandSteve.com. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in a second, and we'll have your chance to win that money when we return.
Taser. Because that'll calm me down.
We have to keep you here for a little while because there's some curses you haven't said yet.
What are the 7 that you can't say on the air?
You know what? That list, by the way, that classic list, as legend has it, we've said it before, did not exist before Carlin created
Are you kidding
that
me?
list. There was the FCC had no set list of words, but once Carlin created that list, the FCC said, "Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Let's go with that."
That's amazing.
All right, so when you're not on the air,
Yes.
you curse like a sailor? And how does that go
I didn't think so
over?
until I got here.
Okay.
No one blinks an eye in Los Angeles, where everyone is drug-induced and on painkillers. Once in a while, I don't know. No, I don't know. I'm so sorry. I think I have not had enough sleep this
No,
week.
we have many dump buttons for just such. Now we're going to call it the Flannery switch.
No.
Mark it on the board right here.
Oh my gosh!
Hit the Flannery switch.
Hit the Flannery.
Oh no!
I'm sorry. We had to Flannery out on that.
Well, the owner of a sperm bank has been accused of secretly switching donor semen with his own in order to father 60 children.
This has happened before.
It has. Jan Karbat, who died at the age of 89 last month, has been accused by 23 families of using his own semen instead of the donors at a fertility clinic in Rotterdam.
So what does he do? He puts the samples under cups and moves them around quickly on a table?
He is also accused of tampering with the clinic's data and donor descriptions and allowing couples more than the allocated 6 children per donor. Bajorp Medical Center.
Yes, Bajorp.
Which closes in 2000.
For all your family needs, think Bajorp.
It closed in 2009 following reports of irregularities.
I just love the word
Bajorp.
I do too. It's why.
In fact, the dude put his own Bajorp in the cup.
It's one of the reasons I put this early in the D file.
Is Bajorp by any chance slang for semen?
I don't know. It was one of
Dude, that's too much Bajorp.
One of Rotterdam's largest sperm banks in the 80s and 90s, Bajorp.
Let me get a second cup.
The 23 families are now seeking a DNA test to see if the sperm bank boss used his own.
So I broke into this house and I Bajorped on the couch.
Karbat reportedly admitted to fathering 60 children through the clinic before he died to one of the plaintiffs.
What?
A lawyer speaking on behalf of the Karbat's family insisted that there is not the slightest evidence that Mr. Karbat or the owner or was the donor, and asked the court to listen to the doctor's request that no DNA test would be carried out after his death.
When the guys do this, what is the desire to be? To
Just
be
to
the
seed the world. I
seed
guess.
the world.
I don't know.
I don't get it.
Bajorp.
Bajorp. You know, as they say.
Yeah.
Bajorp.
Well, listen, our next guest is in for a visit, and the latest film that our next guest is involved in is called Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5. Wait, no, that's
our
Katie
other guest.
Morgan.
Yes.
She's later on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Different.
I'm sorry.
I was an associate producer on that film, but I don't take credit for it.
No. Please welcome our friend Mike Birbiglia. Who was here? Hey, Mike.
Hey.
I'm sorry.
Is that the name of her movie?
Interracial Cougar Cuckold Number 5.
AKA Don't Think Twice.
No, you shouldn't. You show little reserve if you're a cuckold.
So yesterday, I told Mike that Katie Morgan was going to be in the same day as us, and he wrote back. He goes, "So we'll have 2 porn stars. Cool."
No, but listen, Mike is in town for personal reasons and wanted to stop by and say hello. Actually, is it your
My sister-in-law's law school graduation?
From Temple.
From Temple, yeah.
Nice.
That's
Yeah.
sensational. That's I'm in awe of people who complete law and
too.
medical degrees.
Yes.
Likewise.
Yeah, I will. I continue to disappoint my parents year after year after year by not doing something like that. But
you went to
good on her.
Georgetown,
That's
right?
wonderful. I did. But then I didn't. Yeah, I didn't.
Were you expected to go into law?
I think I was expected to do something that was financially sensible, and I didn't do that. But my dad came around eventually.
Yeah.
I think when he saw me on Letterman, eventually he was like, oh, okay, I get it.
I feel like a lot of comedians have the same story. Their parents finally came around.
Yeah, they come around eventually.
Yeah.
But yeah, you ultimately you realize when you have a kid, you're like, oh, you just want the kid to be okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, yeah,
You just want the kid to be like,
Yeah.
okay, and then being a comedian doesn't seem okay.
No.
It seems like it's a life of, it seems like a downward spiral.
It's out of the realm of what I think most
And
parents
often it
classically
is.
want. Yeah.
To be clear.
Did you get cred with the parents with the grandchild?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
all
that's
they
a home
want.
run. Yeah.
And it's all okay.
That's all they want. Yeah. I have so I have a daughter now, and I had a lot of trepidation about. Preston was saying when I walked in, he was like, "Oh, you look skinnier," and I'm trying to lose weight because I'm like, my body's a lemon. I went to, I'm telling you, I went to the doctor, and he goes, I'm not kidding. This is in one visit. He goes, he does the blood, calls me up. He goes, hey, this came out well. This came out well. You have Lyme disease and diabetes.
Oh my God!
I was
really?
like, whoa, one at a time, fellas. We're all gonna get a chance.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, the Lyme. So no, Lyme disease. I took meds for, and that's fine. We caught it early. And then diabetes, I guess it's just road living over the years. It's like I have the body.
Yeah.
I eat terribly. I have the body of someone who's just about to start P90X and then doesn't. And
Gets to the
it caught up to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a.
So do you take insulin? Or you?
No, it's diabetes 2, so it's
Okay.
like, so I'm not at that point yet. But I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. That's what I'm saying. My body's a lemon.
Yes.
It's like I had a bladder tumor when I was 19. So I was lucky it didn't come back. But every year or so, I have to go for a cystoscopy where they take like a rod like the size of this with a camera on and they stick it through your urethra to look in your bladder. But while you're awake,
Why do you
to
be awake? Preston, you've had it.
No.
Vasectomy? Yeah. Now they numb
Mike's
you
not
down
getting
there.
that.
They
is that
numb you
true?
down there, but still, I had read, which was my big mistake, that you could actually feel. There have been occasions where people were able to feel something,
I felt
and you
something.
definitely see and smell stuff.
All right.
And so I'm like, I want no part of that. And somebody had said, you know what, they'll knock you out if you want. I mean, not completely under general anesthesia, but they'll give you propofol.
Right.
What do you
that's
smell?
that's like the way Michael Jackson went to sleep.
Right,
Yes,
exactly.
exactly.
That's what it is. That's what propofol is. Yeah.
And once I found out that they could knock me out, then I was like, okay, I'm totally down with this. And it was easy. But you stayed awake for yours.
I was totally awake for mine.
You mentioned a smell. What smell is generated during a vasectomy?
Smoke, from what I hear.
I couldn't smell anything, but you can.
You have to
Wait, describe where the smoke is coming from, please.
Well, because they cauterize stuff.
It's the doctor's cigar.
Yeah. You can.
It's a Cuban.
It's not a boy.
Yeah, they hand out anti-cigars.
They hand out cigars that say "No more babies."
I wanted to ask you about non-medical stuff.
Sure.
And basically, like, this sort of this career path that you're on now is fascinating to me because we've known you for a long time, and now I see you just popping up everywhere. And you're a producer on Crashing. You show up on late night talk shows all the time, and I follow you on Twitter, and it's like, hey, Burbiggs is doing Kimmel, Burbiggs is doing Fallon again. Are you surprised at that at all? Not that
since you're 11.
Are you as
like you are?
Yeah.
Are you as incredulous as we are
I was going somewhere with this.
about that development?
And
and
then Nick pulls off a mask, and it's Todd Glass.
Here's why I asked that. Your career has been the most steady rising career I know about in comedy. Because some people, they shoot to the top and then they're selling out stadiums. But your success is I love your success. I love seeing it. But it's been slow and steady and consistent.
Thanks. Yeah. No, I feel extremely lucky that that's been the case because I've been able to make, and I think the people who follow me notice this, I've been able to make the stuff I want to make as opposed to being able to try dancing around and trying to make people in the business happy or make Hollywood happy. It's funny when the people say stuff like to me on Twitter sometimes, like, you Hollywood liberals. I'm like, I don't live in Hollywood. I'm not part of like any like cabal of Hollywood. I live in Brooklyn with my wife and daughter. Like, I'd make everything outside the system. I directed 2 independent films, and I've made like 4 comedy specials, and they're totally separate from the business in so many ways. But so thanks, yeah.
When you tour from city to city and you come into Philadelphia, you have to pay because you're getting paid. You have to pay a city wage tax, right? So how does that work when you're working in several different cities throughout?
This is the most technical question.
Yes. He just started part-time for H&R Block. So
These are questions that Wesley Snipes and Willie Nelson should have asked years ago. I file in like 27 states.
No kidding.
My accountant is a close friend.
Oh my God.
No, I mean, we spend so much. My brother Joe runs my company, and
America's Guest.
Yeah, America's Guest, Joey Bag of Donuts, and my and our accountant Elliot does our taxes, and we do quarterlies. Literally, recently we talked about maybe we should do monthlies. Like, it's so much taxes all the time But yeah, I think I filed in 27 states.
That's just
or so.
crazy.
Yeah.
You'll be back in town in November, so we'll see you when you're going to be
I
playing
can't wait.
the Merriam Theater, and we'll make sure everybody is aware of that fact ahead of time. But listen, it's great to see you.
You too.
Thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks
Mike
a lot.
Birbiglia. I wanted to bring this up. I know it's nothing that Kathy agrees with, but pubic hair is becoming more popular.
Aha! I knew it.
Yes.
Amongst the owners of said pubic hair, or the people who encounter said pubic hair?
The people who want to see said pubic hair.
Uh-huh.
New data from the porn site RedTube.
RedTube, never heard of it.
Reveals that the bush is back.
The bush is back.
That's right.
Do you shave your bunghole?
Come on.
I have to ask.
I don't do that.
I mean, because some people have hairy.
No,
how would if we're talking pubes, there's a whole other side to that cookie.
How would I even do that? I mean,
You
lay
reach
on my
around.
back and put my legs behind my head.
Well, I mean, the question is, do you have a profoundly hairy ass?
No.
Okay.
No.
Then it's not an issue for you.
My ass is not hairy.
Okay.
I'm good.
But is your
Kathy, is your
Go ahead, say it, man.
Kathy has some information she wants to get.
Do you have a hairy butthole?
Do you have is your actual butthole hairy?
See, I think you.
Does it look like that thing that almost swallows up Luke Skywalker on the desert planet? Does it look like that?
Yeah, that was my question.
What's that thing called?
Sarlacc?
Sarlacc did.
Does it look like the Sarlacc? Does it try to pull Lando Calrissian in?
Could Manthe ask that, please?
Can I ask you something? Do you have a hairy butthole? Just asking. Is it like tendrils that stick out and grab you by your feet? Until, I don't know, later somebody throws you a lightsaber?
I don't recall the Sarlacc having any hair, and we need to pull up a picture.
Oh, they look like tentacles.
Yeah, but it's just the tentacles coming out and the teeth and everything. It's like that
Don't
whole-
ruin this, Casey.
Anyhow.
Don't disturb our groove.
Anyway. Yes. So, no, I don't have a hairy butthole, and I don't...
I mean, if we're being clinical, we have to ask. To the senator from Arkansas, no, I do not have a hairy butthole. Thank you, sir. It took a lot of courage, Mr. Comey, to admit that.
Oh, dear God.
Listen, you might not have an overly hairy butthole, but there's hair back there.
Everybody's got hair there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So take
It's
it off.
called JRBH, just right butthole.
Do you guys get lasered?
Yeah.
Do guys?
Possibly.
Guys
would
do.
think so.
I do not.
Yeah, I don't.
There's your sphincter.
I don't care.
Is that what that?
That's the Sarlacc pit. Yeah.
You got to watch Jedi, Kathy.
I thought it was a person.
All right.
What?
No, my question was more about the Sarlacc.
He's distracted.
I'm glad that you
Casey, off air,
yourself.
I have an interesting fact to tell you about the
Okay,
Sarlacc pit.
thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
We can go there if you want. I don't care.
Man.
Well, when we were
I'd
in
rather talk
California.
about buttholes.
Did you
God.
see a
Jesus, who are you?
Well, now we're gonna get into this crap.
We've unleashed the beast.
When we
Wait a minute. I just want to point out, Kathy would rather talk about buttholes than Star Wars.
Well, here's the deal.
If given a choice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna go butthole.
She's going to go butthole. You brought up the grooming, and I think that is, I think it's just something that is a universal topic that people consider.
Yeah.
And so if you're talking about the front, you have to talk about the back. You agree with
Right.
that? Yeah.
I'm with you.
I mean, maybe we can put up a Twitter poll. Sarlaccs or buttholes?
All right. Anyhow, I think it's nice if a woman tends to her area and but just don't get rid of it all.
You don't like the hardwood. You like a little bit of carpet.
I think it's nice. I think
You know
it's,
what? I need a table saw sound effect. Something like that, Marissa.
93.3 WMMR. It's Everything That Rocks. The Black Crowes. Rich and Chris Robinson will be in our studios today. Pierre Robert is going to do a sit-down interview with them. They're coming by for like an hour, hang out around 2 o'clock.
I think that's terrific.
Pretty sweet deal. They are playing the Met tonight. If you're going to the show, you will want to hear that interview beforehand. Even if you're not going to the show, should be pretty damn interesting. All right, I'm glancing at the clock. We need to do this now.
93.3 WMMR Philadelphia. It's time for a Good Money It keyword.
The word is top. Three-letter word. Easy. T-O-P. You have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. There are 3 ways to enter top. You can do it at WMMR.com through the MMR app, or you can text it at the special contest short code number, which is 45911. One random entry wins $1,000 in the company-wide contest, and each winner gets a call from Beasley. Make sure you answer your phone. Contest rules are available at WMMR.com, and it is sponsored by McLaughlin Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. So again, the word is TOP, T-O-P. Don't miss it now. We're going to do it again at noon, and then again at 3 and 5, but want to take every opportunity you can to win. So the word is TOP. We have our final look at traffic. Let's get that now, Cap. What's going on?
Quaker Road in Princeton closed between Nassau Park and Mercer Road, and that's because they're doing some tree trimming there. 42 North, the off-ramp at Creek Road closed for construction. Route 70 closed both directions between New Road and 206. That's an accident with a fuel spill. New Jersey Turnpike northbound at Burlington Mount Holly, exit 5. Right lane closed with construction. And then southbound on 70, or right at 73, exit 4. We've got the right lane blocked with an accident. Slow-moving maintenance crew on 422 this morning westbound between 202 and Route 23. Schuylkill eastbound is slowing from Gladwin into Belmont. Heavy the Boulevard to Spring Garden westbound, University to South. City to Belmont, and then the Blue Ridge to Gulf Mills, 95 southbound, going Bridge to the Betsy Ross Bridge, and then Girard into the Vine Expressway. The Vine westbound is jammed the length. The accident that was there now gone. The Boulevard southbound jams from Ridge to the Schuylkill. That's a disabled vehicle blocking the right lane. Pennsylvania Turnpike westbound slows Virginia Drive to Fort Washington, and then on the Blue Ridge northbound, you're slowing 95 to Baltimore Pike southbound from Broomall to McDeague Boulevard. This traffic report brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know the best rate for you is one based on you with Allstate, not one based on anyone else. Visit allstate.com or call for a quote today. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Cap. Let's do the beef file.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Philly Sports Trips. You can go to phillysportstrips.com now and put your small refundable deposit down to go to spring training next March with us, the Preston and Steve Show. phillysportstrips.com. All right, I did not know about this, so I put it in the bizarre file. The families of men and women killed by Colombian terrorists are finally facing off against the corporate giant accused of financing their loved one's murder. Chiquita Banana Brands International. The trial against Chiquita follows more than a decade of litigation over illegal payments that banana giant made to Autodefensas Unidas de Colombia, a militant group known to kidnap civilians in the middle of the night and leave their mutilated corpses for their families to find. Attorneys for Chiquita say the company had no choice but to pay the terrorists nearly $2 million in the late 1990s and early 2000s to protect its Colombian employees from further violence. In a federal courtroom in West Palm Beach this past Tuesday, lawyers for the victims' family said the opposite is true, that Chiquita willingly partnered with the AUC in order to protect its profits, not its people, and to quell employee unrest by any means necessary.
This investigation was complex. They really had to peel away a lot.
The months, well, they better not slip
off. Hey.
This month's trial comes almost 2 decades after Chiquita executives pleaded guilty in a New York courtroom to financing the AUC. The company made a deal with federal prosecutors that cemented its conviction but spared an additional criminal charges, allowing executives to move on in exchange for a $25 million fine.
Yeah, they're so powerful. And I mean, you listen, what would you do if you have them knocking down your door like, hey, this is it, or you're all getting killed?
I'd split.
Yeah. Like a banana.
No executive.
Monkeys like to eat me.
Spent a day in jail for their crime, attorney Jack Scarola said, and no surviving victim saw a penny of the payout. 17 years later, he said it's up to jurors to decide whether and how the otherwise chaotic. No, I don't have.
What's the matter, Chiquita? Are you yellow?
The trial, which resumed Wednesday, is expected to last at least 1 month. More than 7,500 people who lost loved ones during the AUC's gruesome campaign have filed suit against Chiquita. So I thought that was interesting. I had no idea.
What do you think about their bananas, Foster?
Hey!
He was talking to Casey.
Yes.
His last name is Foster. All right, in Ireland, a man has been taken to the hospital. This is messed up following a serious assault in a car lot. The man in his 20s was found nailed to a fence.
Oh, my God.
With a nail through each hand shortly after midnight. 2 vans, one belonging to the injured man, were found on fire in the car park. Police said paramilitary involvement was one key line of inquiry. Graffiti on nearby public toilets has been linked to the assault and arson. The police said the man was left with potentially life-changing, not life-threatening injuries. Crews from the fire rescue services attended the scene. Extensive damage to both vehicles. The man was taken to the hospital in a fire engine.
That's gruesome, man.
Constable Bobby Singleton said that it was really shocking incident with levels of almost ultra-violence. We thought these kind of incidents were firmly in our past, he said. It's early days, but we are keeping an open mind, but this incident bears all the hallmarks of what we would see as a paramilitary-style attack.
Where was this?
It was in Ireland. So that will be one key line of inquiry.
Wow.
Yeah, so do not know. Oh, was that Owen?
No, that was Pacino.
Wow.
Oh, okay. Mainland social media has been captivated by the case of a 45-year-old female politician in Thailand who was caught having an affair with her adopted son, who also happens to be a monk.
Huh. Same old story.
The affair has rocked Thailand after Prapaporn Chiawadoko was caught on video in bed with 24-year-old monk Fra Ma. Prapaporn's husband, identified only as T, had driven more than 5 hours after he suspected the affair and caught his wife red-handed on video. The couple adopted Fra last year from a temple after Prapaporn said that she felt sorry for him.
So Prapaporn's the wife, Fra is the monk, and T is the husband.
T is the husband. So T is now accusing the monk, who has since gone on the run of seducing his wife. The scandal has not only shocked the Thai public, but also captivated social media in China, with many people commenting that the situation would be considered ridiculous if it were scripted in a television drama.
We had a witness to the whole thing, Preston.
Confronting his wife, Ty said, are you two happy? His wife defended herself, claiming they had not had sex and were only chatting.
Oh, chatting.
Fra also defended his innocence, saying nothing happened. He claimed that he had sought out...
What? Fra?
He had sought out Prapaporn to help him with his personal troubles, and he said, and then we were going to shower.
When you first said Prapaporn, I thought it was like a type of a kink or something.
After the discovery, T expressed his outrage and said, I was furious when I found them together. I was so betrayed. I had bought her gold and given her many gifts. Prapaporn, who is also known as Madam Play, is a well-known politician. So that's part of why it's a big deal. She's in politics.
That is a wild story.
Yeah.
Prapaporn.
All right, we'll do one more story and then we will wrap it up. Naked Cruise is planning to set sail next year out of Florida to the Caribbean. The big nude boat set sail from Miami February 3rd. Sailing through Valentine's Day, and provides up to 2,300 passengers with a unique 11-day clothing optional excursion.
I think that'd be disgusting.
Although clothing is required in certain areas, the dining room.
Yes, of course, that's what I was thinking about.
And when the ship is at port. Otherwise, the cruise adheres to standard nudist etiquette, including the use of towels or fabric when sitting.
Yes, there we go.
And getting permission before taking any photos or videos.
I can't stand it at the gym when I see the old men sitting on the benches naked. I'm like, just put a towel down. Or
get your rotting ass off that.
You guys remember the Golden Girls episode where they went to a nudist colony?
No.
And they finally mustered up enough courage to go nude, and they went to dinner nude, which is the only time actually anybody ever wears clothes.
The cruise is part of the company.
Actually, I love that.
Bare Necessities' broader goal to normalize and promote social nudity as natural and non-sexual lifestyle choice. And there you go. That's what happened to Bizarre File. So you got about 2 minutes left in Good Money It, and you have to enter the word TOP. Easy money. Easy word, easy money. T-O-P. So make sure that you enter that right now. WMMR.com or the MMR app, or you can text it to 45911. We'll take a break. Lesson, question, trash, music news on the way. All right, so anyhow, RedTube had revealed this. The most likely to seek out videos that have the hair are the over 65 crowd.
I want to see a really nice bush. And can I get some sponge cake and some cream soda, please? And then a very hairy bush. My evening set, hot spit.
Boy, old people are fun.
I like a piece of angel food cake, a cream soda, and a big hairy bush.
We need some music out of like the 1940s.
And some
like
salad,
nice jazz
please. Some
or something
ointment,
like that.
please, for my knees.
My recollection of my high school career is a lot different than what it actually was because my mom brought me all of my report cards.
Okay, and what was your recollection?
My recollection was that I was not that bad.
Okay.
You know, I was above average. And
what's the reality?
The reality was I was about average.
Okay,
and
all right,
yeah, and so grade school report cards. Go figure. You got graded on conduct. My conduct was always pretty bad. Unsatisfactory and stuff like that.
Do they still with the report cards? Do they still include teacher comments, or has that been excised from?
It depends on what grade they're in.
Like in high school, you're not going to get teacher comments.
I don't
like there would be. Remember, they would fill out. There would be like a number associated with the comment that they wanted. So you'd look and be like,
right.
number 3. Works well with others.
I think in this hyper sensitive.
Yeah.
We go to meetings with the teachers
a lot. You go a lot.
Yeah, we find out directly how they're doing. But
is that that's not for all students? Is it?
I have no idea.
God, they must not have any free time.
I'm amazed when they come in. But I mean, we have some special circumstances that they help us out with. And which is awesome, but I know in grade school they'll give you detailed. Caroline is a delight to be in this. Blah, blah, blah.
I always used to get the delight. Yeah. I was a delight.
Were you a delight?
I was a complete delight.
In case you weren't a delight.
6th grade was it. Miss D.
You were a delight in Miss D's class.
I bet you what. I know what she wrote. Always eats in class.
No.
He's eating right now.
It's my breakfast time.
I know.
Yes.
And it's just simply a bagel.
It's just a bagel the way any broadcaster would eat a bagel live.
I don't have time to get it any other time. And I take my medication at a certain point.
My God.
Okay. Getting back to that situation, excuse me, at an everything bagel.
I wasn't going to talk, but you brought me into the conversation.
Well, you are. It's presumed that you're going to participate.
I participate in between bites. In between bites.
There's just a general assumption that when we're on air, you might talk.
I am writing that down.
Yeah.
That is a T-shirt. I participate in between bites.
Thank you. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to get back to eating my bagel, and you guys can talk amongst yourselves.
Today, December 7th, 1940. Excuse me, I have to take another bite.
Hey, what's going on? It's Preston, and actually Nick is here with me as well. We're in California, and we're at the 20th Century Fox Studios, and we are here with Mr. Michael Giacchino, who has become a friend of the Preston and Steve show now.
That's my favorite thing. Friend of the show. Mm-hmm. That's my favorite thing to hear.
Yeah?
I've never heard that before. And then the last time I was on, I was like, friend of the show. I was like, yes!
Yeah. I think
friend of the show!
You have to be on like 3 times, and then you become
a
friend of the show.
It should be a pin or something that you get.
We can get that.
You get a pin or
ribbon, something like that.
Something that says friend of the show. Can't just be like, here's a WMMR pin.
No.
It's got to be legit.
We can come up with something.
Yeah. Next time he comes in studio, we got to present him with something.
Yeah, there should be some sort of coronation.
So Michael invited us out to be here while he is recording the score of the film Spider-Man, and we're at this legendary studio. Actually, he was giving us some of the details about this room that we're in right now.
Yeah, this room that we're in right here has been around for a long time, so long that it used to be Shirley Temple's shooting stage where she would make her movies. And, let's see, the original Planet of the Apes was recorded here. We had Jaws was recorded here. The Day the Earth Stood Still was recorded here. There's these amazing,
the iconic,
that whole thing.
And the 20th Century Fox theme.
Yep. That was done here. I mean, just oodles and oodles and oodles of things that you would know. Just incredible history here on this stage. And they barely touched the stage in all these years because once it sounds great, you don't want to mess with it.
I can imagine. And what you're not seeing right now, we're on a lunch break right now, but the amount of people that are involved when you're putting together music for a film. And today was a light day, even as far as the amount of musicians.
Today we did a smaller orchestra, maybe about, 50 people. But usually we would have like 100 people out here, 100-piece orchestra. But the cues we were covering today were just for smaller moments in the film, so there's no need to bring everyone in.
And this room, the studio as well, filled with people.
Yes.
I mean,
friends and family, and
you got engineers, you got you got the people that are actually working.
Yes,
in
we
there
have
as well.
we have music editors, we have recordists, we have Joel, the recording engineer, is in charge of everything. Jeff, my orchestrator, is over there. We have some people from Marvel who are here, just one of their lead music editor. And, we have everyone. The whole gang is here.
Yeah.
And then plus all this.
Is Spider-Man a pretty easy character to write for? Pretty easy franchise to write for?
Not really, because they've made a lot of Spider-Man movies.
Yeah.
So you're thinking like, all right, well, I don't want to do what was done. And this is a whole new sort of approach to the character that they're taking, which is much more in line with what the original comics were.
Right.
High school kid, bitten by a spider, the whole thing. And the nice thing is it's not a full-on origin story.
Right.
So, well, we all know who Spider-Man
We've
is.
seen it.
And we've had it a couple of times,
So they're able to just kind of get into the movie and have some fun with it. And the kid, Tom, I call him a kid, but Tom Holland, he's incredible. He is just such a good Spider-Man. I think everyone's going to love him so much.
Another Brit playing an American character.
Yeah, well,
by
they got amazing actors over
Yeah,
there, right?
it's true.
Come on.
Where are
Benny
we?
Hill show.
Right,
I mean,
yes.
it's all.
The list starts there.
Yeah.
So where are we in the movie making process with Spider-Man: Homecoming?
They are still. They're still editing slightly. Now from now on, I think maybe the picture will change slightly with trims and different things like that. But what they're really working on now is finishing all the visual effects.
Okay.
Getting all of that stuff as you saw today. A lot of the shots in there.
Yeah.
You could still see wires hooked up to him.
Yeah.
You could still see or like a sort of a previs of Spidey.
Which I think is crazy to us because we think of by the time the ads start running, the movie's
That's
in the
done.
can, it's
No.
done, it's ready to go. And it's not.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the music hasn't even been added to it yet. There's
No.
all these visual things that
There's
need to be fixed.
so much still going on in the film at this point, and it comes out in July, so it's just there's not much time left.
Wow.
But it's the way it always is
Yeah.
nowadays with films. It also depends on the filmmaker, depends on the director. Certain directors are much more, no, this is my film, that's it, it's done. Other ones are like, they want to keep changing it and keep trying different things, see if they can improve it. Everyone is different in the creative process, so you sort of have to be adaptable to whatever that process is. And every time you're on a film, it's a whole different story.
Yeah, I'll bet. Another one of the amazing things that you don't realize until you see what goes on behind the scenes is the musicians that you have here. What Michael was telling us earlier is that basically they came in, they sat down, they're given the music, they start recording it. They haven't rehearsed it. They haven't rehearsed it on their own, much less with each other.
No, they haven't seen any of this music at all. I mean, they come in, they sit, that's how good they are.
Yeah.
You have to be as good a player to be able to come down, sit down, and whatever is put in front of you, you have to be able to play it.
And to
No matter
listen
what
to
is.
we would never be able to tell. 'Cause
No.
we,
Yeah.
we were sitting here watching the process, which is incredible. But to listen to it, you would think they've been rehearsing for days or weeks on end.
No.
Could you do it?
Could I? It depends. I did jump in on a cue on the Planet of the Apes when the piano player was stuck
Yeah.
in traffic. But it was an easy cue, so I got in there and I did that, and that was fine. But most of the stuff these guys do, it's such a specialized thing.
Yeah.
I kind of went in. I didn't do the performance route. I went into the composing and orchestrating and all of that instrumentation, that route. So all my time is spent there.
Right.
So I used to be able to play a lot better, but the more I write, the less I play, and so my fingers are rusty. But I get it.
Arm on 93.3 WMMR, the Smashing Pumpkins. Smashing, I say.
Yes.
10:21. And it's a Tuesday morning in all its glory. Don't forget, we have Tattoo's-Day. If you have not done so yet, text the word tattoo to 39333 because Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, once again, on South Street, have offered up a $350 gift certificate for our winner today for you to get your own Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. So we're running out of time. Make sure you do that now. We'd love for you to win. In the meantime, we have some other things that you can win. We're going to do it via the lesson learned question, and we're going to give away a Philadelphia signature. And Kathy, you weren't here for this yesterday. Bottomless mimosa brunch cruise for two aboard the Spirit of Philadelphia.
Isn't that incredible?
That sounds fun.
So the question that we will ask you is this. When Casey is casually walking through the woods, he'll occasionally yell at strangers that he wants a what? 215-263-WMMR. It's not a BJ. It's nothing. You had to have heard it earlier, okay? You can't guess at this.
No.
When Casey is casually walking through the woods, he'll occasionally yell at strangers that he wants a what? This is just to keep himself safe. So people know their intent, his intention.
So they know he's human.
215-263-WMMR. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine.
93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Delco Trim Light. Visit DelcoTrimLight.com to schedule an estimate on installation of the coolest permanent programmable holiday lighting system around. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Brooke Shields raising some eyebrows by admitting that she and her college-age daughters often share a bed when they're back from school. Shields says before your mind starts racing, it is simply a family ritual that involves lesbian incest.
Wow.
Khloe Kardashian did an impromptu Q&A on X or Twitter over the weekend, during which she suggested she'd be into dating women. Khloe says the only caveat is that they be black men who are in the NBA.
Oh, my God.
And finally, General Hospital heartthrob actor Nicholas Chavez will be taking a temporary half-a-year absence from the show to star in a limited Netflix series. Chavez says not to worry because he will return with his character still in the middle of the conversation he left during. That's your Hollywood dream.
All right, let's see if you know the answer to this. When Casey is casually walking through the woods, he'll occasionally yell at strangers what he wants. And what is that? 215-263-WMMR. We will go to Jennifer and see if we can get that answer. Good morning, Jennifer.
Hey, bitches.
Hey, what? All right, when Casey's walking through the woods, he'll occasionally yell at strangers what he wants. And what is that?
An endless swim spot.
A swim spot. That is correct. Hang on, Jennifer. Got yourself a Philadelphia signature bottomless mimosa brunch cruise for two aboard the Spirit of Philadelphia. And you can board the Spirit of Philadelphia for the best bubbly brunch in the city. Enjoy a delicious chef-prepared buffet, bottomless mimosas, and DJ entertainment. Enjoy city landmarks like the Ben Franklin Bridge from your reserved table, the dance floor, or the roof deck lounge. Let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
What the you piece of We're live!
Brought to you by Mini Melts of America. Breaking ice cream news. You can get Mini Melts ice cream delivered right to your door on the Wawa app. And you're just a few clicks away from enjoying your favorite Mini Melts flavor. Download the Wawa app today. We'll start with this. Richie Sambora has shared his thoughts on the new Hulu docuseries, Thank You, Good Night, the Bon Jovi story, which premiered on April 26. Richie, who is 64, recently stepped out for the first time since the docuseries was released. That was to headline the 11th annual Unbridled Eve Kentucky Derby Gala. And while there, he auctioned off a guitar for charity. Following his performance, Sambora spoke with People, stating that he felt that the series did not tell his story, but rather that of his former bandmate, John.
Well, it is.
It's Bon Jovi.
Focus, yeah.
Yeah. Sambora acknowledged the project, which features interviews with him and other former current Bon Jovi members, is John's perspective, and he has a different viewpoint on the matter. So I don't know if he's complaining about it or if he's just saying, well, yeah, that's
John's side.
You know, I have a different side to it. I'm not really sure.
I watched about 10 minutes of it. I want to watch the whole thing. It seems really good.
Yeah, I watched probably the same as you.
Yeah.
Like the first 10 minutes.
Well, Chuck, our program director, was saying that he says it's like almost like homework because it gives you a real insight into a lot of the way things work within the rock realm.
I didn't realize his voice was as bad as it was.
Yep.
David Gilmour is full of some news lately, especially after announcing his first new album in 9 years. To begin with, the guitar icon announced 6 upcoming shows at London's Royal Albert Hall that will take place in October. However, it appears these shows may not feature Gilmour playing some of Pink Floyd's biggest songs. In an interview, he has, quote, an unwillingness to revisit the Pink Floyd of the 70s. Furthermore, he expressed that he's more likely to revisit Pink Floyd material from the 60s, 1987's A Momentary Lapse of Reason, and 1994's The Division Bell.
I'd be fine with that.
Gilmour particularly singled out the later album's closing track, High Hopes, which he called as good as anything we ever did at any time. Of course, his resistance to playing the 70s-era Pink Floyd songs may have to do with his ongoing feud with Roger Waters, but I don't know
Is there any contractual
necessarily true or not.
Wait, because they did write together a lot, but Roger Waters wrote a lot of the songs, so I don't know. And how is it listed on the album? Who gets?
I don't think there's a legal issue. I just think he doesn't. I think he can play him if he wants to.
Yeah,
so.
right. They do. Okay. Do they not like each other?
Yeah, they haven't liked each other for a long time.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys hear anything about Bono and the Edge being in town over the weekend?
I did not.
Okay, because I keep hearing that they were day drinking in Narberth, that they walked into a bar and the bartender turned to them and said, "Oh no, not you two again."
Jesus.
Bam!
Who said Jesus?
Who said Jesus? Me.
Preston, he knew it was coming.
I got legitimately excited for a moment.
I know.
That
And then as
Bono.
soon as-
The promise was
And Edge might have been in town. I was thinking if they were in Narberth, maybe Bill might have seen him or something like that. And no,
well, it
was a joke.
Then it worked.
But
it worked.
there was a letdown aspect to it, correct?
And that's fine. That's fine because my
That's not
main
your job.
concern, my main focus was so that you guys didn't see it coming.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Then, boy, you got us.
Yes, I did.
That's the best.
Yeah.
And then one more story. Rich and Chris Robinson are stopping by our radio station today. Black Crows are playing the Met tonight. And Pierre Robert is going to have a sit down about
He's
an
the
hour.
Perfect man for the job.
Yep, around 2 o'clock. They're coming in and they're going to hang and chat. And Pierre's just going to get into the nitty gritty with him. It should be pretty cool.
Yeah. Again, stunning that they're coming in to do this. We think it's pretty wild.
And Pierre's the guy you wanted. Pierre is an outstanding interviewer.
He's
and,
known both of those guys for a long time. I mean, Chris and Rich have a rich history, no pun intended, with the radio station. And, they used to do events like Down the Shore and stuff. So I'm curious as to whether or not where those guys are in their headspace. Like they're trying to sell tickets or, they got a show tonight and they're very different than they were in the 90s. So it'll be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, let's find out today. All right, so 2 o'clock today. Don't miss your opportunity to check that exclusive interview out. And that's it in music news. We are going to take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap it up. Letter of the day, word of the week, all that stuff. So stay put. We'll be right back.
Now, while you have this going on, you're in the thick of that, are you able to juggle other projects at the same time? Work on completely diametrically opposed,
You mean like maybe
storylines?
films with apes or in it?
Yeah,
or something like that? Yeah.
For example, one that comes to mind.
Yeah, I just literally a week ago finished Planet of the Apes. We actually have one more day of recording on the 25th for Planet of the Apes.
Wow.
But that's just we're going to catch the end credits and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
But the bulk of the film was done, and that was this past Friday. And then here we are doing this. So.
Right.
You don't always want it to be like that, but it's been a crazy schedule the last couple of months, and but luckily, like who I'm working on Apes with, Matt Reeves, is such a good friend, and we've done everything together. He did Cloverfield, a film called Let Me In, the last Planet of the Apes, and this one, and right now he's scheduled to do the next Batman. So
wow.
So he's such a great filmmaker, such a good guy. So I love working with him, and he's very understanding about everything else that's going on.
Yeah.
And they're very kind about that. So we make room for it.
I was talking to Curtis, who is your assistant.
Yeah,
or-
Curtis is great. Curtis is a friend of the family, but also an incredibly talented musician. And what he does is he tracks all of the percussion changes. Because what we do, a lot of times when we're using big rhythm sections like this,
Yeah.
we change things all the time. Change this, change that, do this, play that. Or they may pick a certain type of snare to play. It may say snare in the score, but we don't always know which snare they're taking. So what he does is tracks. Okay, they took this snare and they did that. So that way we can update our score. So when we walk out of here at the end of the day, it's exactly what we did.
Okay.
It reflects exactly what we did here today.
It's interesting to hear the changes on the fly too, because you'll do a version of it one way, and then you'll add an electric cello or
Right.
electric guitar or something like
Take
that.
something out.
Take something
Yeah.
out. Yeah, and it's fascinating to hear very subtle differences. And is that just something where something feels right for you?
Yeah,
You
I'm
go
just
with that?
listening to it, and I'm like, nah, that's not going to be right for this scene.
Yeah.
Because it's always about you want to track what's emotionally happening in the scene and make sure whatever the music's doing is reflecting that. So sometimes, if the first time you play it through, the percussion guys they pick something, they do it, you go, okay, that's not exactly right. Or sometimes it's spot on what you want.
Right.
But it's always keeping an eye out for that to make sure. It can't ever be about like, oh, I like this music I wrote, and we're just going to do whatever I want. It's got to be what is right for the film, what's
Right.
right for the picture.
Well, as a composer, you have to be able to hear it without ever hearing it as you're writing it,
Yes.
because these guys haven't seen it, they haven't played it,
Right.
meaning you haven't heard it. I'm sure you have a keyboard that
We
you
have a
work on, you
keyboard,
get
we
an
have
idea.
mock-ups. We get, I can do orchestral mock-ups with fake French horns and all
Okay.
of that stuff.
Yeah.
So in that way, it's more so that the filmmakers can see it and hear it with an idea of what is going to be happening behind it.
Right.
But on a score like this, it's very tough because so much of what's going on, as you saw in that room over there, how are you ever going to mock that up to let anyone hear it. And part of my job is being a salesman, saying, trust me, this sounds like crap right now, but when we get in that room with those guys, it's going to be amazing. You know? And that's, you can't really do that. It doesn't work so much on an orchestral score. Orchestral score, they play what you write.
Right.
But when you have rhythm guys involved, they are just, they add their personality to it.
Especially a legend named Alex Acuna, who is playing on this film.
He almost lost his mind.
Yeah, he's a legend. I'm a drummer. I've been reading about him and listening to stuff since I was a teenager. So it was pretty cool to meet him and to watch him work in there. Thanks for letting me go in that room.
I know.
While they were...
They're so nice. Him and Walter. They're amazing, and they're always a pair. Like they've been working on my films for ever.
And so you use them regularly?
Oh yeah,
okay, cool.
Well, he's played on everything.
He's worked with Elvis. He's worked with McCartney. He's worked with legends over the years, and now he's doing this.
And now he's with me. Yeah. Sadly, he's like,
He's getting a check though, right?
Yeah, he's getting a check.
It's all good. How long do you guys anticipate working on the Spider-Man?
We have this afternoon. We're gonna do some a band afternoon where we have like the rhythm guys doing some rock stuff for some cues, and then we have 3 more days of recording, and then maybe a half day after that.
See, in the scheme of it all, that doesn't seem like a whole lot of time to me, as opposed to, filming is a different story, and they shoot a lot and then cut it down to what they want. But I was surprised to hear it was only like 3-4 days, maybe 5, something like that, and then you're done.
Yeah, that's it.
There's a lot of work leading up to
it. Maybe on both of these I did fairly quickly, so I might spend 3, you want 8 weeks to write a score. Sometimes you don't have 8 weeks. But anywhere between 4 to 8 weeks. Wow. Star Wars, I had 4.5 weeks. Now it was a nightmare because of the way the schedule was.
4.5 weeks to write?
To write the whole thing.
God. That's not like it's an iconic movie.
Yeah, it's not. You can mess that one up and throw it on the pile.
No one will ever notice.
God, that's crazy.
So that was probably the craziest it's ever been. This was a little more flexible, which was nice, even though they were on top of each other.
Yeah.
And that Star Wars happened literally finishing Doctor Strange, and then the next day going right on the Star Wars. So it was pretty brutal, but it was a lot of fun. Come on, every morning I look up, there's stormtroopers on I was like, this is awesome. So,
it's really cool to be a part of this. But like for us in the Marvel universe and all of these we were huge fans of Lost, and we did a weekly recap, and you've been working with J.J. Abrams forever, and so just to be a small part of the viewing audience of this kind of thing it's not lost on us how cool this is.
It's cool because no one gets to see this side of it.
Right.
No one ever gets to visit this stuff. That's why I was always telling you, come on, you got to come out, you got to see what happens here, you got to do this. So
and here we are.
Yeah,
we made it.
You did it.
Speaking of Doctor Strange, I was at the movie, credits come up, and it says music, and I didn't know you'd done the music. Music by Michael Giacchino. I'm like, friend of the show! Friend of the show!
You were sitting right next to me.
Yeah. Like, Giacchino! Friend of the show!
We know that guy! So you did that. You did Rogue One last year. You have Spider-Man and Apes this year. And then we were talking a little bit earlier about some of the other ones that are coming up. I don't know if you're allowed to say or not.
Yeah, some no, but I have Incredibles 2 actually is coming up. I'll start writing that probably in the fall. And then also after that is Jurassic World 2.
Wow.
Right after that. So we'll be doing that around this time next year.
Yeah.
So it's a little busy.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But the biggest of the bigs out there. These are tentpole movies.
Small little movies.
Right? Indies.
Small. I only work on independent films that, that's small stuff.
Who would have knew a kid from South Jersey, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
Look at that
See,
guy.
I know how to sneak into places.
Sneaking into the vet.
Yeah, exactly.
Spectrum.
All that.
Learn how to do it.
Sneak
That's
into
awesome.
Hollywood. I know how to do it.
Do you think you'll ever do any more live scoring with the Philadelphia Orchestra at the Man or anything
We
like
want
that?
to. Yeah, absolutely. We'd love to do the third Star Trek film with them. Absolutely, because we did the other ones. We'd love to do that one.
They're so much fun, and the Man is a great place to see anything, to witness anything. But when you get the live scoring, last year I went and saw Back to the Future.
That was fun,
and
right?
It was a blast.
It's so much fun to do. We're trying to get Rogue One figured out where we're going to do that because we're preparing that. But yeah, we're always looking to do that kind of stuff. We want to do Up. We want to do. There's so many. And that's what's so nice about the films I get to work on. They're the kind of things where you can take them to an audience like that, and people will come and see them. Because the Pixar films are amazing, and they're all just fun movies that you want to go and hang out and have fun watching. So.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, thanks for having us here.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. We're excited.
Glad you came.
Taking a lunch break, then going back to work. So, Michael Giacchino.
Nice job.
Yes.
What caused a herd of cows to jump to its death from a cliff in Switzerland last week? That is the question pondered by farming experts in the area.
You know what they're labeling this, Preston?
No. Oh.
An utter catastrophe. Oh, my God! It's been a while, but the return of the utter catastrophe joke.
I never see that setup coming. I get these stories ready to go in the morning and sometimes think, I wonder what Steve will say about this.
But they don't know what moved them to do that?
Man, we're milking this one!
93.3 WMMR. Struts. Pretty vicious. Maybe we all know some pretty vicious people. About 10:38 on this Tuesday morning. We try to be your friends, though. Not vicious in the slightest. And we have stuff to give away and things to do for the rest of the week. We're going to get to all of that. I would like to thank everyone for being a part of the program today. Thank everybody who contributed to Kathy's cuts yesterday because we got the numbers back and 88 donations yesterday, which is huge.
I mean, it's incredible.
More than last year.
Yeah.
20 more than last year.
Yeah.
So that was great. And we thought it was going to be a lighter year this year.
Yeah, kind of thought, because we didn't fill up all the spots, which we normally do, but I guess we had, we had more stylists that were taking part and still were able to come out more than last year, which is great.
Yeah. Before we do the letter of the day and we got to give away the Tattoos Day and all that, I have a caller. We have the Xfinity mobile guest line, and I believe his name is Kevin. Hi, is this Kevin?
Yes, it is. Preston, how are you today?
Great, Kevin, but I have a feeling you're doing better, right?
I'm doing 1,000 times better. I just won $1,000.
How about it? Unbelievable! 1,000 times better. $1,000. Good money. That's awesome. Kevin, where are you from, bud?
Quakertown.
Oh, excellent. Cute town. Not too far from where I am. And not bad coming in on a Tuesday. I mean, the week looks pretty long now, and you got an extra grand. That's got to feel pretty tasty.
It's a lot better today for sure.
Excellent. What do you do for a living, Kev?
I'm a tool and die maker.
A tool and die maker. All right. So for like, nuts and bolts and screws and things like that?
Machinery.
There you
Yes.
go. Nice. Excellent. All right, Kev, we are excited to give you some money, my friend. $1,000. Thanks for playing Good Money It. And more importantly, thanks for listening to MMR.
Thank you very much. You listen all the time. You guys are great, man.
Love it.
Thank you,
Thanks,
man.
buddy. All right, there you go. Next chance is coming up at noon. Pierre Robert with your chance to win. So make sure that you do not miss out on that opportunity. In fact, the man is here himself. Hello, Pierre.
Well, good day, good day. I wanted to, because you were discussing this earlier, I wanted to spray a little parsley spray.
He brought in the parsley spray.
Stop!
He's spraying.
It smells disgusting.
So
Stop!
Kathy's area.
Smell. It's so good.
Ew, he sprayed it on
natural.
me. Stop it.
It's all natural. It's good for your hair.
No, it's disgusting.
It does smell like parsley.
All natural. Parsley. There, I cleaned it all
Wow.
up. And it's a good cleaner, too, and so tasty, too.
Overpowering.
She's going to need more paper towel.
No, that's it.
Okay.
Can I smell?
That's it.
Here.
Overpowering scents give Kathy a headache.
This is good stuff. This is so good. I sprayed in the main studio, or my studio.
This must be lighter than you normally use because it's just a slight hint.
Don't you love it, Kathy?
Okay. Kathy's saying shut up.
Can I see that stuff?
Yes, please.
Right?
You're talking
it's
about
called,
various cleaners.
Ecos. It is plant-powered, all-purpose cleaner, and it's scented with parsley.
Did you bring that from home just to spray it all over?
Well, no, I have it in the studio. I have it at home and in the studio, and so I wanted to bring it in and spray it after I heard you talking about it.
You know what? You're going to have some special guests later on. Make sure it smells like parsley when they
Exactly. It's better than smelling like pot. So, or maybe they'd be better with that.
They might like it. I don't know.
That's true.
Before we do anything else, should we get the letter of the
Yes.
day? All right, let's fire that up.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
R as in robot.
All right, and we have 3 more to go. We're going to give away a 4-pack of tickets to your choice of these 3 concerts. You'll get to pick from Live Nation's Concert Week. Cage the Elephant, Daryl Hall, and Elvis Costello, or Incubus. And Concert Week is here. You can get $25 tickets to many of the area's summer concerts for 1 week only, on sale May 8th. So starting tomorrow through the 14th. And you can go to livenation.com/concert week for tickets and information. So don't miss out on this great deal. Let me do the Tattoos Day prize, and then we'll find out what you have coming up, Pierre. So we had people text in all morning long, and now we are going to give away a $350 gift certificate for Floating World Tattoo and Piercing to Brett Doherty of Downingtown. So, Brett, congratulations. You add to the collective of people who own a Preston and Steve Show themed tattoo. And Floating World Tattoo and Piercing, they are awesome. Check them out at 1729 South Street in Philadelphia. You want to take a peek at the artwork samples? Easy. Go to floatingworldtattoos.com, or you can check them out on Instagram at Floating World Tattoos. What you got going on today on the program, sir?
Well, we're going to give away some Neil Young tickets. He's coming on Sunday. It'll be his Neil's first tour in some time with Crazy Horse over to Camden. We will also have Good Money at noon and 3 p.m. We also have Workforce Blocks of Tom Petty and Collective Soul. And, of course, at 2 o'clock, a visit from Chris and Rich Robinson, the primary founding members of the Black Crowes. The new album, Happiness Bastards, which you just played shortly, a little short while ago. We will play some other songs from that and talk about the tour. And they're at the Met tonight. I think a few tickets remain, not many, but a few. We also have a sound check party that's going on that listeners won this afternoon. So
that's pretty wild.
Yeah.
And you've had conversations with them before?
I have, yeah. Cool. I've had Chris on the very first record came by. Then we had Chris and Rich some years ago, I think 99. And of course, we did this famous broadcast with them on the boardwalk in Atlantic City after DeBella finished up a week of morning shows, and we had a stage set up, and they insisted on having a limo to go from the back door of the casino onto the boardwalk about 150 feet. And we had to go to the permit board and get a limo permit, and so that the four of them could come out of the hotel, get in the limo, and go like a stop, and then get out, and then go to the stage. But it was done.
Nice.
So. It's sort of a melon twister that they're both going to be in here and talking, and who would have thunk it, as they say.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah,
nice.
Never say never.
That's coming up at 2 o'clock, so don't miss out on it. Let me thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show, brought to you today by Dunkin'. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin', also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors. And Nebraza Brazilian Steakhouse. Nebraza has a brand new location in Center City at 20th and JFK Boulevard, Nebraza.com. Tomorrow, Wednesday, so secret text word, Fox Good Day. Tom Arnold will be on our program as well.
That?
Yep. And don't forget, for Coolest Teacher, Camden Academy in Camden, New Jersey, you guys are voting. Text word teacher to 39333. That's it. We are done. Rage on. Have a great day. And of course, we'll see you again tomorrow, gang. That's it. Bye-bye.
Preston.